एवरीवन, गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आज है 20th ऑफ दिसंबर 2024। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। हैप्पी फ्राइडे टू ऑल ऑफ यू। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का ये सेशन, लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन ऑफ दिस वीक। इस वीक का लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा, उससे पहले लंदन सेशन अभी ओपन हो जाएगा 1:30 पर। थोड़ा बहुत वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं। क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे तो एक छोटे से सपोर्ट एरिया पर है। ऊपर एक सपोर्ट था तो वो ब्रेक डाउन हो गया, तो एज अ रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम कर रहा है फिलहाल के लिए। तो देखेंगे, अगर ये बीच का लेवल रिमूव हो जाता है तो फिर थोड़ा और ऊपर जा सकता है। अदरवाइज अगर ये भी ब्रेक हो गया तो फिर थोड़ा और नीचे ब्रेक डाउन का वेट करेंगे कि नीचे मार्केट फॉल करे। लेट्स सी किस तरह से प्ले आउट होता है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस गैप अप ओपन हुआ था, कोई रेजिस्टेंस ऊपर दिख नहीं रहा है फिलहाल के लिए पीछे। तो पिवट पॉइंट्स का ही यूज कर रखा है। डे हाई पर एक छोटा मोटा रेजिस्टेंस पिवट पॉइंट के अकॉर्डिंग। नीचे एक आपका सपोर्ट है यही 300 के अराउंड। देखते हैं वहां तक आता है तो। बाकी ऊपर अगर निकला तो फिर नीड टू सी कहाँ तक जा सकता है, बिकॉज ऊपर कोई और रेजिस्टेंस है दिख नहीं रहे 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे। वी नीड टू यूज पिवट पॉइंट्स। फॉरेक्स चार्ट में भी उतना ऊपर लेवल नहीं शो हो रहे हैं 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग। नया सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस बनेगा तो वो भी देख लेंगे। ऐसा कमी है क्रूड में भी फिलहाल के लिए। ठीक है, इंपॉर्टेंट डे है यूएस में। वहाँ पर भी आई थिंक वोटिंग होने वाली है रिगार्डिंग द गवर्नमेंट शटडाउन। उनका बिल पास नहीं हुआ तो गवर्नमेंट शट डाउन हो जाएगा। उसका इम्पैक्ट भी पड़ेगा हमारे मार्केट पे। यूएस मार्केट पे तो पड़ेगा ही पड़ेगा, हमारे मार्केट पे भी पड़ सकता है। तो देखना पड़ेगा उसको मार्केट किस तरह से लेता है एक्चुअली में। कि गोल्ड और सिल्वर में कल वाली लेवल है, कोई चेंज नहीं हुआ है। ठीक है, गोल्ड और सिल्वर लेवल आर सेम, नथिंग चेंज। चाहो तो फॉरेक्स का चार्ट यूज कर लो, बिकॉज एमसीएक्स में लेवल दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है वहाँ पर। इफ यू वांट टू यूज, अगर फॉरेक्स का चार्ट यूज कर सकते हो और बेटर है, बिकॉज एमसीएक्स में इतना पीछे लेवल नहीं दिखा रहा है 15 मिनट में एटलीस्ट। या तो फिर टाइम फ्रेम इंक्रीज करके 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे जाना पड़ेगा और 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम के लेवल ड्रॉ करने पड़ेंगे। 15 मिनट में वहाँ पर कुछ भी नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है। तो अगर चाहो तो फॉरेक्स चार्ट यूज़ कर सकते हो, वो और बेटर रहेगा। वहाँ पर लेवल आपको थोड़ा सा और क्लियर दिख जाएंगे। हम करते हैं फॉरेक्स का चार्ट ही यूज़ कर लेते हैं। एमसीएक्स में फ़ायदा नहीं होगा अभी, अगर सेलिंग नहीं आई और ऊपर चला गया तो फिर लेवल दिखेंगे ही नहीं यहाँ पे। सो फॉरेक्स में आपका capital.com ब्रोकर का चार्ट है और एफएक्स ओपन ब्रोकर का चार्ट है हमारे पास। कौन सा चार्ट यूज़ करें? तो एफएक्स ओपन ब्रोकर का चार्ट यूज़ कर सकते हो, बेटर रहेगा इन नेचुरल गैस। ऐसे लेवल्स भी देखो कि अलग अलग लगे हुए हैं, एफएक्स ओपन ब्रोकर के चार्ट में और कैपिटल डॉट कॉम ब्रोकर के चार्ट में लेवल थोड़े से अलग अलग हैं, ध्यान रखना। देखते हैं थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम और आता है तो। भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। करते रहो गाइस फटाफट से जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है। क्रूड ऑयल लेवल इंपॉर्टेंट है, अगर नहीं होल्ड करता है तो फिर गिर सकता है ये भी 5000 820 830 के अराउंड इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई इन क्रूड ऑयल, लेट्स सी होल्ड करता है या फिर ब्रेक कर देता है। ऊपर भी कल का सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकडाउन हो गया है तो वो भी रीटेस्ट की तरह ही काम करेगा। ऊपर जाता भी है क्रूड ऑयल तो।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. A US government funding plan backed by President-elect Donald Trump and Elon Musk has been rejected by the Republican-led House of Representatives. The two men insisted Republican lawmakers abandon an earlier bipartisan deal and instead back a proposal to suspend the debt ceiling for 2 years. However, 38 members of Trump's party voted with Democrats against the proposal. Here's Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson after the vote.
The only difference on this legislation was that we would push the debt ceiling to January of 2027. I want you all to remember that it was just last spring that the same Democrats berated Republicans and said that it was irresponsible to hold the debt limit, the debt ceiling hostage. What changed? It is, I think, really irresponsible for us to risk a shutdown over these issues on things that they have already agreed upon. I think you need to be asking them the questions about that.
But what's the next step?
We will regroup and we will come up with another solution.
Mike Johnson speaking after Elon Musk had called the bipartisan version of the stopgap funding deal a crime in a post on social media. He'd urged lawmakers to shut down the government rather than pass it. Democratic Representative Jamie Raskin explains why he voted against the subsequent revised plan from Republicans.
We are an independent branch of government, and the U.S. Congress had an agreement that Democrats on both sides, Republicans on both sides agreed to, and it was blown up by a tweet by Elon Musk. And so there's no way we can reward that behavior.
That's Jamie Raskin speaking there. The rejection of the revised bill sets the stage for a potential government shutdown set to begin later on Friday. Writing on his Truth Social network in the last hour, President-elect Donald Trump doubled down on his view there should be no US government funding deal without the removal of the debt ceiling. He said, quote, "Remember, the pressure is on whoever is president." Well, Donald Trump has threatened the European Union with tariffs if the bloc doesn't buy more American oil and gas. The President-elect took to social media to attack what he called a tremendous deficit with the United States. Europe is already the top destination for American LNG, with more than half of the deliveries going to the continent last year. Trump has threatened tariffs against countries from China to Canada and is particularly focused on countries that have trade deficits with the US. Peter Mandelson is said to be appointed the UK's ambassador to the United States in an effort to spare Britain from being hit by any coming US trade tariffs. Britain has learned the Labour Party veteran and former EU Trade Commissioner is expected to take the post next month. Prime Minister Keir Starmer set out the number one job for any new ambassador yesterday.
I'm not a fan of tariffs. We have to make sure that we avoid tariffs. We've got very good trade with the US, as we've got very good trade with other countries around the world. I want to improve on that.
Although Starmer has met Trump, relations between the two are seen as difficult. In a podcast interview last month, Mandelson said if he were in government, he'd be trying to build a relationship with Elon Musk. The UK government is mulling tougher election finance rules as rumours swirl of a mega donation from Elon Musk. The tech billionaire is said to be weighing a donation of as much as £78 million to the right-wing Reform UK party. Bloomberg's James Woolcock has more.
£10 million. That's the largest amount ever given to any UK political party in one go. Elon Musk met with Reform UK's Nigel Farage this week and apparently was eyeing that record. Reform's deputy leader Richard Tice says all parties take donations.
I think an international businessman, as long as it's legal under the Electoral Commission laws, as the Labour Party have accepted donations, as the Tory Party have accepted donations from international businessmen, yes, it's absolutely fine.
But it's those rules that Tice mentions that Labour are thinking about tightening. The election watchdog has long wanted to limit donations from companies like Twitter UK to how much they earn in Britain. Whether Labour choose to change those rules or not, it's yet another sign of the threat their party faces from Reform if they can't deliver. In London, James Woolcock, Bloomberg Radio.
Just some breaking news this hour, and retail sales in the UK in November came in weaker than expected. The monthly figure, excluding fuel, rose by 0.3%. The estimate had been for a 0.5% rise as well. These numbers had been in focus as they cover the month immediately after the budget, in which tax rises and spending cuts were announced by the Chancellor. The UK budget deficit figure, ex-banking groups, also came in lower than had been expected at £11.2 billion. It's the lowest November figure for 3 years. The Bank of England is promising a gradual approach to future interest rate cuts after it held rates steady in its decision yesterday. 3 of the 9 members of the Monetary Policy Committee voted for a cut despite 2 surprise overshoots in pay and inflation data this week. It's a sign the central bank is becoming less sensitive to data shocks and is shifting to relying more on its own forecasts. Here's BOE Governor Andrew Bailey.
I would caution a bit on the numbers we've seen this week. They were a bit of a surprise. I think a surprise to everybody, actually. Now, there was quite a bit of noise in the data coming from things that happened a year ago. There was a fairly unusual fall in the rate of growth of wages this time last year, which didn't last, and that's coming out of the Syria. So just a bit of caution there.
Bailey was speaking after policymakers rejected traders' analysis that inflation in the coming months will prove too persistent to allow further reductions in borrowing costs. Markets are now pricing in 2 quarter-point rate cuts this year. UK car production plunged by 30% last month compared to last year amid lacklustre demand. The Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders says they're the worst November figures in 44 years. The dramatic decline comes as the industry faces higher costs, post-Brexit trade hurdles and a complex transition to making electric vehicles. Those are your top stories on the markets. Euro Stoxx 50 futures are down.
Will enable users to transform their industries. I want to get to a world where quantum computing is the way we're solving all of the hard problems.
What point do you say, that's cheap, let's buy?
Well, I think there's a real opportunity in Europe as we look forward to the next year, because there has been this narrative of US exceptionalism. The US is going to do really well, and that's meant growth expectations have been upgraded considerably. But unlike 2023 or 2024, growth is now expected to be pretty decent in the US next year. So it's going to be harder to get that sort of upside surprise that has meant we've seen the relentless equity rally that we have. Whereas in Europe, expectations are still pretty weak, all things considered. But, you could make a case that there is some upside there potentially. You've got the fact that measures like Bank Lending Survey are looking more positive. You may have the chance of more political stability, particularly after the German election, if a new coalition is in place and take more action on economic policy. So, I think if you were trying to draw a narrative for next year, it is plausible. You could see some upside risk in Europe relative to the baseline.
Are we entering an era in 2025, and perhaps we're already in one, where there's an element of complacency around political volatility, not just coming from Donald Trump, but the gyrations in French politics, potentially in German politics as well? I'm struggling to see how that's getting priced in day to day, as opposed to simply limiting exposure altogether.
I think totally. I think there's been a lot of complacency because 2023 we had barely any elections. And although we had a lot of elections this year, 2024, actually with the exception of some individual instances like France, which actually came as a surprise, there hasn't been that much volatility directly as a result. So I think that's going to be more of a story in 2025, particularly as some of these new governments, like the new Trump administration, get their feet under the table and start taking action, particularly when it comes to things like the threat of tariffs or more fiscal stimulus on the table, or as we've seen this week, the prospect of another government shutdown. These things are going to become more regular as we look forward to the next 12 months.
Henry, something else we're looking ahead to is maybe a continuation of the AI boom. Maybe we start to see some cracks. How are you looking at that story in 2025? Because there's a lot at stake for US markets in particular.
Totally. And one of the big stories, of course, has been this rising concentration of the Magnificent Seven, and their fate is basically determining the fate of the broader market. So I think all rests on how the Magnificent Seven perform. If they can't live up to the hype, and there is a lot of hype clearly, then that's going to drag down US equities more broadly. So I think that's the real test. I think the question is, though, are we going to see economic growth continue? Because can we get those upside surprises? Because the last 2 years we've had big upside surprises on growth. Even 12 months ago, there was still a lot of residual fears that the US was headed for some sort of hard landing. But that's now gone completely. So for me, it's just difficult to see where you get that upside surprise from. And if the Fed do become more hawkish, and we know those tech sector stocks are much more sensitive to rates, then I think that's potentially a real risk for that group and for the broader equity market.
They're sensitive to rates, and something that rates are sensitive to is the mood in the bond market, and the return of bond vigilantes is another of the themes that you're calling curveballs for 2025. I mean, what do you think the role of bond vigilantes will be, in particular around US debt in 2025?
Well, I think it's waking the market up and waking politicians up for that matter, because even in the last 6 months, we've obviously had The bond vigilantes focus on France, where the gap and the spread between their yields and Germany has hit its highest since the Euro crisis. We've also seen, obviously, a big focus in the UK, actually, since the budget as well. So that's two G7 countries, which you might traditionally think of as safe, have come under attention.
And the long end of the US curve, maybe a little bit? Is that something that stocks will watch?
I think totally. I mean, actually, if you look at real yields, we're already up to the highest since May, and some of the highest we've seen in the last 5 years. So I think that's a real risk. And if we look at the next 4 years in particular, we know that Trump has said he wants to extend the Trump tax cuts that expire at the end of 2025. We know the CBO have said that debt to GDP is forecast to exceed its previous record set after World War II over the next 4 years. So we're genuinely entering uncharted territory on that front. So I do think there is a risk at the long end of the US curve.
Are puts still cheap, and should I be buying them?
That is a tough one. I'm just burned by the fact that the last 2 years have surprised so much on the upside. I guess the thing that gives me pause now is because we've had those upside surprises, valuations are increasingly stretched at 2021 levels. And also positioning is much more stretched. Our analysis suggested, at least before this week, we were in the 93rd percentile for equity positioning, which is a big difference to where we were at the end of 2022. Even though people were very pessimistic, actually, if we look back with the benefit of hindsight, we can see your positioning was very underweight. There was a lot of scope to...
Is it harder to get upside than downside in 2025 in equity markets?
Yeah, I think so, definitely, because the benchmark on growth has been risen. And also, markets are pricing in a very benign story in terms of both inflation staying subdued and that we're still going to get rate cuts. That's still priced in. And if you look at what the Fed have done this week and the market reaction to that, they still have an easing bias at the end of the day. The Fed are not that hawkish. They cut rates, and they said they'd want to continue cutting rates in 25 and 26. Yet the market still sells off 3% on the back of that. So just imagine if they actually became properly hawkish or said we're going to remain on hold.
Puts cheap.
As I say, I'm burned by the last 2 years, and our base case. I think things will continue to go further from here. I don't think we're fundamentally overvalued, but clearly there is a lot of froth in the market, and you can see that in sectors like Bitcoin hitting all-time highs. You can see that in credit spreads being very tight. There's a cross-asset phenomenon that's going on here, but I'm wary of calling the end just yet, particularly if we have those productivity upsides from things like AI that have really surprised the upside in the last couple of years.
If there's an inflation uptick, as everyone is bracing for, is it the same playbook as 2021?
I don't think necessarily, because to get to the same playbook as 2021 and into 2022, you would need some sort of very, very big inflation shock that is sending inflation up to the 6s, 7s, 8s, as we saw then. And barring some new geopolitical shock, it's hard to imagine if it were just simply the things we already know about, like the tariffs, like fiscal stimulus. It's hard to see how inflation gets that out of control again, barring some big shock like that. Plus, of course, in 2021, we had the pent-up demand effects from the pandemic. We had the effects of the lockdown and all the massive fiscal stimulus that was working through. So I don't think that's the playbook. I think instead the risk is that the Fed keeps rates on hold for a lot longer than people are expecting, because I think there's going to be a very high bar at the end of the day to the Fed actually reversing course, because having moved quite aggressively since September, they said they've got an easing bias now. I think there's a credibility issue, not that there should be necessarily, but I think there would be a credibility issue to them saying they were going to reverse course again, particularly after the most aggressive inflation since the early 1980s. I think there's that sense that they don't want to seem as though they've made a mistake in cutting and they're reversing all of a sudden quickly. So I think there's quite a high bar to them pursuing aggressive rate hikes again.
So we may be paused for quite a long time, Henry. I mean, I suppose government policy, though, is pretty unpredictable at this point, and they could make an argument that all those facts have changed and therefore they changed their view. If we were to see the Fed pivot towards hiking, I mean, I'm not sure anybody's sitting here saying that's happening in the first half of next year, but we got the beginning of last year really wrong.
Yeah.
So, I'm just wary of that.
Yeah.
We, as a sort of collected entity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's worth bearing in mind there are potentially upside curveballs. I know you talked about those curveballs. I mean, one thing that I kind of heard in your earlier segment is, what if the geopolitical risk is on the upside? What if, Trump does come to some sort of grand bargain with China? We know he fashions himself as a deal maker. In his first term, he renegotiated NAFTA and the USMCA. Just before the pandemic, they did reach a phase 1 deal with China. I think Trump's going to want success. And actually, if you look through history, often it's under hawkish Republican presidents where you get those big deals. You saw under Ronald Reagan.
Doesn't pain come first, though? If you're going to do that deal, you need to inflict pain first. You need to use the stick before you kind of generate that kind of a deal coming through. Doesn't that generate the market volatility?
I think to some extent, but already he's generating pain with the tweets, even before he's president. And those people on the other side, like Canada, Justin Trudeau coming down to meet him, they're already reacting to that. And you see, Ronald Reagan did the Plaza Accords. Richard Nixon, again, a hawkish Republican, did the SALT talks that led to the anti-ballistic missile treaty. So, there is a precedent for these kind of deals being reached even under quite hawkish presidents. So I think that's a possibility.
Henry, we'll see what happens next year. Feels like we've got a very cloudy crystal ball right now. Henry Allen, macro strategist, joining us from Deutsche Bank Research. Let's take a look at the core six. This is what we are looking at this morning in terms of the main stocks that are moving around Europe. As you can see, some fairly substantial moves for some of the biggest stocks. ASML's down pretty hard. Schneider's down a reasonable amount. Nestle under significant pressure, which is interesting as well. But LVMH is soft. Novo's soft. In fact, they're all soft. Joe Easton, what have you got? Any green?
So one space there is no green is in the pharmaceutical space. Actually, a couple of big movers, a couple of big droppers in the pharma stocks today. Firstly, Zealand Pharma, the one we flagged earlier, over in obesity, dropping today over in Denmark after saying that the FDA in the US is unlikely to approve its latest obesity drug for now. So that stock getting slammed. It's down 9%. Bear in mind, it was up around 100% year to date going into this, but that drop is even beaten by Idorsia. Now, this is a rare drug maker over in Switzerland, announcing some funding issues, which I believe is related to an antibody and blood pressure drug. That's what the statement says, and that stock down 40%. Massive declines for that stock today. Then over in building materials, we've got Hornbach giving a bit of a sales warning out of Germany, potentially some weakness in the German DIY market this morning. That's what the statement is indicating. So that one dropping around 10% currently this morning. Then in terms of those sportswear stocks, we had that big move initially in Nike in the aftermarket hours, Nike, but it did come down into negative territory. And we are seeing a little bit of weakness in a couple of peers. JD Sports was the one that's a big Nike retailer, actually. Very small declines in that one, but Puma coming down around 1.2%, a couple of movements on that sector today. Then in terms of rating changes, BE Semi, now this is apparently the stock that you should be buying in the chip space. It is the top pick over at Morgan Stanley, and they've got a decent price target on that one, about 10% upside to their PT, and that one gaining 1.3% today over in Amsterdam. And then finally, IAG, the owner of British Airways, another stock that's doubled this year. It's got another buy rating. This is coming over from Goodbody this morning. They've got a 400 pence price target, trading at 302. A big rebound in long-haul travel continues, and they say you should be buying IAG, and that one is rising this morning in London.
Joe, thank you. Joe Easton with the movers today. Let's just go to the downside of the Stock 600 right now. The worst performing sector is the banking sector. And, Critty, you talked a little about UBS earlier on. That's one of the areas of weakness in financial services. But within banks, the worst performer is Deutsche Bank. And we do have these headlines just crossing the Bloomberg terminal around Deutsche Bank saying they've increased their capital of their Polish unit by 300 million euros. So there's some news flow there. And there had been some reporting around this earlier on coming from the German media. So that's certainly something we are keeping an eye on this morning.
And in terms of UBS, I already said it, I will say it again. We are anticipating a report coming out of the Swiss investigation committee, simply this idea that it could affect how many capital requirements UBS has, putting a little bit of a handcuff situation on it in terms of how they can compete with some of their global peers. Reuters reporting, I believe, that report due later out today, but we are still waiting.
Banks broadly are down. Popular is down, CaixaBank's down 1.7. Some fairly big banks that are down decent numbers this morning. BNP's down 1.6%. Is there a banking story going on? The entire banking sector I'm looking at the moment, SX7P down this morning across the board, every single stock.
Another headline from Deutsche Bank just reiterating their outlook. So in case anybody thought they were not.
Just in case we had some concerns. Coming up, President-elect Donald Trump threatening the EU with tariffs unless it buys more American oil and gas. We're going to talk about that much more next. This is Bloomberg.
The real promise of quantum computing is that potentially it's computing all over again. We are trying to build the tools that will enable users to really transform their industries. Coming from a world that is quite far separated from venture capital, building up the network, building up the skills was an important part of that journey. I want to get to a world where quantum computing is really the way we're solving all of the hard problems.
Compassion guided Bigrim as Thailand's first European pharmaceutical company. From fighting cholera to contributing to the country's healthcare. Now returning to our roots in pharmaceuticals.
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. Always iterating.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
But not humble. So it has a tremendous impact on Korean architecture.
People tend to think the robot AI taking the job from them. We want to use the robot as a basic asset, meaning people have an income through the robot.
From space tech in India to robotics in Japan, Asia is driving.
Interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to the opening trade. 8:18 this Friday morning here in London. And the session looks like this. It's negative. DAX and CAC in particular under pressure. But broadly across Europe, we see weakness coming through. And it's pretty broad-based. Banks, financial services, the worst performers. Let's talk about the UK market, though. UK stock bulls await vindication in 2025 with an enticing discount and large shareholder payout tailwinds for the market. The FTSE 100 has managed a more than 5% gain this year. I'm seeing things. Though it's still lags the Euro Stoxx 50 and the S&P 500 by some margin. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Michael Masika with details on the UK's prospects. Good morning to you, Michael. So why are analysts positive then about the prospects for UK stocks this coming year? I feel like we've seen this movie before.
Yes, we've seen that before. Good morning. It's a market that is usually quite defensive. It's a market that does well when things go slightly wrong. For next year, a lot of uncertainty about tariffs, uncertainty about rate cuts. We just had that this week. Just more uncertainty is kind of good for the UK. You have a market where you have large caps, very cheap, with very high payouts, and a lot of defensive stocks in this market. So why not have a good year for UK stocks? I mean, on a relative basis, of course.
In terms of kind of how that manifests itself, is that just I buy this for the payouts, I buy this because I'm expecting M&A? Kind of walk us through, are there other factors at play here?
So we've seen it this year. The UK was one of the most active markets for M&A. So you have a lot of that in these markets, and it's mostly on mid caps, but you can see it's switched to large cap as well. There's like a willingness to bid for UK stocks because they are very, very cheap, even with a very comparable in a very comparable sector activity, like oil and gas, for example. You have UK oil and gas stocks trading at like a massive discount to their US peers when the business model is exactly the same. They're making the same kind of money. They're paying more dividends. They sometimes do more buybacks as well, but they're still trading on a very low multiple. So that needs to narrow somehow.
I'm surprised by how many Fed cuts were expectedly priced in this market, and not in the bond market, but in the equity market. You talked a little bit about positioning, and you've written certainly about the positioning story as well. But does the U.S. equity market really need Fed cuts priced into it to be the outperformer in 2025?
Probably not. To answer the question very shortly, the market doesn't need that many rate cuts, especially if the economy is doing well, which is what it's doing at the moment. And that's also the reason why the Fed's had some kind of a pivot. You have like some inflation pressure coming in. You don't know what's coming up with a tariff next year, how much inflationary are going to be Trump's policies. So, I mean, they're getting more cautious. The problem is you have a situation where the market comes like max out long, like asset managers are maxed out on U.S. futures. You had CTA that were almost maxed out as well. So you have a lot of forces in the market that pushed it higher this year, and suddenly, there's a little bit of a drawback and a pushback from the Fed. So you think maybe it's time to trim a bit the exposure.
Michael, can I ask you a slightly curveball question, perhaps? But, you operate in this area of light, which is quoted public companies. On the side, we see the rise of private markets, and that's been a theme that's been building for years. We've talked about it a lot on this programme. Is this having an impact? We talked about some of the mid-cap M&A stories, for example, in London. I wonder if that's a lot of take-privates. I just wonder what conversations are you having about that, or does that stay very much off your radar?
From what we see, there is a lot of interest in this, in take private, especially in the UK market. Now, having said that, we don't have like proper data to back how much this might continue or not. But we've seen it this year. There's a lot of interest from private equity into the UK market and into other markets. But if interest rates stay elevated or more elevated than we imagine, maybe financing is going to be more difficult, and you'll have less activity on that market.
All right, Bloomberg's Michael Masika. I'm sure we're going to be tapping you plenty into the next couple of days and into the new year. We thank you so much for joining us around the table. Let's talk about the other news this morning. President-elect Donald Trump is threatening the European Union with tariffs if member countries don't buy more American oil and gas. In a Truth Social post, Trump saying if the EU does not make up its deficit with the United States, quote, it's tariffs all the way. Joining us now is Will Kennedy, Bloomberg Senior Executive Editor for Energy and Commodities. So it begins. Will, how likely is it that those tariffs come, given that Ursula von der Leyen has already kind of made the opening offer on buying natural gas? Is this a kind of just saber rattling at this point?
I think Trump's pushing at a pretty open door here. Europe is buying a lot more oil and gas than it ever has done before. If we look at oil, we're up to 2 million barrels a day, 23% more than last year. If we look at gas, clearly the European economy can only function because it's replaced most of the gas it used to buy from Russia from the United States. I think that European officials have said that they would like to replace the remaining sliver of Russian gas, which is both LNG and this pipeline gas for Ukraine, which we think is likely to stop at the end of the year. I think officials would like to replace that probably with imported gas, mostly US, and the US is building more gas export plants. So on the gas side, I think clearly it could happen anyway, and Trump is sort of doing his thing.
This feels very transactional. Hasn't the problem been that actually the Biden administration has made it harder for us to buy gas out of the Americas? Like the messaging coming out of the Biden administration has been a little bit more difficult in terms of the narrative.
Well, they had put a moratorium on building new gas plants, but that hadn't impacted any gas exports now or in the next couple of years. Clearly, on a policy, from a policy perspective, the Biden administration in the EU talked a lot more about decarbonisation and perhaps not using as much gas. That talk is all going to go out the window. And honestly, when you look at what's going on in the German economy and the angst about energy prices in Europe, I think they're going to be pretty willing to buy what is, in a global context, good value energy from the US. So I think, Trump's putting himself in a place where he can almost make his point and declare victory.
There you are. Well, yes, sometimes we need some quick wins, don't we? What about the price of oil right now, Will, as we head towards the end of the year? $72.47 on Brent. I mean, drill, baby, drill has been a mantra. He seems to be happy to sell a lot more energy products to Europe. I wonder how low he's prepared to push prices.
I think he wants low prices. Clearly, in US politics, the price of gas, what people pay at the pump, is an enormously prominent, and it's really seen by a lot of American consumers as a proxy for inflation. So he won't want to see that rise. There is a little bit of gloom about the oil market next year, partly because US production will continue to rise, although how much Trump can actually make a difference, I think, is a moot point. Okay. But there are lots of things we don't know yet. We don't know what's going to happen to Iran, and we don't know what's going to happen to the Chinese economy.
Thank you so much, Will. Will Kennedy, Bloomberg Senior Executive Editor for Energy and Commodities. When we come back, we'll talk European politics some more. This is Bloomberg.
Dinner with friends without hinting at what you're thinking about? And do you ever get suggestions from your friends at dinner, this is what you should do? And how do you respond when they kind of say, maybe you should lower interest rates? You just keep eating or what?
You might define the word friend to mean doesn't ask you about interest rates. So, no, people don't do that generally. You know, people I don't know will always say, hey, cut rates. Somebody said that in the elevator this morning.
Did that influence you or no?
I said, thank you, sir. You know, and no, but I mean, you know, people say things, but, you know, it's fine.
So in some parts of the society these days, people are making decisions based on something called artificial intelligence, AI. Have you thought about, you know, calling up ChatGPT and saying, you know, here's all the data we have. What do you think about would be a good idea? Have you ever thought about that, or they're not going to likely do that?
We haven't done that. I mean, we have done little things like we've asked ChatGPT to generate questions for the press conference. And I'm happy to report for any journalists who are here that the questions were not as good as the ones we get from real journalists. So,
what about my questions? How do they compare to my questions? Okay.
No comment.
Right, so they weren't that great. Okay.
We felt strongly that there has been an opportunity for there to be an experience on mobile that is centered around gamers. Like, we talk a lot about how there's 3 billion gamers in the world. 2 of those billion play on mobile, and half of those actually play on mobile and they play on another device. But there isn't actually a gaming platform and store experience that is centered around players and goes truly across device, where who you are, your library, your identity, your rewards, that travels with you versus being locked to a single ecosystem. And we've recognized that opportunity for a long time, but we wanted to make sure that anything we built was really grounded in people who play those mobile native games and the creators of them. And so being joined with a team that has real deep expertise in mobile was important to us.
I'd like to suggest to the upcoming presidencies to be brave. Well, this was our slogan for our presidency: "Make Europe great again." This is our only chance. Thank you.
The Hungarian Prime Minister, of course, Viktor Orban, speaking at the EU Leaders Summit yesterday. Let's get more from that summit and what we've learned from it. Bloomberg understands that Viktor Orban has told European leaders that he wants to wait until the inauguration of Donald Trump before deciding whether to extend the bloc sanctions against Russia. Let's talk more about this. We're joined by Bloomberg's Ollie Krug. Ollie, how have those comments gone down with other leaders?
Yeah, so listen, Guy, I mean, Orban is kind of the disruptor in chief here on the EU on a number of different issues, but perhaps none more important than the issue of Ukraine, particularly when we're getting out of European leaders. Some of the same comments we've heard repeatedly from them since the beginning of the war, reiterated by von der Leyen last night. The main message today was full support for Ukraine as long as it takes. What that means is trying to bring in more sort of military gear to the battlefield, but realistically, that's really sort of maxed out here in Europe to a certain degree. There's not going to be any major breakthrough here. The real concern is actually subtracting some of the supportive measures, and that is namely on sanctions. We have had 15 rounds of sanctions from the European Union because these need to be re-upped every 6 months. They need to be re-ratified by the EU 27 members of whom, of course, Hungary is one of them, and can block it. What we understand is that Orban now is not willing to sort of roll over these sanctions until the inauguration of President Donald Trump. That is on January 20th. The next deadline for those sanctions to be rolled over is January 31st. And this is just sort of part of the whole constellation here in Brussels over the last 24 hours or 48 hours, where basically Trump is looming large over everything. And there's this very clear sense that Europe is really just in reaction mode, waiting for this presidency to come underway. And the question is, how much of an impact will Orban have? We are getting some other ideas. We should say, Valdis Dombrovskis, for example, the European Commissioner for the Economy, says that we shouldn't abandon the idea here in Europe of looking at not just taking the proceeds from the frozen Russian assets, but actually tapping the underlying Russian frozen assets, getting those to Ukraine. That is obviously much more complicated, much more controversial. When I spoke to the Luxembourg Prime Minister going into the meetings, he's part of all these discussions with all the leaders in Europe. He says that that's really not on the table, but this is something that some leaders want to continue exploring.
OK, and we were just looking at images of Volodymyr Zelensky arriving at the summit just this week, Ollie, and there's been some news flow surrounding Ukraine and Putin and the deal around gas for Europe. Fill in the gaps for us.
Yeah, so listen, this is something that has been a very sort of a strange feature of this war since the very beginning, where you still have Russian gas that's flowing through Ukraine. Ukraine's getting paid for that and then being delivered to Europe, which is paying that money to Russia, which is then using that money to wage its war on Ukraine, which, of course, the Europeans are trying to prevent and fighting against. This has been just a sort of very strange dynamic since the very beginning. And there are these sort of transit agreements that basically guarantee that this gas can go through Ukraine. Those were set to lapse at the end of this year. There was a lot of questions about how to maybe work around it, because this would hit a number of Eastern European economies within Europe, namely Slovakia. But basically, it will not be renewed. This is what we heard from Zelensky. This was something that we were sort of debating when we spoke to Zelensky earlier this year. The question is now, because this is only about 8% now of European gas, so it's not inconsequential. It's about 15 billion cubic meters of gas every year. That's down from the 150 that came from Russian pipelines before the war. But again, it still has something of a material impact. We saw natural gas prices go up about 6% yesterday, and the natural gas storage facilities right now are much lower than they are in traditional years here in Europe. But basically, overall, Europe is much better positioned to deal with this, but it's still significant within the market.
All right, Oliver Crook, we thank you so much for breaking the story down, joining us out of Brussels this morning. Let's take our news and look over at France as well, where Bank of France Governor Francois Villeroy de Gallo has urged the government to target a significant deficit reduction. New Prime Minister François Bayrou says he hopes to name a new government by Christmas. Joining us now to discuss the latest is Ludovic Subrin, chief economist over at Allianz and a member of the French Council of Economic Advisors. A pleasure to have you on the program, as always. Let's just start with how likely it is that we do actually get a budget. What does that timeline look like? Are we looking at months, weeks, days?
Well, it counts in months, in weeks and days. The idea is mid-February. So you see, you can count in all three units. Look, François Bayrou seems to be confident he could name a government before the end of this week. That means by COB tonight or before Christmas, he said. But more importantly, there are good grounds for a budget by mid-February that would be friendly, I would say, of the demands of the far-right party, which is really the topic. So that would be maybe a less ambitious budget, so less than a point of adjustment, fiscal adjustment. But that would, for example, not touch on healthcare and pensions, which is a big middle-class topic that the National Rally has been focusing on. And that would also be maybe less
गेस क्रूड ऑयल ब्रेक डाउन ही कर देगा लग रहा है. ब्रेक डाउन रीटेस्ट करेगा तो सेलिंग का कोशिश करेंगे. याद रखना फेक ब्रेक डाउन ना हो. फेक ब्रेक डाउन हुआ तो रिकवर भी कर सकता है. लंदन सेशन ओपन है, थोड़ा बहुत वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं टिल 3:30. ले चुका ऑलरेडी, अब बाइंग मत करो. मॉर्निंग पे एक बाइंग का ट्रेड बना था, थोड़ा बहुत बाइंग भी आई, काफ़ी होल्ड कर दिया. अब एक बार ऑलरेडी लास्ट टाइम यहाँ सपोर्ट ले चुका था, इसे सेकेंड टाइम. अगर एक फेक ब्रेकडाउन मिलता है तभी बाइंग करना, अदरवाइज ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट पे सेल. अगर मान लो एक कैंडल ऊपर क्लोज आती है या फिर इवन नीचे क्लोज होती है और वापस ऊपर रिकवर कर लेता है तो वापस एक बाइंग प्लान कर लेंगे. प्रॉपर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट हुआ तो फिर एक सेलिंग का प्लान रहेगा, नहीं तो. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम. एक थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग बनी थी, उसके बाद से ये बिल्कुल ही साइडवे चला गया. अच्छा वो सेकंड लेवल.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Tom Mackenzie.
And I'm Stephen Carroll.
A US government funding plan backed by Donald Trump and Elon Musk has been rejected by the Republican-led House of Representatives. The two men insisted Republican lawmakers abandon an earlier bipartisan deal and instead back a proposal to suspend the debt ceiling for 2 years. However, 38 members of Trump's party voted with Democrats against the proposal. Here's Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson speaking after the vote.
The only difference on this legislation was that we would push the debt ceiling to January of 2027. I want you all to remember that it was just last spring that the same Democrats berated Republicans and said that it was irresponsible to hold the debt limit, the debt ceiling hostage. What changed? It is, I think, really irresponsible for us to risk a shutdown over these issues on things that they have already agreed upon. I think you need to be asking them the questions about that.
But what's the next step?
We will regroup and we will come up with another solution.
Mike Johnson speaking after Elon Musk had called the bipartisan version of the stopgap funding deal, quote, a crime in a post on social media. He had urged lawmakers to shut down the government rather than pass it. Here's Democratic Representative Jamie Raskin on why he voted against the subsequent revised plan from Republicans.
We are an independent branch of government, and the U.S. Congress had an agreement that Democrats on both sides, Republicans on both sides agreed to, and it was blown up by a tweet by Elon Musk. And so there's no way we can reward that behavior.
The rejection of the revised bill sets the stage for a potential government shutdown set to begin later on Friday. Writing on his Truth Social network in the last hour, President-elect Donald Trump doubled down on his view that there should be no US government funding deal without the removal of the debt ceiling, adding, quote, remember the pressure is on whoever is president.
In a separate social media post in the past few hours, Donald Trump threatened the European Union with tariffs if the bloc doesn't buy more American oil and gas. The US is the biggest exporter in the world of liquefied natural gas, with Europe becoming a top buyer in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. More than half of American LNG exports went to the European Union last year.
Here in the UK, the government is mulling election finance rules as rumours swirl of a mega donation from Elon Musk. The tech billionaire is said to be weighing a donation of as much as £78 million to the right-wing Reform UK party. Bloomberg's James Woolcock has more.
£10 million. That's the largest amount ever given to any UK political party in one go. Elon Musk met with Reform UK's Nigel Farage this week and apparently was eyeing that record. Reform's deputy leader Richard Tice says all parties take donations.
I think an international businessman, as long as it's legal, under the Electoral Commission laws, as the Labour Party have accepted donations, as the Tory Party have accepted donations from international businessmen, yes, it's absolutely fine.
But it's those rules that Tice mentions that Labour are thinking about tightening. The election watchdog has long wanted to limit donations from companies like Twitter UK to how much they earn in Britain. Whether Labour choose to change those rules or not, it's yet another sign of the threat their party faces from reform if they can't deliver. In London, James Woolcock, Bloomberg Radio.
Peter Mandelson is set to be appointed the UK's ambassador to the US in an effort to spare Britain from being hit by any coming US trade tariffs. Bloomberg has learned the Labour Party veteran and former EU Trade Commissioner is expected to take the post next month. Prime Minister Keir Starmer set out the number one job for any new ambassador yesterday.
I'm not a fan of tariffs. We have to make sure that we avoid tariffs. We've got very good trade with the US, as we've got very good trade with other countries around the world. I want to improve on that.
Although Starmer has met Trump, relations between the two are seen as difficult. In a podcast last month, Mandelson said if he were in government, he would be trying to build a relationship with Elon Musk.
UK retail sales grew more slowly than expected in November as cost of living pressures weighed on consumer sentiment. The value or volume of goods sold in stores and online rose 0.2% last month. Economists had expected a 0.5% increase. The figures spell trouble for retailers ahead of the Christmas period, of course, as cost of living pressure and economic uncertainty continues to bite.
The Bank of England is promising a gradual approach to future interest rate cuts after it held rates steady in its decision yesterday. 3 of the 9 members of the Monetary Policy Committee voted for a cut despite 2 surprise overshoots in pay and inflation data this week. It's a sign the central bank is becoming less sensitive to data shocks and shifting to relying more on its own forecasts. Here's Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey.
I would caution a bit on the numbers we've seen this week. They were a bit of a surprise. I think it's surprised everybody, actually. Now, there was quite a bit of noise in the data coming from things that happened a year ago. There was a fairly unusual fall in the rate of growth of wages this time last year, which didn't last, and that's coming out of the series. So just a bit of caution.
Bailey was speaking after policymakers rejected traders' analysis that inflation in the coming months will prove too persistent to allow further reductions in borrowing costs. Markets are now pricing in 2 quarter-point rate cuts next year.
OK, those are your top stories on the markets. The European stock 600 is now down 0.9%. So the selling has accelerated just 8 minutes, of course, into the trading day this Friday. The FTSE 100 here in the UK is down 0.4%, dropping 33 points at 8,071. And on Wall Street, S&P E-minis are currently pointing lower by 0.3%.
That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now.
ठीक है, अच्छा फॉल आ रहा है क्रूड ऑयल में, गुड फॉल। स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकडाउन हो चुका है। काफ़ी होल्ड करने की कोशिश करी, नहीं कर पाया। ऑलरेडी एक बार सपोर्ट ले चुका था, सेकेंड टाइम मॉर्निंग पे कैंडल फर्स्ट ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना के बैठा था सीधा। पुल बैक आएगा तो फिर से री एंट्री कर सकते हैं, डायरेक्टली आ जाए तो और बेटर। डबल आवाज आ रही है? डबल आवाज किसकी आ रही, मेरी आ रही क्या डबल आवाज? या फिर न्यूज़ की वॉइस आ रही है? आई थिंक मेरी वॉइस आ रही होगी, न्यूज़ की तो नहीं आनी चाहिए। एक बार देख लेते हैं, एक सेकेंड। ऑडिबल? हेलो हेलो। सिंगल ही वॉइस आ रही है सर, एक बार रिफ्रेश कर लो, सिंगल ही वॉइस आ रही है। एक बार रिफ्रेश कर लो। मैंने चेक किया, मेरे सिस्टम पे एक ही दिखा शो हो रहा है। यूट्यूब को एक बार फिर से रीस्टार्ट कर लो रिफ्रेश करके। आ रही है चांसेर वाली जी वॉइस, या अब भी डबल डबल ही आ रही है वॉइस? ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल देखो ऊपर भी एक रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग था, वो तो आया नहीं वहां तक एग्जैक्टली। ये सपोर्ट भी ब्रेक ही हो चुका है। रीटेस्ट के लिए अगर फिर से आ जाए तो यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का इस तरह से प्लान करेंगे। ये जो पर्पल कलर की लाइन लगा रखी है वही रीटेस्ट जोन है, उस एरिया के अराउंड। लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है, वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा डाउन ही हो जाएगा, 330 हो चुका है ऑलरेडी। थोड़ा संभल के ट्रेड करना। नेचुरल गैस में भी वॉल्यूम बिल्कुल नहीं है। क्लोजिंग होते होते रीटेस्ट किया इसने, समझ गया। इसका ब्रेकडाउन तो यहाँ हुआ है ना मॉर्निंग पे, रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है यहाँ पर अभी भी। डबल आ रही है क्या वॉइस? नाउ अब बताओ कैसे आ रही है? इज माई वॉइस इज क्लियर? ये देखो मेरी वॉइस तो क्लियर आ रही है, देखो। इज आई एम ऑडिबल? गाइस लेट मी नो। इज क्लियर? ये देखो मेरी वॉइस तो क्लियर आ रही है, देखो। वॉइस क्लियर आ रही है, एक बार रिफ्रेश कर लो सर। सपोर्ट वॉइस क्लियर है ना? क्लियर वॉइस है, हाँ वही कह रहा हूँ, वॉइस क्लियर आ रही है। किसी को अगर थोड़ा सा वॉइस में कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ रही है तो एक बार रिफ्रेश कर लो, वॉइस क्लियर आ जाएगी। लोग अभी आए हैं, एक बार रिपीट कर देता हूँ। नेचुरल गैस मॉर्निंग पे गैप अभी ओपन हुआ था, ऊपर कोई रेजिस्टेंस है नहीं क्योंकि इतना पीछे लेवल दिख नहीं रहा है। या तो फॉरेक्स चार्ट यूज़ कर लो, फिर नहीं तो एमसीएक्स में कुछ लेवल नहीं है ऊपर, पिवट के अकॉर्डिंग ही लगा रखे हैं। थोड़ा बहुत रेजिस्टेंस था, थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई, फिर साइडवेज ही हो गया है। आना होगा तो नीचे आएगा, नहीं तो ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे देखते हैं इसमें। ओके एक सेकेंड। क्रूड ऑयल ने भी देखोगे तो मॉर्निंग पे सपोर्ट भी था, एक बार टेस्ट ले चुका था, काफ़ी ट्राई किया, फर्स्ट कैंडल ही ओपन इक्वल टू लो थी बट होल्ड करने की कोशिश करी, ऊपर एक सपोर्ट कल वाला था वो ब्रेक डाउन कर गया, वहाँ पर एक रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग था, वहाँ पर आया नहीं, ये भी सपोर्ट ब्रेक कर दिया, तो ये दोनों ही रीटेस्ट बन गए हैं। अब ऊपर आएगा तो यहाँ रीटेस्ट करेगा, अगर 5936 के अराउंड यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान देखेंगे, नहीं तो अगर यहाँ रीटेस्ट करता है तो इस एरिया के आसपास एक देखते हैं। ये ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट करेगा, आपका नेचुरल गैस लाइक अगर ये काफ़ी देर से होल्ड किया हुआ है, 2-3 बार अभी तक तो आ जाना चाहिए था नीचे, ज़्यादा देर में नहीं आया नीचे तो फिर ब्रेकआउट के चांसेस लगते हैं। तो अगर फिर यहाँ ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट इस तरह से होता है तो फिर वापस एक बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे। फॉरेक्स का चार्ट भी यूज़ कर सकते हो, वैसे बेटर रहेगा नेचुरल गैस में। डेटा की बात करें तो इम्पॉर्टेंट डेटा है शाम को 7 PM प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा, कोर पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए इम्पॉर्टेंट है। देन 8:30 कंज्यूमर सेंटिमेंट का डेटा, वो भी इम्पॉर्टेंट ही है आपका गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। बाकी 6:30 और 8 PM पे थोड़ी बहुत वॉलेटिलिटी हो सकती है न्यूयॉर्क सेशन एंड यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग की वजह से। हाँ, वॉल्यूम भी देखोगे ना अपने एवरेज से कम ही है यहाँ पर, लुक एट दिस, मॉर्निंग से मार्केट अपने मूविंग एवरेज वॉल्यूम से भी कम है, सुबह 9 बजे से वॉल्यूम कम ही है, बहुत ही कम है। जब तक अपने मूविंग एवरेज के ऊपर सस्टेन नहीं करता वॉल्यूम बहुत कम ही है, दोनों साइड मूव हो सकता है। एटलीस्ट अपने एवरेज के ऊपर रहना चाहिए मार्केट के वॉल्यूम को। क्रूड में भी देख लेते हैं एक बार। क्रूड का भी वही हाल है, मॉर्निंग से वॉल्यूम ही नहीं था इसमें बिल्कुल भी, 9:15 के बाद वॉल्यूम ही डाउन था, अभी थोड़ा बहुत पिकअप करना स्टार्ट किया है आफ्टर 2 PM, 1:32 PM आई थिंक, ये वही लंदन सेशन के बाद थोड़ा बहुत वॉल्यूम आया है, थोड़ा बहुत सस्टेन करता है तो वॉल्यूम मोमेंटम ठीक होना चाहिए इसमें, गुड वॉल्यूम, मूविंग एवरेज के तो ऊपर ही है। मॉर्निंग पे थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम होती है ना, वॉल्यूम ही कम रहता है, वही 6:30 के बाद ही आएगा कुछ प्रॉपर वॉल्यूम। गोल्ड और सिल्वर में कल वाली लेवल है, कुछ खास चेंज तो नहीं हुआ है। गोल्ड कल सपोर्ट एरिया से सपोर्ट लेके ऊपर गया था, वहीं पर रुका हुआ है फिलहाल के लिए, कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस तो बना नहीं है अभी बीच में। अगर ऊपर जाता है तो फिर यही हमारे पास रेजिस्टेंस एरिया ऊपर, ये पहले रीटेस्ट था अब रेजिस्टेंस ही बन गया। सिल्वर को भी देखोगे तो कल ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट हुआ था, उसके बाद अच्छा फॉल किया था, अब मैंने बताया था यहाँ पर MCX में एक सपोर्ट है, शायद वहीं से सपोर्ट लिया होगा। फॉरेक्स में नहीं दिख रहा है तो नहीं लगाया था। अब फॉरेक्स में नीचे कहाँ मिलेगा सपोर्ट, कह नहीं सकते एग्जैक्टली। ऊपर कोई सपोर्ट ही, नीचे कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है, दिख नहीं रहा है 15 मिनट में, या तो टाइम फ्रेम इंक्रीज करना पड़ेगा। सपोर्ट निफ्टी के लेवल दिखा सकते हो? निफ्टी मार्केट तो क्लोज हो गया ऑलरेडी, मार्केट क्लोज हो चुका है ऑलरेडी। बाकी उसमें डे हाई ही सपोर्ट था, डे लो एक रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है और कोई इसमें लेवल अभी फिलहाल है नहीं। 15 मिनट का चार्ट ही फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, एमसीएक्स का इक्विटी का चार्ट नहीं है। मॉर्निंग पे रेजिस्टेंस ही बनाया मार्केट ने, वहां से एक सेलिंग आई थी, अभी क्लोजिंग थोड़ा सपोर्ट पर ही हो रही है। दिस इज 15 मिनट निफ्टी फ्यूचर। तो सपोर्ट पे हुई है, देखते हैं होल्ड करता है नहीं करता है। ये हो चुका है इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज, बेरिस ही क्लोज हुआ है इंडियन मार्केट भी आज। लगभग 1.57% डाउन क्लोज हुआ है। डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे अगर देखें तो ऑलमोस्ट प्रीवियस 5 डेज से सेलिंग ही आई है मार्केट में। इस पूरे वीक में देखोगे मंडे से सेलिंग ही आई है कंप्लीटली। ऑलमोस्ट 4.79% गिरा है वीकली बेसिस पे। वीकली का भी सपोर्ट है यहाँ पर एक्चुअली, जहाँ पर क्लोज हुआ है मार्केट।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Stephen Carroll.
A U.S. government funding plan backed by Donald Trump and Elon Musk has been rejected by the Republican-led House of Representatives. The two men insisted Republican lawmakers abandon an earlier bipartisan deal and instead back a proposal to suspend the debt ceiling for 2 years. However, 38 members of Trump's party voted with Democrats against the proposal. Here's Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson speaking after the vote.
The only difference on this legislation was that we would push the debt ceiling to January of 2027. I want you all to remember that it was just last spring that the same Democrats berated Republicans and said that it was irresponsible to hold the debt limit, the debt ceiling hostage. What changed? It is, I think, really irresponsible for us to risk a shutdown over these issues on things that they have already agreed upon. I think you need to be asking them the questions about that.
What's the next step?
We will regroup and we will come up with another solution.
Mike Johnson speaking there after Elon Musk had called the bipartisan version of the stopgap funding deal a, quote, crime in a post on social media. He had urged lawmakers to shut down the government rather than pass it. Here's Democratic Representative Jamie Raskin on why he voted against the subsequent revised plan from Republicans.
We are an independent branch of government, and the U.S. Congress had an agreement that Democrats on both sides, Republicans on both sides agreed to, and it was blown up by a tweet by Elon Musk. And so there's no way we can reward that behavior.
The rejection of the revised bill sets the stage for a potential government shutdown set to begin later on Friday. Writing on his Truth Social network in the last few hours, President-elect Donald Trump doubled down on his view that there should be no U.S. government funding deal without the removal of the debt ceiling, adding, quote, remember the pressure is on whoever is president.
In a separate social media post in the past few hours, Donald Trump has threatened the European Union with tariffs if the bloc doesn't buy more American oil and gas. The US is the world's biggest exporter of liquefied natural gas, with Europe becoming a top buyer in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. More than half of American LNG exports went to the European Union last year.
Peter Mandelson is set to be appointed the UK's ambassador to the United States in an effort to spare Britain from being hit by any coming US trade tariffs. Bloomberg has learned the Labour Party veteran and former EU Trade Commissioner is expected to take the post next month. Prime Minister Keir Starmer set out the number one job for any new ambassador yesterday.
I'm not a fan of tariffs. We have to make sure that we avoid tariffs. We've got very good trade with the US, as we've got very good trade with other countries around the world. I want to improve on that.
Although Starmer has met Trump, relations between the two are seen as difficult. In a podcast interview last month, Mandelson said if he were in government, he would be trying to build a relationship with Elon Musk.
The UK government is mulling tougher election rules as rumours swirl of a mega donation from Elon Musk. The tech billionaire is said to be weighing a donation of as much as £78 million to the right-wing Reform UK party. Bloomberg's James Woolcock has more.
£10 million. That's the largest amount ever given to any UK political party in one go. Elon Musk met with Reform UK's Nigel Farage this week and apparently was eyeing that record. Reform's deputy leader Richard Tice says all parties take donations.
I think an international businessman, as long as it's legal, under the Electoral Commission laws, as the Labour Party have accepted donations, as the Tory Party have accepted donations from international businessmen, yes, it's absolutely fine.
But it's those rules that Tice mentions that Labour are thinking about tightening. The election watchdog has long wanted to limit donations from companies like Twitter UK to how much they earn in Britain. Whether Labour choose to change those rules or not, it's yet another sign of the threat their party faces from reform if they can't deliver. In London, James Woolcock, Bloomberg Radio.
UK retail sales grew more slowly than expected in November as cost of living pressures weighed on consumer sentiment. The volume of goods sold in stores and online rose 0.2% last month. Economists had expected a 0.5% increase. The figures spell trouble ahead for retailers during the crucial Christmas period as cost of living pressure and economic uncertainty continue to bite.
The Bank of England's promising a gradual approach to future interest rate cuts after it held rates steady in its decision yesterday. 3 of the 9 members of the Monetary Policy Committee voted for a cut despite 2 surprise overshoots in pay and inflation data this week. It's a sign the central bank is becoming less sensitive to data shocks and is shifting to relying more on its own forecasts. Here's BOE Governor Andrew Bailey.
I would caution a bit on the numbers we've seen this week. They were a bit of a surprise. I think a surprise to everybody, actually. Now, there was quite a bit of noise in the data coming from things that happened a year ago. There was fairly unusual fall in the rate of growth of wages this time last year, which didn't last, and that's coming out of the series. So just a bit of caution.
Bailey was speaking after policymakers rejected traders' analysis that inflation in the coming months will prove too persistent to allow further reductions in borrowing costs. Markets are now pricing in 2/4 point rate cuts next year. And those are your top stories on the market. Stock 600 now 1.1% lower. S&P E-minis on Wall Street are down 0.7. Nasdaq futures 1.1% lower. And the 2-year Treasury yield down 3 basis points to 4.29%. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll.
And I'm Kriti Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Not everybody likes talking about money. Some people find it awkward. Sometimes they even find it a little embarrassing. I do not. I like talking about money. Whether it's the boardroom, the newsroom, the trading floor, I've spent the last 30 years talking about money, writing about money, and talking about it and writing about it a little bit more. I'm Maren Somerset-Webb, and every week senior reporter John Steppick and I answer your questions about personal finance, and we discuss the best strategies for making the most of your money. Listen in for the kind of insights and explanations everyone can use to help them make better saving and investment choices for themselves and their families.
My question is whether you think maxing out my company pension match is enough for when it comes to saving for my pension.
Should I attempt to pay my child's university fees and living costs?
My partner and I have excess savings, so should we overpay on our mortgage or should we put the money into stocks?
From Bloomberg Podcasts, tune in to Maren Talks Money. Follow Maren Talks Money on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
कल रीटेस्ट के लिए आता है तो देखते हैं, आया नहीं है अभी तक रीटेस्ट में, थोड़ा अपर लेवल से रीटेस्ट प्लान करेंगे क्योंकि ऊपर भी एक रीटेस्ट है। फॉरेक्स का चार्ट किसमें, नेचुरल गैस में? मैं भी वही सोच रहा हूँ, एमसीएक्स में अगर ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो फिर लेवल बन दिखेंगे नहीं यहाँ पर कुछ भी। ऑलमोस्ट ब्रेकआउट पर ही खड़ा है रेजिस्टेंस के, देखते हैं होता है या नहीं होता है नेचुरल गैस में। फॉरेक्स चार्ट थोड़ा सा बेटर परफॉर्म दिखाएगा, लेवल ध्यान रखना। फॉरेक्स चार्ट में देखोगे इस लेवल से मार्केट, वाओ, 1 टाइम, 2 टाइम्स, 3 4 5, ये 5th टाइम इस लेवल पे खड़ा है मार्केट एक्चुअली फॉरेक्स चार्ट में। अभी तक तो ब्रेकआउट ही हो जाता है इसका, बट जिस तरह का प्राइस एक्शन है ऐसा लग तो रहा है ज़्यादा देर कंसोलिडेशन किया तो फिर जा सकता है उस केस में। इट इज ऑन रेजिस्टेंस, कंसोलिडेटिंग ऑन रेजिस्टेंस एरिया इन फॉरेक्स चार्ट, 15 मिनट। आई थिंक ये बिग बनाई है, इसकी वजह से रुका है। तो लास्ट टाइम यहाँ पर आया था तो एक फेक ब्रेकआउट ऐसे कर चुका है विग बना के, बट लगता नहीं इस बार अगर थोड़ा और कंसोलिडेशन किया तो जाएगा। ऊपर निकलता है तो 3.367 एंड 3.432 वो एक मेजर रेजिस्टेंस, 15 मिनट। ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना है कैंडल इन नेचुरल गैस, Why natural gas is consolidating so much? ब्रेकआउट लग रहा है मुझे तो। फॉरेक्स चार्ट दिखाऊं और क्लियरिटी मिलेगी। एमसीएक्स में कोई लेवल नहीं है ना, इसलिए ज़्यादा दिख नहीं रहा है यहाँ पर। फॉरेक्स चार्ट है थोड़ा सा क्लियरली जो थोड़ा शो कर रहा है एक्चुअल में कंडीशन क्या है यहाँ पर। ओके दिखाऊं फॉरेक्स चार्ट ही लगा दूं, बेटर रहेगा मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। व्हाट डू यू से गाइस? नेचुरल गैस में फॉरेक्स चार्ट लगा दें ऊपर, थोड़ा प्राइस एक्शन, तब तक नेचुरल गैस भी बिल्डअप कर देगा एमसीएक्स में। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस ये फॉरेक्स का चार्ट है एफएक्स ओपन ब्रोकर का। ये है रेजिस्टेंस पर ही, यहाँ पर देखोगे ना ये रेजिस्टेंस एरिया को। तो एक बार सेलिंग यहाँ से आ चुकी है, दूसरी बार यहाँ से आ चुकी है, उसके बाद यहाँ पर प्राइस एक्शन देखो कैसा बना रखा है इसने। फिर से सेलिंग दिख रहा होगा, कुछ खास कर नहीं रहा है। अगर ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो और ऊपर चला जाएगा यहाँ से। वॉल्यूम नहीं है इसलिए थोड़ा बहुत रुक रहा है, नहीं तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ये निकल ही जाएगा ऊपर। सेलिंग आनी होती है कल ही, मार्केट रेजिस्टेंस पे थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग वहीं से आ जाती है इसमें। लास्ट होप कह सकते हो, अगर नहीं आया नीचे तो फिर ब्रेकआउट किया तो ऊपर जरूर जाएगा, लेकिन हाँ याद रखना अगर ये अभी ब्रेकआउट हुआ नहीं है प्रॉपरली बड़ी कैंडल के साथ, अगर इसने ये नीचे स्विंग ब्रेक कर दिया वापस, तो फिर सेलिंग भी बड़ी अच्छी आएगी। तो जब तक ये इसी रेंज में है तब तक तो ये कुछ खास करने वाला नहीं है। वॉल्यूम आएगा तो शायद उसके बाद कुछ बड़ा मूव हो जाए। अभी के लिए बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज कह सकते हो, या फिर क्या कहना चाहते हो इसको, साइडवेज कह सकते हो, है पड़ा हुआ है साइडवेज ही। एमसीएक्स में वहाँ पर लेवल नहीं है इसलिए लगा नहीं रखा, बिकॉज ऊपर का चार्ट दिख नहीं रहा है एमसीएक्स चार्ट में, ध्यान रखना। हाँ एफईजी है क्रूड पे नीचे। एफईजी है ना, यहाँ पर ये छोटा सा एफईजी बना हुआ है 5853 टू 5860 के बीच में। करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। नेचुरल गैस भी ऐसा लग रहा है ब्रेकआउट ही करेगा ऊपर। ब्रेकआउट करे तो एक बड़ी कैंडल से करे, ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा, नहीं तो साइडवेज चला जाए टिल 5:30 या 6:30 तो फिर कोई बचेगा नहीं ट्रेड करने के लिए। फॉरेक्स चार्ट काफ़ी बड़ा कंसोलिडेशन है। फिजी से रिटर्न क्रूड मैंने लगाया नहीं है, तो मैं वहाँ से मार्क करके नहीं लगा रहा हूँ अभी। मर्ज कर देते हैं, काफ़ी बड़ा लेवल है। सही कह रहे हो। एफजी पे अभी एग्जैक्टली वाले एफजी पे आया नहीं है शायद। 5840 है ना शायद, 5840 के समथिंग है शायद। 5 9 15 12 13। ओके, एक सेकंड मार्क करके लगा ही देता हूँ। सीधा तो लगाया ना। रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है अभी भी, ध्यान रखना। रीटेस्ट किया नहीं है प्रॉपरली, मार्केट ने सीधा ही आ गया था ब्रेक डाउन करके। ओके, ये भी एक एफईजी है। कितने एफईजी बने हुए हैं इसमें? ठीक है, यहाँ पर भी एक एफईजी है, बहुत छोटा सा, रुका तो है प्राइस। दिस इज ऑल्सो एफईजी। एफई से ले रहे हो थोड़ा संभल के लेना, ठीक है, एसएल अपना थोड़ा स्ट्रिक्ट रखना। नीचे वाला एफईजी तो कई बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, अब होल्ड करेगा नहीं पता नहीं। ऊपर वाला एफईजी पे पहली बार आ रहा है प्राइस ऑन दिस एफईजी एरिया। बहुत ही स्मॉल सा है एफईजी। बाकी ये जो नीचे वाला एफईजी है ये तो ऑलरेडी 2-3 बार टेस्ट कर चुका है इस लेवल को। 1 2 नेचुरल गैस ब्रेकआउट पर है गाइस। फॉरेक्स में भी देखोगे तो वॉल्यूम पता नहीं आएगा नहीं आएगा। इट इज़ ऑलमोस्ट ऑन ब्रेकआउट राइट नाउ। वो ये क्या हुआ? लाइक भी करते रहो guys. Don't forget to like this stream. $5,840. Yep. One time, two time. This is third time. है, उसका एक रीटेस्ट भी पेंडिंग है ना वहाँ पे। ओके यहाँ पे याद रखना है कि एफईजी है इसलिए रुक रहा है थोड़ा बहुत। बाई करोगे थोड़ा सा एसएल बड़ा रहेगा। बहुत ही छोटा सा एफईजी है बट है वहां पर। 445 हो चुका है, लेट्स होप वॉल्यूम आ जाए। नेचुरल गैस का ब्रेकआउट हो चुका है फॉरेक्स में। फॉरेक्स में भी ब्रेकआउट हो गया इसका।
Other than the fact that this is much shorter, we're talking less than 120 pages here compared to over 1,500. What got you there?
Well, there's still a lot I don't like about it. I think that the disaster appropriation is excessive. I hate the farm subsidies, and I don't like the blanket debt extension. But here's what's the overwhelming factor for me, and that is I want Donald Trump to succeed. And he believes that this is necessary in order to set up his administration at its outset for success, and that weighs very heavily in my calculations.
Well, and certainly the president-elect had been advocating for either a lifting of the debt ceiling or suspending it entirely before he lifts office. Even if you are willing to vote for this to help his future success, Congressman, how many of your colleagues do you think might not be able to swallow this particular measure? And I guess the following question after that is how many Democrats would need to sign on?
Well, I can't read minds and I can't tell fortunes, but I can tell you this. Every Republican in the House of Representatives, and I believe every Republican in the Senate, wants Donald Trump to succeed. And I believe that that is going to carry the day, either through a suspension vote tonight if Democrats join us, or through a rules vote tomorrow if they don't.
Well, as you talk about the success that you would like to see unimpeded for Donald Trump, do you see Elon Musk as playing a role potentially in disrupting that? It seemed to a lot of us yesterday as though Elon Musk was getting ahead of the president-elect with his pushback against this measure. What role should he be playing in this when he is not a democratically elected representative like you are?
Well, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and the entire DOGE team carries enormous credibility when it comes to cutting excess spending. They have no official role, but their influence is enormous, and they give credibility to the president-elect when he says that by raising the debt limit over the next 2 years, we're giving him the time to put in the reforms that are necessary to put us back on a course to fiscal responsibility. So I think Musk and Ramaswamy and the DOGE team give the president enormous credibility in asking for passage of this bill today.
Well, as we consider their objectives in the incoming administration, we do know legislatively the president-elect would like to see a lot done, including border and energy measures and, of course, ultimately a massive tax reform package. As you well know, sir, I'm sure there is conversation as to whether or not it should be 2 budget reconciliation packages or 1 big one. Just given the difficulty with which keeping the government open past tomorrow at midnight has proven to be, how confident are you that you could get through 2 reconciliation packages early in Trump's term when your majority that you are part of is going to be even smaller than it is now?
Well, the reconciliation process is a brilliant system that can bring spending in line with revenue when it's used properly. And that is that both houses have to agree to a budget resolution with top-line numbers on both the discretionary and the mandatory side. The appropriators are bound by discretionary numbers. The individual committees are then sent reconciliation instructions to change the laws in order to bring mandatory spending into line. It hasn't been used that way for 30 years, but it's there as a very important tool. And as far as getting a consensus around those numbers, that requires what this whole building is about. Deliberation, coming together, talking these issues out, sitting in the same room and yelling at each other until we come to a common conclusion. That's the whole essence of the legislative process. And I always have had great confidence in that when it's used properly, when it's used as it was designed.
Do you still have confidence in House Speaker Mike Johnson to lead that process in the 119th Congress, given the events of the last few days?
I think he's done the best he can with the hand he's been dealt. And when you talk about replacing him with another speaker, you've got to find someone in his right mind who wants that job. And anybody who wants that job is by definition not in his right mind. So I think Mike is going to remain as speaker.
But do you think it could take multiple rounds of voting to get him there in January, like we saw with his predecessor, Kevin McCarthy?
Again, sadly, I was born without the powers of prophecy. I can't answer that question. Ask me the day after it happens.
Well, fair enough, sir. Hopefully you can answer this next one, as you are chair of the subcommittee on immigration, integrity, security, and enforcement in the House Judiciary Committee. And we also know that among one of the first things Donald Trump would like to address is immigration, as he's promised mass deportations, which, as we all also are aware, could be a very expensive endeavor and difficult to pull off. From your perch, do you have any concerns about the way in which this may be conducted, or if it can be done as expediently as the president-elect would like?
No, it's a very simple matter of actually enforcing the laws. If we're not going to enforce our immigration laws, we have no immigration laws. If we have no immigration laws, we have no border. And if we have no border, we have no country. This nation has suffered the worst illegal mass migration in recorded history. Very few nations that I'm aware of down through history have survived such an event as we are now in. I met with Tom Homan and a number of other members of the House today, and he is absolutely dedicated to enforcing the law. That is as simple as it can get. It's going to be very expensive. It's going to require many, many months. But I believe that it has to happen if we're going to restore the integrity of our nation's borders and our nation's sovereignty.
Congressman, before we let you go, and I don't want to ask you to be a prophet again, but does your gut instinct tell you this new continuing resolution can pass on the first try if it does indeed come to a vote this evening, or will it have to go through the Rules Committee?
Well, again, it'll be taken up this evening on a suspension vote. That requires 2/3 of those present and voting. If it fails on that, then it will be presented to the House tomorrow under a rule, which requires a simple majority vote.
मार्केट का देखो, क्रूड नेचुरल गैस में ब्रेकआउट तो हो गया है, रीटेस्ट अभी भी पेंडिंग है। लेट्स होप रीटेस्ट करे ये ऊपर। ये एमसीएक्स में तो लेवल है नहीं, रिमूव कर दिया, इसलिए फॉरेक्स में अगर ये करेगा रीटेस्ट तो बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे। एक नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस फिर सीधा वो ऊपर ही है काफी, 3400। ये एफएक्स ओपन ब्रोकर का चार्ट है, ध्यान रखना। अलग अलग ब्रोकर में थोड़ा बहुत प्राइस ऊपर नीचे हो सकता है, लाइक दिस। पीएम हो चुका है तो थोड़ा मोमेंटम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे, होना चाहिए। देखना ये फॉरेक्स में जो मोमेंटम होता है वो एमसीएक्स में उतना एक्यूरेट नहीं होता, ठीक है, फ्यूचर चार्ट में।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the latest on a possible government shutdown with a midnight deadline now just hours away. A revised funding plan backed by President-elect Donald Trump and Elon Musk has been rejected in the Republican-led House. That's after Musk and Trump both came out against a previous bipartisan stopgap measure. House Speaker Mike Johnson spoke after 38 members of his own party voted alongside nearly all Democrats against the proposal.
Very disappointing to us that all but 2 Democrats voted against aid to farmers and ranchers, against disaster relief, against all these bipartisan measures that had already been negotiated and decided upon. Again, the only difference on this legislation was that we would push the debt ceiling to January of 2027.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says Republicans will regroup and come up with another solution. Ahead of the vote, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries called the latest plan laughable.
One or two puppet masters weigh in, and the extreme MAGA Republicans decide to do the bidding of the wealthy, the well-off, the well-connected, millionaires and billionaires, not working-class people.
House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries says Republicans are driving the government toward a shutdown.
Well, Nathan, President-elect Trump weighed in on Truth Social after the vote, saying there should be no government funding deal without removing the debt ceiling. As he put it, the pressure is on whoever is president. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance says Democrats are just trying to make things harder for a second Trump administration.
They would rather shut down the government and fight for global censorship. They've asked for a shutdown, and I think that's exactly what they're going to get.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance says Democrats don't want to give Trump negotiating leverage during his first year. But Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin says his party mostly voted against the new plan after the original agreement blew up.
I heard one Republican colleague say now it's President Musk and J.D. Vance as vice president. But where does that leave Donald Trump, the president-elect?
Democrat Jamie Raskin rejected the deal that would have set March 14th as the new funding deadline.
Well, Karen, President-elect Trump is also taking to Truth Social to issue a new trade threat. He's warning the European Union he'll hit the block with tariffs unless it increases purchases of American oil and gas. The U.S. is the world's biggest exporter of liquefied natural gas. More than half of American LNG exports already went to the EU last year in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Well, elsewhere overseas, Nathan, a delegation of American diplomats has arrived in Syria this morning to meet with representatives of several Syrian factions. One of them is the rebel group HTS, which is designated as terrorists and overthrew the country's longtime dictator Bashar al-Assad.
Well, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the U.S. has received positive signs from HTS. Karen, he spoke to Bloomberg about plans for engaging with Syria.
I think it's important to have direct communication. It's important to speak as clearly as possible, to listen, to make sure that we understand as best we can where they're going and where they want to go.
Secretary of State Blinken also says he's been in close contact with the incoming Trump administration. He says he wants to give them the best possible hand to play in geopolitical conflicts around the globe.
Well, we want to turn to the markets now, Nathan, and traders' attention turns today to the last major data point of 2024, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index for November. It comes after yesterday's figures showed faster than expected economic growth and robust consumer spending. Those numbers weaken the case for imminent rate cuts after Fed Chair Jay Powell signaled a hawkish pivot earlier this week. RBC chief economist Francis Donald says economic data are likely not the only factor influencing the Fed's strategy.
This is really a Federal Reserve that, even though they say they're not incorporating the effect of Trump policies, or some of them are, but some of them are not, is absolutely internalizing what they expect to come next. It is in their psyche, it is in their biases. They are afraid of inflation. And Powell, while trying to speak out of both sides of his mouth, really gave the impression that the Fed is focused on what those CPI, PCE numbers are going to look like, and therefore that's what the market will be focused on.
RBC chief economist Francis Donald says while sectors like manufacturing and housing face real price pressures, the AI and productivity boom may help sustain growth into next year.
Well, Karen, Bitcoin hit a record high above $108,000 this week on hopes of crypto-friendly policies in the Trump administration. But the Fed's pivot has set the token down more than 10% since then. Right now, it's above $94,000. Still, many are bullish on Bitcoin, including ARK Investment Management CEO Cathie Wood.
If institutional investors are looking at this new asset class more seriously, and Bitcoin is really the first of its kind in a new asset class and will be, we believe, the biggest opportunity of them all, they must consider an allocation.
ARK CEO Cathie Wood tells Bloomberg she thinks Bitcoin could top $1 million by 2030.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. Thursday Night Football to start Week 16 in L.A. Chargers and Broncos, a battle in the AFC West, and Denver had an 11-point lead with 3 minutes left in the third quarter. L.A. came back. Justin Herbert, 2 fourth-quarter touchdown passes. Chargers won 34-27. Both teams are 9-6. The start of the 12-team, 11-game college football playoff tonight In-state battle between Indiana and Notre Dame in South Bend. Both teams come in 11-1. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
Not everybody likes talking about money. Some people find it awkward. Sometimes they even find it a little embarrassing. I do not. I like talking about money. Whether it's the boardroom, the newsroom, the trading floor, I've spent the last 30 years talking about money, writing about money, and talking about it and writing about it a little bit more. I'm Maren Somerset-Webb, and every week senior reporter John Steppick and I answer your questions about personal finance, and we discuss the best strategies for making the most of your money. Listen in for the kind of insights and explanations everyone can use to help them make better saving and investment choices for themselves and their families.
My question is whether you think maxing out my company pension match is enough for when it comes to saving for my pension.
Should I attempt to pay my child's university fees and living costs?
My partner and I have excess savings, so should we overpay on our mortgage or should we put the money into stocks?
From Bloomberg Podcasts, tune in to Maren Talks Money. Follow Maren Talks Money on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
क्रूड ऑयल में भी नीचे देखो सपोर्ट है, वो एफईजी के नीचे से कैंडल क्लोज हो गई, बहुत छोटा सा एफईजी था वो, नीचे सपोर्ट से भी बाइंग कर सकते हैं वहां पर, या एफईजी को चाहो तो रिमूव भी कर सकते हो। ठीक है, इस एफईजी को रिमूव कर सकते हैं अब, इसकी जरूरत नहीं है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 30 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट रखते हैं। कितने बजे? 7 PM पे एक डेटा भी है, ध्यान रखना। 6:30 पे शायद थोड़ा वॉल्यूम और आ जाए। नेचुरल गैस फॉरेक्स का चार्ट लगाया, एमसीएक्स का चार्ट लगाया नहीं है।
to do that for them because of the AI engine, because of the ability to deliver those tailored insights and giving clues in terms of what are the best decisions to act upon the insights.
The Fed cutting interest rates by 25 basis points at yesterday's FOMC meeting. And as we look ahead to 2025, many are wondering where the Fed sees the neutral rate of interest in the post-pandemic economy. That's the subject of our next guest's latest column. Joining us now, Nick Timmerose, Chief Economics Correspondent at the Wall Street Journal. Nick, the neutral rate, we'll know it by the whites of its eyes or something, right? It's like this highly unscientific thing that the Fed is trying to achieve. What is that process going to look like over the next couple of years?
Well, it's hard to say. You know, it's an interesting concept because if you go back more than 10 years, this wasn't something the Fed was talking about publicly. And even if you look through the transcripts, it wasn't something that really played a big role in their thinking. It was only after the long spell of the lower bound when then Fed Chair Janet Yellen began to socialize this idea that maybe rates would be lower for longer because the neutral rate had fallen. And so now it's something that, you know, obviously gets a lot more attention, and the Fed puts a proxy for the neutral rate in their economic projections.
Well, and Nick, I guess I should, let me just stop you before you go on, because it occurs to me that not everybody even knows what the neutral rate means. So first, tell people who are watching what we even mean by the neutral rate.
Yeah, that's helpful. Think about what the right interest rate would be to keep inflation at the 2% goal, so to have low and stable inflation with maximum employment. What is the interest rate that best gets you there and keeps you there when there aren't shocks hitting the economy? Now, that's unusual, kind of a nirvana-like scenario where you'd be hitting your goals and there aren't any shocks hitting. But if you kind of can back out where that might be, you can use that to figure out whether, should you be stepping on the gas pedal or stepping on the brake as you set interest rates to try to keep the car going at the right even speed.
And then, Nick, we have this other complicating factor, which you write about, which is that as the Fed tries to figure out here where neutral is at, we have Trump moving back into the White House and all this fiscal policy uncertainty. So how does that play into this as well?
It just adds even more uncertainty, all of this. So if you go back before the election, and you listen to what Fed officials were saying as they prepared to and then began to cut interest rates, it seemed as if the big story for 2025 was going to be, all right, we know we don't need to stay at, it was then 5.25% to 5.5% Fed funds rate. So we're going to go lower, but are we going to go into the mid threes, the low threes, the low fours, the high twos? What's the destination? Where are we going here? And now, on top of trying to figure out that destination, I think and you saw this yesterday with some of their inflation projections, stepping back and saying, well, wait a minute, are we even going to be able to do that if we're hit with new shocks, potentially to growth or inflation from changes on trade and immigration and deregulation?
Nissan, Honda, Nissan going after Honda. Is this a pragmatic deal, Carlos, or a desperate roll of the dice?
No, in my opinion, it's a desperate move. It's not a pragmatic deal because, frankly, the synergies between the two companies are difficult to find. There is practically no complementarity between the two companies. They are on the same markets. They have the same products. The brands are very, very similar. So in a certain way, from one side, Nissan, it's a desperate move to try to find the future. And from the other side, Honda, which, if I understand well, they were not very excited about this move. But, you know, you have to count with METI in Japan. That means the METI had a big say into it. So at the end of the day, they're trying to figure out something that could marry the short-term problems of Nissan and the long-term vision of Honda.
Do you think Nissan is being do you think Honda is being pushed into this deal by the economy ministry? There's politics pushing this deal, Carlos, rather than the value of the deal?
Without any doubt for me. That means having lived in Japan for so many years, I understand how influent can the METI be. And I can tell you that from all the data that I received about the performance of Nissan, which has been miserable for the last, at least for the last 2 to 3 years, they have cash problem, they have investment problems, they're being really hammered in the United States, they got practically out of Europe, they're being challenged in China, and there is no plan in front of it. So I can tell you that there is panic mode inside Nissan.
Well, if they're in panic mode, it then pushes the idea that the economy ministry, as you say, are in a do whatever it takes moment for Nissan?
Yeah, well, there is, in my opinion, there is no industrial logic to it. But as you know, there is a moment where you have to choose between performance and control. Obviously, if you can have both, it's the better. But there are moments where you have to choose. And without any doubt, with the METI and everything I know from it, they prefer control on performance. So they pushed Honda into the deal without any doubt.
Today, Congress fails to pass a federal spending bill. They have till midnight to avoid a government shutdown.
Vladimir Putin's signaling he's open to peace talks on Ukraine, but also warning of missile duels with the West.
And how Hollywood's pivoting to reconnect with blue-collar and conservative Americans.
It's Friday, December 20th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool.
And I'm Christopher Waljesper in Chicago.
When you hear LSEG data and analytics, what do you think of? Comprehensive data you can trust. Industry abilities.
A federal spending bill. Congress has, for the second time this week, failed to pass a federal spending bill that would stave off a government shutdown ahead of the holidays. President-elect Donald Trump nixed the first bipartisan deal, setting the stage for a partial shutdown beginning at midnight tonight. TSA agents at airports around the U.S. and Border Patrol agents are just some of the federal workers who might suddenly be without a paycheck. Our political correspondent, Bo Erickson, was at the Capitol.
So one new element in this second round plan was to raise the debt limit for 2 additional years. And this was an ask by President-elect Trump. However, it was raising that debt limit threshold that ultimately sank the bill for many conservatives. That is something that they could not put their name behind.
And ultimately, what does this tell us about President-elect Trump's relationship with Congress and his own party members?
I think this is proving already to be a wild card here for the second Trump administration. What we will be watching for is whether more Republicans fall in line with President-elect Donald Trump's plans for funding the government, because he did weigh in and said if Republicans are not supporting these plans, then he thinks that they should be primaried in the next election against them. But as we saw the votes last night, on the floor, there were more Republicans who went against their own party than even some of the most outspoken members were predicting.
Russian President Vladimir Putin says he's ready to compromise on Ukraine in possible talks with US President-elect Donald Trump. Speaking at an hours-long press conference with journalists and citizen callers, Putin spoke of missile duels with the United States, a meeting with Trump, as well as Syria's ousted leader Bashar al-Assad, and inflation overheating Russia's economy. Reporter Jonathan Landay is in Washington covering Putin's remarks.
Mr. Putin said while he was ready to compromise in possible talks with President-elect Donald Trump, and had no conditions for starting talks with Ukrainian authorities, he made clear, at least for now, that those authorities do not include Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, who he says has not been reelected to another term. Now, what he leaves unsaid, at least in these comments, are whether or not he is dropping the conditions that he has long had for such talks. And those conditions include Ukraine surrendering to Russia what's left of the territories that Russia is occupying. He also says Ukraine cannot join NATO and must remain neutral.
So Putin's comments were varied, right? At one point, he sounded maybe ready to negotiate. The next, he was talking about a missile duel with the US. Is there any sort of tactic to Putin's rhetoric?
The fact is that he painted the war in Ukraine as a success, and yet, according to US and British officials, Russia has lost in casualties and dead more than 500,000 men. Moreover, we are approaching the 3rd anniversary of this war, and it shows no signs of abating at this point.
The suspect in the killing of United Health executive Brian Thompson has been arraigned on federal charges of murder and stalking. Luigi Mangione also faces state charges of murder and terrorism in New York. Federal prosecutors could seek the death penalty for the federal murder charge, a punishment that's been abolished in New York State for decades.
Top officials from the Biden administration are in Damascus today to meet new Syrian authorities led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. That's according to the State Department and marks the first official meeting between Washington and Syria's de facto new rulers.
A Georgia appeals court has disqualified Fulton County DA Fani Willis from the 2020 election interference case against Donald Trump. In a 2-1 ruling, the appeals court in Atlanta found that a romantic relationship between Willis and a former top deputy, Nathan Wade, created a, quote, significant appearance of impropriety. Any idea of the price tag for some of the more sought-after toys or gifts this holiday season? Surprisingly, it's $10 or less. Target and Walmart are stocking shelves with more toys and gifts like Barbie dolls and Old Spice Holla Dudes body wash, hoping to reel in cost-conscious shoppers. Jessica DiNapoli has been looking into the strategy.
Consumers are very worn out from years of inflation, which hurts lower income people the most. People are cash strapped and having to pay more for basics. Data shows that people earning less than 50 grand a year are increasing their spending by only a little bit from last year, and their spending has lagged behind middle and upper income people. So retailers who are already facing a lackluster holiday season need lower income consumers to come in and shop.
So why is $10 the magical price point?
An expert explained to me that $10 basically has psychological power. It's low enough that you can buy something new at $10, and if it doesn't work out, it's not going to break your bank.
And if you've got toys on the brain right now with all this holiday shopping, listen to this week's episode of Econ World, where Carmel Crimmins hears about how America's toy makers are preparing for Trump 2.0. It's out now wherever you get your podcasts, and there's a link in the pod description.
As we look ahead to the new year, Hollywood is preparing a shift in the type of films and TV series that'll hit the big screens or streaming next year. And as our entertainment reporter Don Chmielewski has been reporting, producers are looking into some well-trod genres, hoping for box office wins.
So Hollywood has looked at the success of Western-focused series like Yellowstone, which actually attracted nearly 4 times the audience of a series like Succession. And they looked at it as perhaps signaling the audience's desire for a different type of story that sees people outside of coastal America. And another note that the industry observed was the surprising commercial success of a film called Sound of Freedom, which was a 2023 thriller based on the story of a Homeland Security agent who rescues kids from sex trafficking. It was a movie that really caught on with conservative audiences and those in the religious community. So the studios saw this as signaling an interest in a kind of content that they weren't providing.
Now, it feels notable that we're seeing this shift in programming right after the 2024 presidential election. Does this coincide with what we're seeing politically?
Yeah, Hollywood executives are sort of flinching when I suggest that perhaps this is in reaction to the election. Rather, they see it as a validation of a programming strategy, that there are parts of this country that are interested in different types of storytelling. They want to see themselves reflected in the same way that Hollywood reflects other populations in its storytelling. There are others within the creative community who worry that perhaps certain types of stories will no longer be told. One executive shared an email in which a project was deemed too political. Another showrunner was in the process of closing a deal for a series that had a diverse cast. And the day after election, the project was canceled. Now, it could well have been a coincidence of timing, but that is not how this showrunner interpreted what transpired.
In today's ever-evolving markets, to gain the edge in your business, you want effortless access to the data you need, where and how you want it. LSEG's Data Universe offers unmatched breadth and depth of trusted data and news, offered seamlessly with a flexible, open approach that's led by you on the cloud or on premises. Experience the advantage of unparalleled historical data and a choice across the latency spectrum powered by market-leading technology.
Today,
10 minutes every weekday. I'm Christopher Wall.
Liverpool.
Hear LSEG Data Analytics with LSEG Data.
Dozens of strangers to rape her. Dominique Pellicot has been found guilty of repeatedly drugging and raping his wife for almost a decade, and inviting dozens of strangers to rape her while she was unconscious in their home. He's been sentenced to 20 years in prison. The trial has shocked France and reverberated around the world. Juliette Jabkiro is in Avignon.
Gisèle Pellicot's courage has really resonated with French women and also has really shocked all of France and even beyond. And so her case has raised awareness around sexual violence within a couple and also around drug-facilitated assault. And so many women have been able to identify with her because contrary to previous prominent sexual violence cases in France, she's a normal person. So people in her can see themselves or their mother or their grandmother. And so it has really prompted like a lot of soul searching. France has like this hotline for women who are victims of violence. And in the past few weeks and months, they've seen like a wave of callers talking about drug-facilitated assault, thinking that maybe they have been victims.
And you've also written that this has prompted medical professionals to go through a kind of soul searching to re-examine how they respond to potential victims, right? How has that manifested itself?
To think that this woman went to see doctors for years and years and no one thought that maybe she was a victim of drug-facilitated assault. And so it has really sort of awoken all medical professionals. And so now many of them are seeking training.
President-elect Donald Trump is attacking a bipartisan measure aimed at averting a government shutdown. Trump, along with Elon Musk, claims the stopgap spending bill is a giveaway to Democrats. Instead, he's asking Congress to rewrite the spending bill just days before funding expires and is asking to raise the nation's debt ceiling. And he has a warning for those that break ranks. Politics editor Scott Malone is in Washington.
Congress came into the day thinking, okay, we need to pass funding to keep the government running past Saturday when the partial shutdown would begin because they're out of money, and run it through March 14th. But Trump then moved the goalposts and moved them substantially. He said that what he wants Congress to do before he takes office is to eliminate the United States government's, federal government's debt ceiling. It's exceptionally politically sensitive and it carries real risks. If the U.S. ever were to actually break its debt ceiling, it would be in technical default on its bonds, and that would shake the U.S. Treasury market and really shake global markets. The second piece of the ask from Trump is that they pass what's called a clean continuing resolution that doesn't include any other priorities in it. The deal that they had reached on Tuesday included money for farmers. It included more than $100 billion in disaster aid for North Carolina and Florida, and a bunch of other legislative priorities that both parties had sought. And Trump suggested that any Republican lawmakers who were to vote for the clean CR that also doesn't address the debt ceiling should be primaried by fellow Republicans.
And from fiscal policy to monetary policy, Donald Trump also looms large. The Fed has delivered another 0.25 percentage rate cut, but the outlook is uncertain, according to Fed Chair Jay Powell.
So I would say today was a closer call, but we decided it was the right call because
persistent inflation, a still strong U.S. economy, and the possible impact of Trump's economic policies make the Fed's mandate even more difficult in the new year. Since September, the Fed has walked back expectations of rate cuts in 2025 from a full percentage point to now just half. Our Fed reporter, Howard Schneider, asked Jay Powell about how the Fed is gauging Trump's possible impact on the economy in the year to come.
So they will say, and he said, too early, not enough information, call us in 6 months or whatever. But make no mistake, they're starting to puzzle through this, and the staff are starting to model different scenarios. And in fact, Powell said that some of the members, as they penciled in fewer rate cuts next year and a slower pace of rate cutting and slightly firmer inflation, said they were conditioning that outlook on likely fiscal policy to come. Here's Powell at the press conference.
That when the path is uncertain, you go a little bit slower. It's not unlike driving on a foggy night or walking into a dark room full of furniture. You just slow down. And so
Powell also weighed in on Trump's idea of starting a crypto reserve.
We're not allowed to own Bitcoin. The Federal Reserve Act says what we can own, and we're not looking for a law change.
You know, Austin Goolsbee was asked about this a couple weeks ago before the meeting, and he said, well, it kind of gives me indigestion. They consider it an asset class, a highly speculative asset class, not a currency.
Beyond the US economy, if you want to know more about how Europe is preparing for Trump 2.0 and his tariff plan, listen to this week's episode of Econ World with Carmel Crimmins. It's out now wherever you get your podcasts. Thousands of Amazon workers will walk off the job today in the crucial crunch of a holiday season. Union officials say the retailer failed to come to the bargaining table to negotiate contracts. The US has reported its first severe case of bird flu in a Louisiana resident who is hospitalized in critical condition. California has declared an emergency as the H5N1 virus spread more widely in dairy herds and infected dozens of farm workers this year. At least 100 North Korean troops deployed to Russia have been killed and 1,000 injured in combat against Ukrainian forces in the Kursk region. That's according to a South Korean lawmaker citing the country's spy agency.
Iran's oil industry this year has generated more than $50 billion in revenue for Tehran. That's despite tough sanctions from Western nations that severely limit where that oil can be sold. And as our senior commodities correspondent Jonathan Saul has been reporting, those sanctions are partly why nearly half of Iran's oil is now being managed by Iran's Revolutionary Guards.
It all started back in roughly around 2012, when Iran started to really feel the heat from Western sanctions, and they had to come up with a plan of how best to fund the Revolutionary Guards. So essentially the Revolutionary Guards will be given the oil, and they have to then come up with a plan.
क्रूड ऑयल रेजिस्टेंस पर है, अगर रिजेक्शन मिलेगा तो यहाँ से वापस सेल कैंडल का ध्यान रखना, ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे डायरेक्टली नहीं आना चाहिए. अगर नहीं रुकता है ब्रेकआउट करेगा तो फिर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे यहाँ पर भी एक बाइंग का ट्रेड प्लान रहेगा.
Is to shadow fleet tankers that they became increasingly able to export from the point of origin to the actual destination.
So what does this oil mean for conflicts around the region?
The exports that are used and facilitated via the IRGC have essentially helped to bankroll a lot of the militia groups that have been involved in the axis of resistance against Israel, but also consolidating their position over various countries, including Lebanon, in the case of Hezbollah, Yemen, with regards to the Houthis, and also Iraqi militias, together with Syria. Now, with the fall of Bashar al-Assad in Syria, it's going to become a lot more complicated for groups such as Hezbollah to get their financing as clearly as they did beforehand.
And how has Iran responded to your reporting?
Well, so far, there's not been any official comment from any Iranian officials. We also tried to approach major organizations such as the IRGC and the Oil Ministry, and we haven't received any response so far.
In today's ever-evolving markets, to gain the edge in your business, you want effortless access to the data you need, where and how you want it. LSEG's Data Universe offers unmatched breadth and depth of trusted data and news, offered seamlessly with a flexible, open approach that's led by you on the cloud or on premises. Experience the advantage of unparalleled historical data and a choice across the latency spectrum powered by market-leading technology. Together, let's explore a data universe of possibilities. LSEG Data and Analytics.
Today's recommended read is the latest installment in our fentanyl series about the chemical brokers who are funneling fentanyl ingredients from China to Mexico's cartels. For more on fentanyl's global supply chain, have a listen to our summer special episode. There's a link to that and the special report in the pod description.
For more on any of the stories you heard today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app.
6:30 होने वाला है. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो जाएगा, थोड़ा और वॉल्यूम आ जाएगा. क्रूड ऑयल अच्छा खासा मूव कर गया ऑलरेडी. लेट्स सी वापस रिजेक्शन लेता है. अगर ऊपर से यहाँ से वापस सेल कर देंगे, नहीं तो नेचुरल गैस भी ब्रेकआउट कर चुका था, रीटेस्ट पे रुका हुआ है, उस समय से मूव ही नहीं आ रहा. इसमें ब्रेकआउट हो चुका है एमसीएक्स में भी, फॉरेक्स में भी. एमसीएक्स में ऊपर लेवल नहीं है, इसलिए फॉरेक्स का चार्ट लगाया, याद रखना. थोड़ा बहुत डिफरेंस हो सकता है प्राइस में फॉरेक्स चार्ट में. ये एफएक्स ओपन ब्रोकर का चार्ट है. लाइक्स आर डन. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. We begin with the latest on the possible government shutdown. With a midnight deadline now just hours away, a revised funding plan backed by President-elect Donald Trump and Elon Musk has been rejected by the Republican-led House. Trump insisted Republican leaders add a provision waiving or raising the federal debt limit before he takes office. But the bill failed by a vote of 235 to 174, with 38 Republicans voting against it in defiance of the president-elect. Republican Congressman Steve Scalise of Louisiana blamed Democrats.
Tried a few different things today that most of our members went for, but the Democrats decided they want to try to shut it down. But we're going to keep working.
Congressman Steve Scalise says Republicans will regroup and come up with another solution. Meanwhile, Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin is pointing the blame at the incoming president.
There's a very simple way out of this, and it's the only way out of this, which is to go back to the original agreement that was hammered out over many weeks of painstaking bipartisan negotiation. And then everybody can support it, the Democrats in the House and the Senate, the Republicans in the House and the Senate, and Elon Musk will not be our presumptive new president.
And that's Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland. Trump and key advisor Elon Musk had pressured GOP lawmakers to abandon an earlier bipartisan deal. President-elect Trump has threatened the European Union with tariffs if its member countries don't buy more American oil and gas. In a post on Truth Social, Trump wrote, quote, "I told the European Union that they must make up their tremendous deficit with the United States by the large-scale purchase of our oil and gas. Otherwise, it is tariffs all the way." The U.S. is the world's largest producer of crude oil and the biggest exporter of liquefied natural gas. More than half of American LNG exports went to the EU last year in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Overseas this morning, a delegation of American diplomats arrived in Syria to meet with representatives of several Syrian factions. One of the parties include the rebel group HTS, which are designated as terrorists, and overthrew the country's longtime dictator Bashar al-Assad. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the U.S. has received positive signs from the rebel group, but tells Bloomberg's David Gura we need to be cautious.
What we don't want to see, and what we could see, is one dictator replaced by another, one outside power or powers replaced by another, one dominant group replaced by another. And that's certainly been part of the story in other places.
And Secretary of State Antony Blinken added they need to see concrete action, not simply positive declarations. The incoming administration could spark an M&A boom next year. That's according to ARK Investments CEO Cathie Wood, who spoke to Bloomberg yesterday. She said turnover at the FTC in a second Trump administration could unlock a wave of mergers and acquisitions.
Deregulation, critically important. I think one of the reasons venture capital has had so much trouble during the last few years, and strategies in the innovation space, especially in life sciences, is because M&A has been prevented by the FTC. That is going to change.
ARK Invest CEO Cathie Wood also tells Bloomberg she believes Elon Musk will help the Trump administration reduce the size and scope of government since he has experienced regulatory obstacles firsthand. Luigi Mangione charged with murder by federal prosecutors for the killing of United Health Group executive Brian Thompson. His lawyers said that's a sign that prosecutors may seek the death penalty. Karen Friedman Angifilo told a U.S. judge in New York that one of the federal charges was death eligible. She also complained that the theories between separate cases filed by state and federal prosecutors, quote, seemed different. Turning to company news now, Novo Nordisk shares fell after its experimental obesity shot CagriSema showed less weight loss than predicted in a study. The shot helped patients lose an average of 20.4% of their weight over 68 weeks. That's short of the 25% weight loss that Novo had predicted for its next generation product, which analysts had expected to launch in 2026. We get more with Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel.
In some ways, it's not living up to the expectations to be the market leader in the next generation of weight loss drugs. And to add to that disappointment, Novo Nordisk had spent a record amount of R&D to develop this new drug as it seeks to stave off the growing competition from other pharma groups.
And that's Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel. Meanwhile, Eli Lilly shares rising on the news. And futures are lower this morning as traders grapple with an increasingly softening outlook for interest rate cuts and the threat of a U.S. government shutdown. NASDAQ futures leading the way, down 1.7%. S&P futures down 1.1%. Dow futures down 0.7%. And the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.53%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this
न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होने वाला है 30 मिनट लेफ्ट करेंगे थोड़ा और वॉल्यूम आ जाए मार्केट में क्रूड ऑयल का भी टारगेट हो गया बाइंग का ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है थोड़ा सा पहले आ गया एक एफईजी था नीचे वापस आएगा तो वापस देखेंगे यहाँ से वापस रिजेक्शन मिलता है तो सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं बननी चाहिए ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनेगा तो उस पर सेल नहीं कर सकते ठीक है बाकी अगर ये रेजिस्टेंस होल्ड नहीं किया तो ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे एक ट्रेड होगा तो एक रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग का प्लान रहेगा कैंडल ध्यान रखना ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने नेचुरल गैस भी ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पर ही है ये कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है ब्रेक रेजिस्टेंस था मार्केट ने ब्रेकआउट किया रीटेस्ट भी कर दिया एमसीएक्स में भी इसका चार्ट अलग ही चल रहा है अभी ठीक है एमसीएक्स का थोड़ा सा अलग है ध्यान रखना ये फॉरेक्स का चार्ट है कैंडल रहेगी इंपॉर्टेंट देखते हैं नेचुरल कितना मूव करता है रीटेस्ट के बाद नेक्स्ट कैंडल इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगी ध्यान रखियो बायर्स निकल सकते हैं क्रूड में सेलर्स रेजिस्टेंस पे लाइक भी करो गाइस 40 लाइक्स आर डन 100 का टारगेट है ट्रेडिंग सेशन वीक का थोड़ा संभाल के ट्रेड करना ज़्यादा रिस्क भी लेने की जरूरत नहीं है डेटा भी है अभी एक आपका 7 PM पर गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए इम्पोर्टेंट डेटा है पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का डेटा इम्पोर्टेंट रहेगा ध्यान रखना 7 PM वाला जो डेटा है वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर
In these incredibly complex environments, end-to-end observability is no longer optional. It has become mandatory.
The Fed cutting interest rates by 25 basis points at yesterday's FOMC meeting. And as we look ahead to 2025, many are wondering where the Fed sees the neutral rate of interest in the post-pandemic economy. That's the subject of our next guest's latest column. Joining us now, Nick Timmeros, Chief Economics Correspondent at the Wall Street Journal. Nick, the neutral rate, we'll know it by the whites of its eyes or something, right? It's like this highly unscientific thing that the Fed is trying to achieve. What is that process going to look like over the next couple of years?
Well, it's hard to say. You know, it's an interesting concept because if you go back more than 10 years, this wasn't something the Fed was talking about publicly. And even if you look through the transcripts, it wasn't something that really played a big role in their thinking. It was only after the long spell of the lower bound when then Fed Chair Janet Yellen began to socialize this idea that maybe rates would be lower for longer because the neutral rate had fallen. And so now it's something that, you know, obviously gets a lot more attention, and the Fed puts a proxy for the neutral rate in their economic projections.
And Nick, I guess I should, let me just stop you before you go on, because it occurs to me that not everybody even knows what the neutral rate means. So first, tell people who are watching what we even mean by the neutral rate.
Yeah, that's helpful. Think about what the right interest rate would be.
In these incredibly complex environments, end-to-end observability is no longer optional. It has become mandatory.
Paul talked a lot. He talked about the strength of the economy in multiple answers. The other thing he did, though, was talk about how uncertain they are. I counted, he used some form of the word uncertainty 17 times yesterday, which was a lot more than he had in the prior meetings. Most of that uncertainty has to do with fiscal policy.
Right.
And so how are you thinking about that going into next year, and how much of a volatility trigger? I mean, we saw that. Maybe that was a factor yesterday, too, the idea that the government may be shutting down because of Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, I mean, that happened at the same time. In fact, during the press conference. Yeah. And you know, when you have knee-jerk risk off, it doesn't help to get another negative or what looks like could be a negative. In terms of, you know, next year and sort of how it plays out, what I would, you know, emphasize really is, and gets very little attention, is because for 2 years or a year and a half of the 2 years, the call was, you know, the U.S. is going to go into recession. So uncertainty as to when it happens. That passed. But we are now basically, what we got is not simply no recession. What we got really is an economic outcome that is very rare historically. It's really the combination of unemployment and GDP growth. So we've been in the vicinity of 4%. We're now running 3% GDP growth for the last 2 years. That combination is very, very rare historically. It is that combination that drives fundamental volatility, argues it should come down, should be lower. And
Hey guys, New York session open. ध्यान रखना candle open equal to low ना बने crude में, हाँ. Great. Yeah, sure. Actual guys भी retest करके जा रहा है. Let's see कितना move करता है. अपना SL थोड़ा ट्रेल कर लेना, क्योंकि ये कुछ ज़्यादा ही बुलिश हो गया कल से. I don't know इतने हाई लेवल पे सस्टेन करेगा नहीं करेगा फिर से. MCX में ऑलरेडी 300 के अराउंड है, मेजर लेवल है वो एक. ट्रायल कैंडल हो सकती है, करंट कैंडल ध्यान रखना. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज ओपन नाउ.
So on the inflation issue that sort of came up, and obviously it's important for yesterday, I think it's important to keep in mind that we've already had productivity growth that's running, 2.6%. Okay, so it's not 3%, but it's a lot higher than, and maybe it will become 3% because we're still revising the GDP numbers up. But that goes on the right-hand side. It goes on the supply side and argues basically for less inflation. So I still remain basically constructive on disinflation continuing. It's also, there's pandemic peculiarities, but really the inflation didn't come from unemployment and the dollar, the two things which explain fundamental inflation historically and pretty well. It came from everything outside, it's pandemic-specific factors. So in that simple equation, it's in the residual. That's what gave us 4 percentage points of extra inflation that has come down. It's still adding 30 or 40 basis points, but I would argue we've come from 4 to 40. We will get to 0. I think there is too much emphasis on 2% inflation. I mean, we keep talking about inflation on the cycle, but then when we talk about where inflation has to be, we cyclically adjust it and say we should be at the long run target. Where we are in a cycle, we do have 3% GDP growth, and we do have unemployment on, in a typical cycle, 4% would be the low. So you would expect inflation to be a little bit higher. So the 40 or 50 basis points doesn't really bother me. That's where we should be. We're a little bit higher than that, but I'd say maybe 30 basis points, 40 basis points. So yeah, I mean, uncertainty's gone up. I mean, we don't know the policies of the new administration. But I think, again, in terms of thinking about next year, the lesson from the last time around, from the last trade war, for example, was trade policy is important, trade war is important. We're going to get the tariffs. They're in our baseline economics forecast, which still has 2.5% GDP growth, which is a little bit less than what we've had. But for our economists, it's the strongest annual forecast number we've had in many years. So, I look at it from both sides as to where it might basically go. But the lesson was really that growth matters even more and is the overarching priority. So yes, we're going to have policies. There are both positives and negatives. And if the negatives start to dominate, you will see, I wrote a piece in that period called, the Fed has relented, will Trump? And the answer was he already did.
ओए गाइस, नेचुरल ऑफ कर दो। नेचुरल गैस रीटेस्ट क्या थोड़ा बहुत मूव कर गया। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपनिंग की कैंडल तो क्लोज हो गई है। एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, देखते हैं पूरा टारगेट मिलता है नहीं मिलता। इसमें हाफ प्रॉफिट यहाँ पर बुक कर लेना। ये फाइनल टारगेट रहेगा 3.396 नेचुरल गैस में रीटेस्ट के बाद, ठीक है। रेजिस्टेंस था, काफ़ी देर का ब्रेकआउट किया, रीटेस्ट करके जा रहा है। क्रूड ऑयल भी देखोगे रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, कुछ खास सेलिंग तो आई नहीं। देखते हैं होल्ड होता है या फिर ब्रेक करता है। इसका फाइनल टारगेट ऊपर ही है नेचुरल गैस का, ठीक है, रीटेस्ट के बाद। बट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना, क्योंकि ये फॉरेक्स एमसीएक्स में ना 300 लेवल के आसपास से कल मूव करके गया है। मूव नहीं आया तो 15 तो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करेगा। बाकी थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम कम ज़्यादा हो सकता है एमसीएक्स में, बिकॉज फॉरेक्स का चार्ट थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा मूव करता है एज कम्पेयर टू एमसीएक्स। से ही फाइनल टारगेट देता है देता है। एमसीएक्स चार्ट में ऊपर लेवल नहीं है इसलिए नहीं लगा रखा। एमसीएक्स चार्ट में ऊपर लेवल ही शो नहीं हो रहे हैं, इसलिए वहां पर कोई लेवल है नहीं। कहाँ गया एमसीएक्स का चार्ट? ठीक है, इसमें पीछे कुछ लेवल दिख नहीं रहे हैं यहाँ पर। सो मैं लगा भी दूँ तो उसमें कुछ समझ में नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि चार्ट में लेवल ही नहीं है। या तो फिर 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का चार्ट लगाना पड़ेगा। समझना कुछ नहीं है, लेवल ही है, लेवल पे ही बाई सेल करना है और कुछ नहीं करना है। ठीक है, ज़्यादा कंफ्यूजन मत करो। कहीं पर सपोर्ट है, रीटेस्ट है, बाई सेल बन रहा है तो वहाँ पर बाई सेल ही करना है, जैसे एमसीएक्स में करते हो। कॉल बाई, फ्यूचर बाई, वट जो भी करते हो उस समय। लेवल नहीं है, अगर होते तो मैं लगा देता एमसीएक्स का ही। प्रॉफिट एटलीस्ट बुक कर लेना नेचुरल गैस में। बाकी देखते हैं फाइनल टारगेट मिलता है तो 3.392 7 6 के अकॉर्डिंग कितना है? 319.20 के आसपास। भी रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, रिजेक्शन कुछ खास ले नहीं रहा ये। ये वंडरफुल ब्रेक कर दिया। एक डेटा भी आने वाला है यार, ये इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है, पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स का। गोल्ड और सिल्वर में देख लेना, जो लोग ट्रेड कर रहे हैं लेवल कल वाले ही हैं, कुछ चेंज तो हुआ नहीं है अभी। गोल्ड भी वैसे साइडवेज ही चल रहा है, कल सपोर्ट एरिया था वहां से फिर से बाइंग आई थी। ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस जोन मिल जाएगा आपको रीटेस्ट वाला 2026 के आसपास। न्यूज़ से पहले वेट कर रहा है मार्केट। गैस को यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे। तो सेलिंग आनी है, क्रूड ऑयल थोड़ी जल्दी आनी चाहिए, ज़्यादा देर रुकना नहीं चाहिए, ज़्यादा देर रुकेगा तो फिर ब्रेकआउट के लिए चला जाएगा, प्राइस रिजेक्शन ले तो रहा है, सेलर्स होंगे ज़्यादा तो ज़रूर आएगा, नहीं आता है तो फिर ब्रेकआउट के लिए जा सकता है। एसएल स्ट्रिक रखना, एसएल जाएगा तो निकल भी जाना है। EU and Switzerland reached deal to boost bilateral relationship.
All right, welcome to a new episode of Opening Bid. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi. Like I always say, this is the podcast that will make you a smarter investor. Really excited for our feature interview here at the NASDAQ for Opening Bid. That is former TD Ameritrade Chair and CEO Joe Moglia. I should also mention the former head football coach of Coastal Carolina. You've had many different hats. You've worn many hats. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
I'm delighted to be here, Brian.
My instinct says I want to talk about stocks, but I got to start on football. What is it like to coach a football team?
Well, I get asked that quite a bit, actually. Which was more difficult or more challenging, more fun? My career on Wall Street or my career as a football coach. And I've loved them both. Both are challenging in their own ways. But there's nothing I've ever done that's more competitive than coaching football. Let's put that in perspective. Literally, the job is about 80 hours a week. It's for 5 months. There are 7 days a week. There are no days off, period. Unless maybe you have a bye week. Then maybe you get 1 day. Your entire career is dependent upon whether or not you went on Saturday. Somehow, almost every male in this country can do 2 things really, really well. They know how to grill, and they know how to call or run a football team. So if we don't win each week, our jobs are in jeopardy, and we will, not hesitate to get fired. Every job I've ever gotten in football, and frankly, many of them on Wall Street, because the previous person was let go. So while I've loved them both, there's nothing quite as intense as what in-season football is.
What is the secret to keeping it all together in these pressure-packed situations?
I think my leadership philosophy is something that I call BAM. It's, a real man, a real woman, a real leader. Now, BAM is be a man, but that's for football guys. But it's an acronym for leadership. And you stand on your own 2 feet, you take responsibility for yourself, you always treat others with dignity and respect, you live with the consequences of your actions. So keeping it together, it's part of your responsibility. You're responsible for the people around you. You're responsible for your audience. You're responsible for your clients. And you're the one that's got to be able to do that. So there are no excuses in that leadership philosophy. You got to get it done, and you got to know how to prioritize. You got to know how to delegate, and those are things actually that I've frankly been able to do pretty well over time. And I would say that philosophy has been my single most competitive advantage I've had over my 2 careers.
Winning in sports and in business, you have to figure out a way, I imagine, to get the most out of your team. Like, what are some of your motivational tactics that you have used to get people to, they might be tired on the field. Maybe they're out of gas, but somehow they find a way to run through a wall anyway.
All right, when I got to Coastal Carolina, there were 2 things we did that nobody else in the country did. Literally nobody else did. The one was we had no rules, none. Every football team.
No rules.
Right, none, 0. We had one standard. Guess what that was? BAM. So we have 120 guys that are players. You have another 25 male analysts, interns, coaches, etc. So be a man worked really, really well for our football program. But this is the same leadership philosophy I raised my daughters on. It's the same leadership philosophy I had in the business world. So it's an acronym for leadership. So again, a real man, a real woman, a real leader stands on their own 2 feet, takes responsibility for themselves. You always treat others with dignity and respect, and you live with the consequences of your actions. So no matter how tired you are, no matter how banged up your team may be, no matter how difficult your schedule is, no matter what your record is, no matter what's going on, snow, sleet, hail, it doesn't matter. Your job is to give that program your very, very best each and every day. By the way, not just on the field, but in the classroom, and everybody knows our guys, so the behavior on and off campus is a critical part of that. And everybody, one of our guys, somebody's son or somebody's brother. You got to live up to that. That carries over to the business world and private life and family.
You get me so fired up right now. I just want to drop and do 80 push-ups. This is I feel it. I feel your energy. I mean, but where did you grow up? Tell me a little about your story.
Well, before I do that, I would like to see you do 80.
No, I could. We'll do it. Let's do it then. I really could.
You're in shape.
I really got a hardcore working out. We'll take that offline, though.
I grew up in the Dyke section of New York City, which is the northern tip of Manhattan on the Bronx border. It was a gang area when I grew up. My dad was born in Italy. He never finished 2nd grade. He came over here when he was 11. My mother was born in Ireland. She came over here and married my father. She never finished high school. 7 of us. I was the oldest of 5. Grew up in a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment in Dyke Street. And 2 of my best friends that I was with every day in grammar school, every day, got killed when I was in high school. One died of a drug overdose. The other was killed by the police robbing a liquor store. If I had not been playing high school football at Fordham Prep when I went to high school in the Bronx, I would have been with the guy robbing the liquor store. So for me, that's really how I grew up. And that was a pretty good wake-up call. And my goal was to play football, baseball, college. I wanted to do well academically. And then my girlfriend got pregnant.
That is positive for gold and silver.
I had to give up sports.
All 3 data
I
is positive
decided whether or not I
for
could
gold
go to
and silver.
college. Our family couldn't
Negative
afford
for
it. My
dollar
father
index.
didn't want me to go to college. My father
Data is
had a fruit and vegetable store. That's what he had. And I worked for him from the time I was 10 to the time I was 22. He just wanted me to go to the fruit store.
तीनों के तीनों जो डेटा हैं पीसी प्राइस इंडेक्स पर्सनल इनकम और पर्सनल स्पेंडिंग का तीनों के तीनों डेटा आपके पॉजिटिव हैं गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए नेगेटिव है डॉलर इंडेक्स के लिए नाउ नेक्स्ट डेटा आपका फिर आएगा अब 8:30 पे 8 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग और 8:30 पे कंज्यूमर सेंटीमेंट का डेटा है सिल्वर को भी देख लेते हैं सिल्वर ने भी कुछ जंप किया है क्या ओके अच्छा मूव किया है मार्केट Data is positive for gold and silver, remember. Negative for dollar index. देखो ये कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है थोड़ा सा 5899 ओपन 5899 लो ओपन इक्वल टू लो है बट लेट्स सी ब्रेकआउट करता है नीचे आता है देखो आना है तो जल्दी आना चाहिए ज़्यादा देर नहीं लगानी चाहिए ज़्यादा देर लगाएगा तो फिर ब्रेकआउट ही होगा। गैस भी स्टक हो गया इस लेवल पे, पता नहीं क्या है यहाँ पर, कुछ ऐसा सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस है तो नहीं एग्जैक्टली। फॉरेक्स चार्ट में भी, एमसीएक्स में तो कुछ भी नहीं दिख रहा है वहाँ पे, बट इफ यू लुक एट दिस फॉरेक्स चार्ट, एफईजी है यहाँ पर। हाँ, फॉरेक्स में एक एफईजी है यहाँ पर। गॉट इट। यहाँ पर ना एक एफईजी बना हुआ है फॉरेक्स में। एफईजी के ऊपर अभी तक कैंडल क्लोज नहीं हुई है शायद, इसलिए अभी भी रुक रहा है प्राइस। तो capital.com ब्रोकर का चार्ट है। capital.com ब्रोकर में देखोगे तो वहाँ पर एक छोटा सा आपको एफईजी दिख जाएगा। capital.com, ये मेरा वाला एफएक्स ओपन ब्रोकर का चार्ट है। और डेटा आया था गोल्ड और सिल्वर में, दोनों डेटा, तीनों के तीनों डेटा पॉजिटिव है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर, नेगेटिव फॉर डॉलर इंडेक्स, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। और डेटा का इम्पैक्ट दिखने के लिए मिल रहा है थोड़ा बहुत। capital.com ब्रोकर का जो चार्ट है फॉरेक्स का, वहाँ पर एक एफईजी है। टारगेट दिया इसने, ऊपर जा ही नहीं रहा इस लेवल के। काफी देर लगा रहा है नीचे आने में, फटाफट से नहीं आया तो मैं फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, ब्रेकआउट के लिए चला जाएगा। सेलिंग थोड़ी फास्ट ही आती है, ज़्यादा देर मार्केट रुकता है रेजिस्टेंस पे तो फिर वो कंसोलिडेशन करने स्टार्ट कर देता है उसी लेवल पे। बिटकॉइन में करो, नेचुरल गैस हटाओ। क्यों, नेचुरल गैस सही नहीं लग रहा क्या? आजकल तो मोमेंटम सही है नेचुरल गैस में, क्या हुआ? 6-7 पॉइंट का मोमेंटम तो आराम से दे दे रहा है, यहाँ से यहाँ तक भी देखोगे तो ये आपका 6 पॉइंट का मोमेंटम है। अगर पूरा टारगेट दे देता तो 10 पॉइंट मिल जाते हैं। बिटकॉइन में वॉलेटिलिटी बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गई है एक्चुअली, जब से प्राइस 50,000 के ऊपर रीच किया है। अभी तो 1 लाख के ऊपर है, थोड़ा बहुत नीचे तो आया है। नेचुरल गैस हटा के करा दूं क्या? नेचुरल गैस रिमूव करके बिटकॉइन लगा दूंगा, इस क्या सोच कहते हो? बिटकॉइन में सब लोग ट्रेड नहीं करते होंगे फिर, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम यही है। पोल कर दें एक, नेचुरल गैस और बिटकॉइन, क्रिप्टो में स्पेसिफिकली। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, कौन कौन चाहता है? नेचुरल गैस रिमूव करके बिटकॉइन लगा दें या फिर रहने दें नेचुरल गैस? क्या? नो सर, नेचुरल गैस इज गुड। पोल डाल देता हूँ, पोल में पार्टिसिपेट करो। सिर्फ नेचुरल गैस ही ट्रेड करते हो क्या? स्क्रीन भी तो 2 ही लगा सकता हूँ, लगाने को तो उसमें 10 स्क्रीन भी लगा दूँ, लेकिन फिर वो चार्ट बहुत नैरो हो जाएगा, दिखेगा नहीं कुछ। स्क्रीन को, अपनी स्क्रीन को स्प्लिट करके अगर मैं लगाऊं तो आप लोगों को शो नहीं करेगा। नहीं तो मैं एक टेबल पे क्रूड ऑयल, एक पे नेचुरल गैस, एक पे गोल्ड, एक पे सिल्वर, एक पे बिटकॉइन सब लगा दूं, बट वो फिर चार्ट नहीं, सिर्फ एक एक कैंडल दिखती है उसमें, फायदा नहीं होता उसमें। अब पोल डाल देते हैं, एक सेकंड रुक जाओ। करते रहो फिर, पहले 60 लाइक पे पोल डाल देंगे। 10 लाइक और कर दो फटाफट से, 60 लाइक पे पोल इनिशिएट कर देंगे। चलो, वेयर इज द पोल? लाइक करते रहो गाइस, कम ऑन। 5 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 60 लाइक पे पोल इनिशिएट हो जाएगा। कम ऑन, 5 लाइक्स और रह गए, कर दो सभी लोग। चलो थोड़ा बहुत तो आया क्रूड नीचे। नेचुरल गैस क्या चाह रहा है यहाँ पे, क्या करने की सोच रहा है ये? सिक्स लाइक्स, 4 लाइक्स और चाहिए। 57 लाइक्स, 3 लाइक्स और चाहिए। कम ऑन, जिन लोगों ने नहीं किया है, कर दो फटाफट से लाइक। What do you think? What kind of chart do you want on the screen? Two chart only at once. Natural gas or crude oil or Bitcoin, crude oil and gold, gold and Bitcoin. एट लाइक्स, दो और बचे हैं। Canadian wholesale revenue dropped 4.3%. ओके, कल वो जो स्टेटमेंट आया है ना, कल यूएस के जो होने वाले प्रेसिडेंट हैं डोनाल्ड ट्रंप की ओर से, 60 लाइक हो चुके हैं, पोल डाल देता हूँ। वहाँ पर उन्होंने कल जो अपने स्टेटमेंट में बोला है ना रिगार्डिंग द टैरिफ ऑन ईयू, वहाँ पर उन लोगों ने एक चीज़ बड़ी साफ साफ बोली है कि यूरोपियन कंट्री से उन्होंने कहा है कि हमारे वहाँ से नेचुरल गैस और क्रूड ऑयल और ज़्यादा बाई करो। ठीक है, अगर ये देखो, प्रेसिडेंट तो बन ही गए हैं, बस थोड़ा टाइम और है। तो अगर वो टैरिफ लगा देते हैं ना, तो फिर क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस के प्राइस सच में और ऊपर जा सकते हैं उस केस में, अगर सच में ऐसा हो गया तो। क्योंकि अभी यूरोप है वो मैक्सिमम पहले रसिया से लेता था, रसिया ने तो बैन लगा दिया वहाँ पे। तो अभी वो थोड़ा बहुत यू नो नेचुरल गैस है, क्योंकि इस दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा नेचुरल गैस यू नो यूएस ही एक्सपोर्ट करता है, उसके बाद कतर का नंबर आता है शायद सेकंड नंबर पे। यूरोपियन कंट्री बाई करती हैं तो भी और नहीं करती हैं तो भी टैरिफ लग जाएंगे। दोनों ही केसेस में क्रूड ऑयल के लिए और नेचुरल गैस के लिए स्पेशली ये पॉजिटिव ही न्यूज़ होने वाली है। देखेंगे जनवरी के बाद क्या होता है, 20 जनवरी को होगा इनॉग्रेशन। क्रूड ऑयल भी देखो थोड़ा बहुत तो नीचे आ गया है, लेट्स सी थोड़ा और फॉल कर जाए तो। याद रखना जल्दी फॉल होना ज़रूरी है, ज़्यादा देर लगाएगा तो प्राइस फिर ब्रेकआउट के लिए चला जाएगा। बाकी देखो नेचुरल गैस ऑलरेडी एक बार रीटेस्ट कर चुका है, बार बार रीटेस्ट तो नहीं करेगा सेम लेवल पे। देखते हैं कुछ नया रेजिस्टेंस बना दे अगर ये। एमसीएक्स में भी कुछ खास नहीं हो रहा है, एमसीएक्स के चार्ट में भी देखोगे तो वहां पर भी डे हाई से डे लो एक रेंज बना के बैठा हुआ है मार्केट, बस गैप अप हुआ उसके बाद अटक गया बिल्कुल ही। 310 एक आपका पीवी है, पीओसी बना हुआ है 310 पॉइंट ऑफ कंट्रोल। 310 पर ही सबसे ज़्यादा बाइंग सेलिंग चल रही है। पोल डाल दिया है, क्या चाहते हो, कौन कौन से दो चार्ट लगा दें स्क्रीन पे? नेचुरल गैस क्रूड ऑयल सबसे ज़्यादा 71% लोग कह रहे हैं, क्रूड ऑयल और बिटकॉइन 14%, क्रूड ऑयल एंड गोल्ड 7%, गोल्ड एंड बिटकॉइन 7%। गोल्ड और बिटकॉइन वाले कौन है ये? ट्रेलिंग एसएल जाएगा तो नेचुरल गैस में निकल जाना, ठीक है, नया फिर ट्रेड देख लेंगे, होल्ड मत करे रखना। देखो टारगेट यहाँ पर छोटा सा ही है, कोई ज़्यादा बड़ा टारगेट नहीं है। क्लोजिंग में कितना भी 12 मिनट। सिल्वर का क्या टारगेट है? सिल्वर में वही रीटेस्ट जो परसों ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था। कहाँ गया सिल्वर का? सिल्वर का चार्ट परसों जो ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट हुआ था वही लेवल है फिलहाल के लिए एज अ रेजिस्टेंस। यहाँ पर देखा क्या एमसीएक्स में सपोर्ट है ना, जो कल लगाया था। फॉरेक्स में तो नहीं दिख रहा है यहाँ पर 15 मिनट में। एमसीएक्स में सपोर्ट है तभी रुका शायद ये कल से 2 बार यहाँ पे। ऊपर वही है 29.27 के अराउंड, वो ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट सपोर्ट था इसका। और कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस तो बना नहीं है अभी। थोड़ा सा रेजिस्टेंस ये भी है अभी यहाँ पर। ओके हाँ, ये लास्ट स्विंग भी आप रेजिस्टेंस मान सकते हो इसको। ये फर्स्ट टारगेट 29.10, अगर इसके ऊपर गया तो फिर 29.30। ये 2 टारगेट ले सकते हो। ओके ग्रेट, आ गया नीचे। एफएक्स ओपन ब्रोकर का चार्ट है ना। फीजी कहाँ पर है उसमें? जो 2 लेवल मैंने बताए फॉरेक्स में वो जो थे वो लेकर रख लो। 32 कितना, 30.10 एंड 30.30। भाई क्रूड ऑयल में भी देखो प्रॉफिट बुक करना है तो कर लो, नहीं तो एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो। ज़्यादा मूव मुझे लग नहीं रहा, यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग के बाद ही शायद कुछ मूव करे। यहीं पर एक छोटा सा टारगेट था, ये हिट हो चुका है। ठीक है, अब थोड़ा यूएस मार्केट का मुझे लग रहा है शायद मार्केट मूव का वेट करे। थोड़ा क्वांटिटी, सिंगल लॉट है तो निकल जाना, एक से ज़्यादा लॉट है तो एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लो। अगर ये थोड़ा और ब्रेक डाउन करता है नीचे 5865 के नीचे कहीं, तो फिर डे लो का टारगेट वापस रख लेंगे। फिलहाल के लिए यही पहला टारगेट है। तो ये कैंडल एक बार नेचुरल गैस की क्लोज हो जाए तो इसमें भी एक नया ट्रेड प्लान करेंगे।
the world really is changing as far as that goes. So I think if you're just simply invested, primarily because our mission in Ameritrade was to bring financial literacy to every family.
It was the first platform that I bought my first stock. I still remember. I've said no, that's no BS.
Good job.
I'm not telling you that because you're here. I still remember the black screen, and I got. I'm like, wow, this is cool. I bought shares of Starbucks. I bought 5 shares of Starbucks. Yeah.
They turned out okay.
Yeah, well, I don't have them anymore. I'm just saying, but I mean, it was an exciting time.
Well, our mission was, most of the time you hear somebody's mission, say, oh, we want to be the firm of choice. That's crap. Just ours was, we wanted it to be aspirational. We wanted to be about our clients. So we want to bring financial literacy to every family in this country. So one of the points that I made in the book was, the reason why I wrote the book, this is not that difficult. Wall Street makes it difficult. We use a lot of terminology that people don't necessarily understand, but it's not that difficult once you take some time to understand it. And the typical family in this country, and this really bothers me, spends more time planning a vacation than they do managing the finances. And managing your finances is really pretty important. So I want to hope that, I hope everybody's involved with the market somehow, because if you're involved with the equity market in the United States, you're probably going to do well over time, even if you don't know what you're doing. I'd like to hope that more and more people are doing a reasonable job of having at least a basic understanding of what it means when they actually buy a stock.
In the last couple minutes we have, we always like to ask our guests for hot takes. So I'm going to ask you for 2 of them, if you don't mind. What do you think about what Robinhood's doing? They've morphed into a totally different platform. Actually, they have won our Comeback of the Year award. Acquisitions, better run. A lot of people have been surprised.
Well, I think you've already answered that. So first of all, they won your Comeback of the Year award.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good step in the right direction. Yeah. Remember when they were blowing up, a few years ago, I was asked a lot of times in the business media, well, you know, what was my perspective on that? And I said they've got to do 2 things. They got to diversify and they got to fortify. So they got to diversify the products, et cetera, et cetera. They were too reliant on the money you get when you do a trade.
Yeah.
Like payment for the flow.
Yep.
They're too reliant on that, and they didn't have enough substance in the balance sheet. And give credit to their leaders, they've done a good job of fixing that over time. So a few years ago, frankly, if I thought about investing, especially when I look at Ameritrade and we look at our client assets, or Schwab, our client assets versus what their client assets were, that's not something I would have gotten involved with. I think with what the job they've done over the span of the last year or 2, that would be a stock. It would be a company that I would invest in. They've come a long, long way, and I think they deserve Comeback of the Year.
Appreciate it. And then last but not least, your advice to the next generation of traders.
You mean by traders? You're talking about day traders?
Traders in general. Yeah.
I think that you got to recognize that the world is changing before our eyes. So you've got to be on top of that as the world changes. You can't just, if you go back a little bit when the internet happened and we started to have electronic trading. Well, there were a lot of traders that had full-time jobs in the New York Stock Exchange who didn't have their jobs later on. Don't fight the trend. Adapt and adjust with the trend. But I think at the end of the day, this is about you doing the very, very best job you can in your particular area. What is your competitive advantage? How do you lever that into what's your core competency? How do you lever that into competitive advantage so you can be a leader in the area that you choose to participate in or compete in? And that would be my advice.
Well, I would say this: spending 24 minutes with you, I could tell why football players would run through a ball.
I'm still waiting for the 80 push-up.
You still got it. Joe Moglia, a real treat to spend some time with you. Look forward to staying in touch, and happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you as well, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's it for the latest episode of Opening Bid. Be sure to hit us with those likes or thumbs up on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Music. We appreciate the love, and we'll talk to you soon.
कैंडल क्लोज होने वाली है, 2 मिनट रह गए हैं। ये मुझे लग रहा है शायद नीचे क्लोज करता है तो फिर थोड़ा टारगेट हम बड़ा रख लेंगे। नहीं तो अगर ये इसके ऊपर क्लोज किया तो प्रॉफिट बुक करके निकल भी सकते हो, बिकॉज फिर मुझे लगता नहीं ज़्यादा मूव करेगा बिफोर यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी अगर ये क्लोजिंग देता है 3.312 के नीचे तो फिर इसमें वापस एक सेलिंग का प्लान बनाएंगे पुल बैक में, बट नॉट डायरेक्टली। नीचे भी देख लेते हैं, अगर डायरेक्टली आया तो फिर सपोर्ट कहाँ लेगा। 2 मिनट। गैस और नीचे आने के चांसेस कितने हैं? चांसेस तो बहुत ज़्यादा लग रहे हैं। ये कैंडल अगर 3.310 के नीचे क्लोज होती है तो फिर इसको नीचे ही आना चाहिए, क्योंकि मुझे लग रहा है क्लोज हो ही जाएगी 40 सेकेंड में। अब क्या रिवर्सल आएगा इसमें? बाकी डायरेक्टली तो नहीं गिरना चाहिए मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, थोड़ा पुल बैक देना चाहिए, उसी में री एंट्री मिल पाएगी। नीचे देख लेते हैं और सपोर्ट कहाँ मिल सकता है इसको। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल भी मुझे लग रहा है अगर एक कैंडल नीचे क्लोज हुई तो फिर इसके नीचे आने के चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाएंगे। क्रूड ऑयल में ध्यान रखना। 20 सेकेंड्स। ओके ग्रेट। ठीक है, देखो कैंडल क्लोज, क्रूड ऑयल नीचे ही क्लोज कर गया, तो थोड़ा सा इसका टारगेट अब जो सिंगल लॉट में है वैसे निकलना चाहो निकल जाओ, नहीं तो थोड़ा सा इसका टारगेट और एक्सपेंड कर सकते हो 5822 तक। ठीक है, कैंडल नीचे क्लोज हो गई है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी देखो 3.310 के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है, तो इसमें भी वापस पुल बैक में सेल प्लान कर सकते हो। अब ये नहीं आएगा नीचे, ये रीटेस्ट जोन भी अब रिमूव हो चुका है, तो इसको आप रिमूव कर सकते हैं। ये रीटेस्ट जोन अब हमारे काम का नहीं है, याद रखना है कोई सपोर्ट नहीं था, ये रेजिस्टेंस था, ब्रेकआउट हुआ, रीटेस्ट थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट ने किया, ऊपर से वापस सेलिंग आ गई, तो पुल बैक में इसमें वापस सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे। पुल बैक में वापस सेल कर सकते हैं इसमें। इसको रिमूव कर दो। Done. ठीक है, अब यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा तो शायद थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट वहां पर और मूव करे। नेचुरल गैस को पुल बैक में वापस सेल कर सकते हैं, डे हाई का ही एसएल रहेगा। ऑयल में सिंगल लॉट है तो लेके निकल जाओ, एक से ज़्यादा लॉट है तो ट्रेल कर सकते हो, हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के इस फाइनल टारगेट का ट्रेल ही करना। कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि गिरता चला जाए। ठीक है, वो रिटेस्ट लेवल को रिमूव कर देना, उसके नीचे कैंडल क्लोज हो चुकी है, वो हमारे काम का नहीं है। डे हाई इज ओनली एसएल। कुछ लेवल ही नहीं बन रहा वहाँ पे, और I think that FUG is holding. ठीक है, capital.com ब्रोकर में वहाँ पर एक एफईजी था, उसने रोक दिया प्राइस को, नीचे नहीं आने दिया, सॉरी ऊपर नहीं जाने दिया। इन नेचुरल गैस हो गया, हो गया, ठीक है। नीचे एक बार देख लेते हैं सपोर्ट कहाँ पर है। दोनों ही चार्ट अलग है, बिल्कुल ही अलग है, ये देखो। ओके। आधा घंटा और है यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग पे. Only 25 minutes is left. अगर नीचे आएगा वो बस रिटर्न कर गया हुआ. एफईजी तो नहीं है. ट्रेलिंग एसएल का ध्यान रखना. ट्रेलिंग एसएल जाएगा तो निकल भी जाना. रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी के साथ होल्ड ही नहीं कर रखना है.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. We'll have the latest on the possibility of a government shutdown in just a moment. But first, we have breaking economic news crossing the Bloomberg. The Fed's preferred gauge of inflation is out, days after the Fed made clear its focus is back on inflation. Bloomberg's Michael McKee has the PCE index for November.
Price index on a month-over-month basis up 0.1%, even less than forecast. The forecast was for 0.2, which was what we saw last month. On a year-over-year basis, headline 2.4%. That's up a tick from October, but not as bad as would be forecast. The core up just 0.1%, and the core year-over-year is up 2.8%, same as last month. No increase, even though an increase was expected.
And that's Bloomberg's Michael McKee. The monthly advance was the slowest since May. Personal income, meanwhile, up 0.3% in November. Personal spending up 0.4%, both just shy of economists' forecasts. Now to our other top stories this morning. If there's going to be a shutdown, let it begin now under the Biden administration. Those are the words of President-elect Donald Trump, who posted the comments on Truth Social. This comes as NBC is reporting the House could vote on a temporary fix to the shutdown this morning. According to a post on X, House Speaker Mike Johnson tells NBC, quote, "We've got a plan." And Fox is reporting that House members are convening at 10 a.m. Eastern to discuss. Fox says the new package does not include a debt ceiling provision, and this comes after the House last night defeated another measure meant to avoid a government shutdown. 38 Republicans voted with nearly all Democrats against that package. It would have extended current funds into mid-March and suspend the debt ceiling for 2 years. President-elect Trump, meanwhile, threatening the European Union with tariffs if it doesn't buy more American oil and gas. He did that in a Truth Social post. The U.S. is the world's biggest exporter of liquefied natural gas, and more than half its deliveries went to Europe last year. We get more with Bloomberg's Derek Wallbank.
The idea of increasing purchases for LNG in Europe is not just a question of will, it's a question of ability and capacity. And so there's more technical issues there to work out. This sounds like the opening of a negotiating deal rather than the close of it.
And that's Bloomberg's Derek Wallbank, who says Trump has been focused on trade deficit with allies. The EU deficit was more than $131 billion in 2022, according to the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative. President-elect Trump transferred about $4 billion worth of shares in his media company to a trust that is controlled by his son, Donald Trump Jr. The move was disclosed in filings with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission last night. Trump, who was the largest Trump Media and Technology Group shareholder with nearly 115 million shares, will now directly own 0 shares and be the trust's sole beneficiary. A delegation of American diplomats arriving in Syria this morning to meet with representatives of several Syrian factions. One of them is the rebel group HTS, which is designated as a terrorist group and overthrew the country's longtime dictator, Bashar al-Assad. Luigi Mangione charged with murder by federal prosecutors for the killing of United Health Group executive Brian Thompson. His lawyers said that's a sign that prosecutors may seek the death penalty. Karen Friedman Angifilo told a U.S. judge in New York that one of the federal charges was death eligible. She also complained that the theories between separate cases filed by state and federal prosecutors, quote, seemed different. Novo Nordisk shares falling after its experimental obesity shot CagriSema showed less weight loss than predicted in a study. The shot helped patients lose an average of 20.4% of their weight over 68 weeks, short of the 25% weight loss that Novo had predicted for its next generation product. We get more with Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel.
In some ways, it's not living up to the expectations to be the market leader in the next generation of weight loss drugs. And to add to that disappointment, Novo Nordisk had spent a record amount of R&D to develop this new drug as it seeks to save off the growing competition from other pharma groups.
And that's Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel. The news sending shares of Eli Lilly higher. Workers at Starbucks stores plan to go on a 5-day strike starting today to protest lack of progress in contract negotiations with the company. The strikes are scheduled to begin in Los Angeles, Chicago, and Seattle and could spread to hundreds of stores across the country by Christmas Eve. Meanwhile, futures remain lower. NASDAQ futures down 0.9%, S&P futures down 0.5%, and Dow futures down 0.25%. And that's news when you
less weight than the company had predicted. Shares of Eli Lilly, which makes competing obesity drugs, rose on the news. And meanwhile, on the earnings front,
remains healthy. The Fed should focus more on look at inflation on a 12-month basis. It has been moving sideways, so this underscores his point. Month over month, though, that core PCE number looked a little bit better, coming in at just up 0.1% versus
Fed coming to this party and saying, we've still got some issues here, and therefore only 2 cuts next year, 2 cuts in 2026. That's 100 basis points they've taken off the table.
Is any of this pullback to you healthy then, considering the run-up that we've already had?
Absolutely, and I think it's the bond vigilantes that are really sitting there saying, we've been hard to kind of put a long-term outlook. So I think you have to be very diversified in your portfolio. Look at some of the sectors that have pulled back a little bit. We've liked financials all year. They've been on a tear, but there's some consolidation there. There's some pullback in industrials. I think those are some places you can go.
क्रूड ऑयल का वही सेलिंग वाला ही ट्रेड चल रहा था. हाँ, प्रॉफिट बुक कर लिया होगा, रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी ट्रेल कर लो. नीचे आता है तो एक नीचे एक टारगेट और रखा हुआ है, दिस वन. यहाँ तक एक सेकंड टारगेट और मिलेगा. अभी तो यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन होने वाला है, देखते हैं. बाकी नहीं तो इसका ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट हो तो वहाँ पर एक ट्रेड बन सकता है, या फिर नीचे आ जाए यहाँ सपोर्ट पे वापस बाइंग प्लान करेंगे. नेचुरल गैस में थोड़ा सा ऊपर मिल जाता है तो यहाँ से वापस सेल प्लान कर सकते हैं, या फिर नीचे अगर सपोर्ट देख लेते हैं कहाँ पर है. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस. 70 लाइक्स आर डन. 100 का टारगेट है, लाइक भी करो. यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है 15 मिनट में, ध्यान रखना.
sort of seeming to struggle. Is it just a matter of competition?
It is a matter of competition. And that was the thing that investors were worried about from the start. As soon as Novo came out the door with Ozempic, Lilly was chasing its tail pretty closely with a supposedly better product. If you look at the two side by side, experts say that Lilly's product also has less uncomfortable side effects. And so that is the reason why, plus the higher percentage of weight loss, gives Lilly the leg up compared to Novo, and is the reason why you've seen Lilly race ahead to overtake what was supposed to be United Healthcare last year, a couple of years ago, as the potential frontrunner for the first $1 trillion healthcare company. And Lilly is still holding that lead because of its products, because of that. In addition, the shortages. Lilly was the first to get off shortage. Novo is supposedly not too far behind, but we'll have to see what the FDA decides on that front. So lots of pieces put together. Novo came out the door first, but it's hit a couple of speed bumps since.
Especially as you consider potential policy changes to come under the new administration as well.
We don't know where that. We don't know where that goes. It could be more coverage. It could be more restrictions. So that's why it's a wait and see right now on that front.
Absolutely. Anj, thank you so much as always for joining us. Really appreciate it. Coming up on the morning brief, we'll count you down to the opening bell on Wall Street as stocks extend those losses. Plus, we'll dig into those Nike earnings and the path ahead for the company's turnaround. We'll also break down FedEx results as the company looks to spin off its $30 billion freight unit. We'll discuss that and much more ahead on Morning Brief.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right?
All right, simply put, Intel, we know, had a tough 2024. Shares of the company have fallen more than 60% since the year began. In November, the company lost its spot in the Dow Jones Industrial Average to AI darling NVIDIA. Yahoo Finance's Yasmin Karam and Laura Bratton took a look at what drove Intel's decline in 2024. Yasmin, what did you learn from your coverage and conversations on this one?
Yeah, as you mentioned, they had a very rough 2024, but in our reporting, we learned that their issues are very deeply rooted and go beyond Pat Gelsinger. We spoke to more than a dozen current and former employees, many of whom were high-level executives and there for over 2 decades. It really boils down to a series of missteps. Executives didn't prioritize innovation. Projects were often killed if they didn't immediately contribute to revenue or if they threatened existing projects or products. An example, their early push into mobile before the iPhone was released wasn't prioritized or ever set up for success, we were told. Intel had a license to use the latest ARM design back in the early 2000s and sold it a year before the first iPhone was released. They were also late in adopting the most advanced machinery to make AI chips. Intel also fumbled multiple attempts to enter the AI chip market after Project Larrabee. The next effort to rival NVIDIA completely fell flat on its face. We were told there was a lot of infighting happening between executives behind the scenes. And another overarching theme we heard was that investments weren't being properly used. And a big example of this was that we're told Intel had about 10 advanced machines to make AI chips, but weren't using them. They were plugged in, but literally flushing billions of dollars down the drain. And I do want to read a statement because we have been talking to Intel throughout this entire reporting process. Intel tells us in a statement that, quote, "We are executing with our rigor on our plan to rebuild product and process leadership and improve our profitability. The work we are doing to strengthen our product portfolio, combined with our disciplined focus on driving returns on our foundry investments, supports our long-term strategy to deliver sustainable financial performance and unlock shareholder value."
All right, Laura, so if you are long this name, 2024 probably can't come to an end soon enough, right? I mean, it's just a brutal year. But what comes next? I mean, there's a lot of places. Is it manufacturing? You got a permanent new CEO to look for, right?
Right, yeah, that's a great question. So Gelsinger was ousted on December 1st, and he had the strategy of opening up Intel's manufacturing business to external customers. So its foundry business. And that was a hard job because Intel, remember, its manufacturing had been delayed or had faced delays on various processes since 2015. And, a prior CEO, Brian Krzanich, had tried to get Intel into the foundry business, but those efforts didn't really go anywhere. So, Gelsinger was really trying to do foundry in a big way. Right now, since his ousting, they have 2 new co-CEOs who have said that they're going to stick with that strategy. And Intel has really staked its future on this next advanced manufacturing process called 18A. There have been some issues with that process so far, and that's really, what analysts say is Intel's last hope of catching up with TSMC, its rival. So 18A was delayed from the first half of 2025 to rolling out now at the end of 2025. We spoke to a current employee in Intel's foundry who said there have been problems running running chips from customers through the 18A process. And they said that Intel isn't ready for external customers. Analysts say that there are really no easy answers here and that they need a hardened semiconductor expert as the CEO. The last thing that I will say is that, Intel doesn't have easy answers because its product side would be better off outsourcing to TSMC while its foundry side would be left with no revenue in that case. Some say that Intel should divest from its foundry, but then that would put its CHIPS Act funding at risk. So, we're hearing a lot of things from a lot of different sources, and we'll keep you all up to date.
I'm really interested in that new permanent CEO is going to be. Because I remember when Gelsinger got the pick, there was excitement, right? Because he was a technologist, engineer, he knew Intel. So are they going to go with another engineer? Do they go with someone with a finance background? We'll wait and see.
Yeah. It's a really interesting question. Everybody's waiting to see what's going to happen.
Laura, Yasmin, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Industry 5.0 puts people at the heart of manufacturing with advanced technologies like AI, IoT, and robotics. But the future of production is more than intelligent machines. It amplifies human ingenuity and brings technology and humanity closer together.
It's just going to be very refreshing. And when I upgraded the stock some time ago, on Elliott's hire, really, or before Elliott's hire, but feeling there was a change coming, I believe that, it was 15 to 18 months post when whoever it is started. And so you can start that clock on October 14th when Elliott started. But in that case, nothing's really changed except for the near term. The near term's a little bit worse, but they're being very aggressive and doing what they need to do.
You talk about the blunt assessment on the call. Was that enough to give you confidence in Elliott Hill's ability to successfully execute this turnaround plan?
It firmed up my thoughts. I have spoken to a lot of ex-Nike people that have known Elliott a long time. They were all very positive about him. One person I spoke to who'd been with Nike forever said, I said, what do you think of the change? And they said it should have happened sooner. You talk to their wholesale partners and they all know him and are very excited about it. One retailer where a group of Nike representatives were in their office that Thursday evening when it was announced that Elliott was coming in, they stopped and applauded. His reputation preceded him. And yes, he wasn't spinning last night, which you get a lot of. You've got a lot of that of late with Nike, and I thought that again. Yes, I think it's real, and I think there's a lot of motivation on campus that wasn't there 61 days ago.
Right. And Sam, from what we know thus far about what Hill is doing, he's made some management changes, shuffling around. I know he's sort of done some reorienting around the sports verticals. These early indications, do you feel like he's on the right track?
Yeah, but it's heavy lifting. Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the things that he has to do, and they talk about, I forget, it's the category offense. They're basically returning to that. And what they have to do is they're getting like the whole running business under one umbrella, men's, women's, and kids, versus having it done in men's and women's and kids as separate verticals and then not having those talk to each other. And while it sounds pretty basic, it's very important to get things done. Plus, I believe that there was a lot of product that was passed over as the prior administration was trying to overcook the Dunks and Air Force Ones and so on and so forth. And so I think there's some product in sample rooms that may facilitate the turnaround, a turnaround, on the shorter end of 15 days, on the front end of 15 to 18 months. And we should start hearing about that from retailers who see product come February through May, let's say. So, I get where people are. I get why the stock's down, but I mean, you have light at the end of the tunnel, which you did not have under the prior leadership.
And Sam, just to dig a little bit more into the timeline that you're looking at, you said 15 to 18 months, and we could see some real signs of progress really on the front end of that. Anything last night that changes your calculation on that front? I mean, it's a decent amount of time to wait for an investor.
Well, yeah, it is, except for the fact, as I mentioned, that, if it's Foot Locker, JD, Dick's, Famous Footwear, Shoe Carnival, and others, if they start seeing good product, you're going to start hearing about that at least 6 months before that change happens, which will be very positive for the stock. And all of those retailers that I mentioned, while there's not a lot of great product out there at the moment, are very, very excited about the strategy decisions and sort of the refocus on that wholesale partnership.
5 मिनट रह गए हैं यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग पे. किसी की ओपन पोजीशन चल रही है तो एसएल सिस्टम पर डाल दो. क्रूड ऑयल रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी का ट्रेलिंग एसएल लगा लो, और नेचुरल गैस तो आ ही गया. नीचे देखते हैं फाइनल टारगेट मिलता है तो. वॉलेटाइल हो सकती है कैंडल. वॉल्यूम देखना पड़ेगा किस तरह से मूव करता है. इसका टारगेट कितना रखना है तक रखता है. सिल्वर में क्या देखना है? सिल्वर पहुंचने वाला है अपने रीटेस्ट जोन पे वापस से. ये कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकडाउन हुआ, रीटेस्ट एक बार कर चुका है, दूसरी बार पहुंचा है इस लेवल पे. फिर से रीटेस्ट करता है तो फिर से सेल करना, नहीं तो फिलहाल के लिए ऐसा कोई मेजर रेजिस्टेंस तो नहीं है यहाँ पे. $29.30 फाइनल टारगेट बाइंग में. बाकी नेक्स्ट कैंडल देख लेना, अगर ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी तो शायद और ऊपर चला जाए. कोई रेजिस्टेंस दिख नहीं रहा फिलहाल के लिए. नया बनेगा तो देखेंगे, अदरवाइज ये रीटेस्ट ही है. ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस भी आ गया है ऑलमोस्ट टारगेट जोन के करीब. लेट्स सी यूएस मार्केट से पहले अपना टारगेट देता है या फिर थोड़ा रुकता है. नहीं, वो भी ठीक है, चलेगा. Seconds are left. गाइस न्यूयॉर्क सेशन सॉरी यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो चुका है। पे मैसेज कर रहे हैं, कृपया करके व्हाट्सएप पे ना करें, मैसेज नहीं देखता हूँ, मैंने बताया कई बार वहाँ पर इतना रेगुलरली। लाइव मार्केट में क्वेश्चन कर सकते हैं अपना। एक पोल किया था वो अब रिमूव कर देते हैं। ठीक है, दो चार्ट स्क्रीन पे देखो, सबसे ज़्यादा नेचुरल गैस और क्रूड ऑयल को ही कहा है। 74 पीपल आर वोटेड, 76% पीपल आर सेइंग नेचुरल गैस और क्रूड ऑयल का ही चार्ट लगाओ। या फिर सेकंड नंबर पे क्रूड ऑयल एंड गोल्ड 12%, बहुत ही कम मेजोरिटी के साथ। तो नेचुरल गैस और क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट ही लगा रहेगा। एंड दिस पोल। क्रूड ऑयल का लगता है एफईजी ब्रेक हो जाएगा शायद। ब्रेक होता है तो ये कि टारगेट नीचे लगा रखा है, ये एक टारगेट और एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगा। नेचुरल गैस भी पहुंचने वाला है अपने टारगेट जोन के अराउंड। वापस अगर ऊपर आ जाए तो वापस सेल कर सकते हो नेचुरल गैस को। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल का ये सपोर्ट देखते हैं रीच करता है तो। लाइक सडन नेचुरल गैस हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लिया है 7 के, तो बढ़िया है। रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी ट्रेल कर सकते हो। ट्रेडिंग सेशन है वीक का, थोड़ा ज़्यादा रिस्क भी मत लेना। नेक्स्ट वीक भी मार्केट ओपन होगा डेफिनेटली। सपोर्ट जी क्रूड ऑयल में 12 पॉइंट बुक कर लिए पुट साइड में, ऑप्शन में। चलो बढ़िया है। वैसे मुझे लग रहा है वो एफईजी ब्रेक कर देना चाहिए अब। कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई लग रही है, थोड़ा और नीचे आना तो चाहिए। एफईजी निकल जाता है तो इसका देखते हैं कौन पहले आता है, नेचुरल गैस या क्रूड ऑयल। जैसे ना ये ओपन इक्वल टू हाई या ओपन इक्वल टू लो अगर बनती है ना रेजिस्टेंस पे या फिर सपोर्ट पे, तो चांसेस काफ़ी हाई रहते हैं कि वो ब्रेक हो जाए, क्योंकि ये कैंडल बनाई ही इसलिए जाती है ताकि वो लेवल को ब्रेक किया जाए। नहीं तो सपोर्ट पे तो बाइंग ही होनी है, सबको पता है। रेजिस्टेंस पे सेल होना है, सबको पता है। बट अगर कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना दे रेजिस्टेंस पे, तो इट मीन्स कुछ तो गड़बड़ है। एफईजी पर भी ऐसे ही काम हो रहा है आजकल।
Highest highs since June of this year off of a report that had lower quarterly profits and a challenge forecast moving forward as well.
Yeah.
So the street's certainly liking this spinoff.
Yeah, I mean, if they didn't do the spinoff, they cut their fiscal 2025 earnings per share forecast to $19 to $20 from $20 to $21. So that's not necessarily great news. We had an interesting conversation last night with Peter McNally of Third Bridge after this news crossed, and he was positive on it broadly. Says, you know, this freight business is a good business. It's good businesses at their competitors too. He did point out, once you separate it out, you know, FedEx has been on this cost-cutting quest. So the question is, once they get rid of FedEx Freight, how much more are they going to be able to wring out of the core business without demand picking up? So that's going to be an interesting path to watch over the next year or so. And by the way, FedEx up about 9% this year before today's gains. UPS, in contrast, down 22%.
Struggling with that final mile aspect of the business, it sounds like.
It seems like that's part of it, yeah.
And that's interesting, too, because I've been wondering, what does this do to the core business? Some of the analyst notes saying that this spinoff hasn't been priced in, but then what happens to the core? Once that spinoff happens, then where does the value come from?
I
moving
guess we
forward?
got
It's a
18
great
months
question.
to figure it
yeah,
out.
That's true. That's true. We got plenty of time. So.
All right, it's time now for today's strategy session. A government shutdown less than 24 hours away, highlighting political risks for investors as President-elect Donald Trump hurried a bipartisan funding deal only to fail to gain support within his own party for an alternative that he backed. Joining us now, Jeff Crumpelman, Mariner Wealth Advisors Chief Investment Strategist and Head of Equities. Thanks for being here. So you've got this on top of a week where we've seen a lot of turbulence because of the Federal Reserve, but now we've got sort of DC risk on top of it. Jeff, how are you thinking about the shutdown and then also what we could see in the next few months?
Well, so, you know, we still have, if you look longer term, a positive view, and we see further advancement in the S&P as we move through 2025. So just right up front, we've got a target of around 6,600 on the S&P 500 by year-end 2025, and I don't think any of the
ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस टारगेट डन, प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हैं। फिलहाल फर्स्ट जो करंट कैंडल है वो यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल है, तो थोड़ा वॉल्यूम भी आ गया है। नीड टू सी ये लेवल होल्ड होता है नहीं होता है, नहीं तो यहाँ से बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे, नहीं तो एक लेवल और देख लेते हैं नीचे। जिस हिसाब से गिर रहा है उस हिसाब से लगता है और गिर सकता है। बाकी ये एमसीएक्स में लगभग आपका 8 या 9 पॉइंट मूव किया है फ्यूचर में, या 8 पॉइंट अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। ठीक है, 8.6 या 9 पॉइंट कह सकते हो एग्जैक्टली, थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर नीचे ले लो तो 8 पॉइंट फ्यूचर, गुड मूव। ठीक है, बुक किया जा सकता है गाइस, नेचुरल गैस में बुक कर लो। प्रॉफिट इन नेचुरल गैस। क्रूड भी ऑलमोस्ट ब्रेकडाउन पर ही है, कैंडल क्लोज कर ही देगी शायद, मुझे लग रहा है। 5 मिनट और हैं, देखते हैं कैंडल क्लोज करता है एफईजी के नीचे तो बेटर ही रहेगा। को हो गया प्रॉफिट, अब अननेसेसरी रिस्क मत लेते रहना, ठीक है, कि हर ट्रेड लेना नहीं होता दिन भर में। एक डेटा भी आने वाला है आई थिंक 8:30 पे, एक डेटा भी 8:30 पे कंज्यूमर सेंटीमेंट का गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए थोड़ा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा ये। ठीक है, डेटा इज इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर एट 8:30। राज पटेल जी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दिस सुपर चैट। 12 के बुक कर लिया नेचुरल गैस में, ग्रेट। ठीक है, यहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट है छोटा सा इन नेचुरल गैस 3.326। थोड़ा बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं, क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम रखना। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल तो अटक ही गया है ऑलमोस्ट। ऐसा भी क्या एफईजी है यार ये। फोर पीपल आर वाचिंग, बाकी लोग भी लाइक करते रहो गाइस, कम ऑन। वीर जी क्रूड ऑयल बुक कर लें क्या? हाफ प्रॉफिट तो बुक कर ही रखो उसमें। एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज होगी तभी जाएगा, और नीचे एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज होगी नहीं तो फिर वो घूमता रह जाएगा वहीं पे। सो एटलीस्ट बुक द हाफ प्रॉफिट एंड ट्रेल द रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी। देखते हैं एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज होती है या फिर नहीं। ठीक है, बुक हो गया, ऑलरेडी बुक कर लिया। ग्रेट। तो ये सपोर्ट जी कैंडल रिवर्स मार दिया क्रूड ऑयल में। अभी भी वहीं पर रुका हुआ है एफईजी पर। क्लोजिंग आ जाती तो नीचे आ जाता आराम से। क्लोजिंग ही नहीं आ रही है, देखते हैं आती ही नहीं आती क्लोजिंग। अगर सेलिंग में हो, वैसे आपने बुक कर लिया ना शायद, आई थिंक। अमृत जी क्रूड में नीचे सपोर्ट था, उधर से ही रिवर्स किया है। सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा नीचे है, आया नहीं है वहां पर एग्जैक्टली शायद सपोर्ट पे। 5 लॉट बुक कर लिए, 5 ट्रेल कर रहे हो क्रूड ऑयल में सुखवीर जी, बढ़िया है, ग्रेट। एटलीस्ट क्रूड ऑयल में जो लोग सेलिंग में हाफ प्रॉफिट पहले बुक कर लेना, मैंने पहले ही बता दिया। एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज होती है तो बेटर रहेगा। Natural gas fall again. See, that is a good resistance. Now you can say that is a FEG actually. वहाँ पर एक फॉरेक्स में FEG है तो रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम कर रहा है। यहाँ पर क्या और फॉल करेगा तो ये सपोर्ट है फिलहाल के लिए, दैट इज अ सपोर्ट एरिया। इफ इट दिस सपोर्ट इज नॉट होल्डिंग then we can expect more falling, otherwise some pullback is possible from this area। थोड़ा बहुत पुलबैक यहाँ से पॉसिबल है, याद रखना जो लोग बाइंग कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम रखना। नेचुरल गैस में थोड़ा सा पुलबैक पॉसिबल लग रहा है। ओके, कैंडल क्लोज हो गई क्या? हाँ, कैंडल क्लोज हो गई शायद क्रूड ऑयल में नीचे ना। एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है तो थोड़ा एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि अभी नीचे तक आए नीचे। गौतम राठौर जी सर, आपका स्टोर भी है क्या यूट्यूब पे? नहीं नहीं, वो स्टोर नहीं है, वो प्रोडक्ट टैग हुए हैं शायद मेरे स्क्रीन पे थर्ड पार्टी के थ्रू। ठीक है, वो आपको अभी दिख रहा होगा स्क्रीन पे ना, अगर आप लाइव देख रहे हो अभी, तो वहाँ पर बाय प्रोडक्ट का एक ऑप्शन आ रहा होगा। वो प्रोडक्ट्स मेरे नहीं है, ठीक है, दोज आर नॉट माय प्रोडक्ट्स। ठीक है, ट्रेडिंग विद सागर में जाओगे तो वहाँ पर वो प्रोडक्ट्स आ रहे हो, मेरे नहीं है, मेरा कोई स्टोर नहीं है उस पे। यू आर ऑफलाइन, चेक योर कनेक्शन। वाह। ठीक है, सॉप करके ऑप्शन आ रहा होगा शायद स्क्रीन पे। सो ये जितने भी प्रोडक्ट देख रहे हो, दीज आर नॉट माय प्रोडक्ट्स, दीज आर थर्ड पार्टी प्रोडक्ट्स जो ऑटोमेटिकली वहाँ पर टैग्ड हुए हैं। बट आई विल गेट द कमीशन ऑब्वियसली इफ यू बाय इट। ये मेरे नहीं है, मेरा कोई स्टोर है, मैंने बनाया नहीं है फिलहाल के लिए यूट्यूब पे। प्रोडक्ट दिखा रहा है वो मेरे नहीं है, मेरा मेरा स्टोर नहीं है, वहाँ पर ऑप्शन जरूर आता है, बट राइट नाउ आई डोंट हैव एनी स्टोर। सो मेरे मर्चेंडाइज अभी फिलहाल सेल नहीं होते, थर्ड पार्टी के मर्चेंडाइज हैं, वो लोग सेल करते होंगे थ्रू फ्लिपकार्ट, मंत्रा, आई थिंक अमेजोन। क्रूड ऑयल भी टारगेट पे आने वाला है। जी, कोर्स डिटेल स्क्रीन पे एक नंबर दिया हुआ है, उस पर कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं, या फिर ऊपर एक लिंक है उससे कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं। नेचुरल गैस में कोई और न्यूज है आज? नहीं, न्यूज़ तो नहीं है आज। मैं न्यूज़ का, मैं न्यूज़ तो नहीं कह रहा हूँ, डेटा कोई नहीं है। न्यूज़ का तो क्या भरोसा कब आ जाए। डेटा शेड्यूल कोई भी नहीं है अब, स्पेशली फॉर नेचुरल गैस। एक 8:30 पे डेटा है, वो गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए है थोड़ा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट। बाकी कोई और न्यूज़ तो नहीं है। कोई स्टेटमेंट वगैरह आएगा तो देख बता दूंगा। फिलहाल और कोई डेटा या शेड्यूल नहीं है नेचुरल गैस के लिए। बाकी फ्राइडे, कल सैटरडे संडे कोई डेटा होता नहीं है। नेक्स्ट वीक भी देख लेते हैं एक बार, कोई डेटा क्या क्या है हमारे पास। मंडे को कंज्यूमर्स कॉन्फिडेंस का डेटा है, ट्यूसडे को ड्यूरेबल गुड्स, न्यू होम सेल्स 25 दिसंबर को। हमारा एमसीएक्स भी क्लोज ही होगा ना क्रिसमस के दिन, तो मॉर्निंग और इवनिंग सेशन दोनों ही क्लोज हैं। 26 को इन्वेंट्री क्रूड ऑयल की, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा, 27 को नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री, 28 29 सैटरडे संडे, 30 31 को मार्केट ओपन ही है। फर्स्ट को फिर से क्लोज रहेगा फॉरेक्स मार्केट। यूएस बैंक हॉलिडे, उसका ध्यान रखना। यूएस में है, अगर वहाँ पर ऑलरेडी आप लोगों को पता होगा, वहाँ पर जो स्पेंडिंग बिल है शायद, आई थिंक वो वहाँ की जो पार्लियामेंट है, जिसको कांग्रेस कहते हैं, वहाँ पर 2 बार रिजेक्ट हो चुका है। अगर आज रात वो उन लोगों ने फिर से उसको आगे पुश नहीं किया, तो फिर तब थोड़ा सा मार्केट रिएक्शन दे सकता है। एंड मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो बेरी सी होनी चाहिए न्यूज़, अगर यूएस गवर्नमेंट शट डाउन हो जाती है तो। आज लास्ट डे है शायद, आई थिंक टाइमिंग कितना है पता नहीं, देखते हैं एक बार। ठीक है, उसका इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है थोड़ा बहुत और पड़ जाए कमोडिटी मार्केट पे। सिल्वर का टारगेट कितना होगा देख लेते हैं एक बार चार्ट में सिल्वर को। उसका हो गया सर टारगेट ऑलरेडी, वहां पर ना एक रीटेस्ट है, एक सपोर्ट हुआ करता था, उसका ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था, एक बार रीटेस्ट पहले कर चुका है, दूसरी बार आया है रीटेस्ट जोन पे। बाय किया था तो आई होप प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो वहां पे, या फिर अगर सेल कर दिया है तो फिर नीचे आपके पास एक, ये सेल याद रखना रेजिस्टेंस से नहीं रीटेस्ट से सेलिंग है। तो अगर सेल किया हुआ है तो नीचे यहाँ पर आपका ये छोटा सा टारगेट आप ये रख सकते हो। ट्वेंटी 29.16 ये एक रेजिस्टेंस था, यहाँ पर भी ब्रेकआउट हुआ है तो ये भी सपोर्ट की तरह काम करेगा दिस एरिया। ऊपर कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बना नहीं है, बनेगा तो उसको एक एज अ टारगेट रखना अगर यहाँ से फिर से बाई करोगे इस रीटेस्ट जोन से। इसका चार्ट है बाय द वे, एमसीएक्स का चार्ट नहीं है, तो थोड़ा बहुत लेवल देख लेना। ठीक है, ये रेजिस्टेंस था, ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो यहाँ पर भी एक रीटेस्ट मिल सकता है, और ये ऊपर से ऑलरेडी सपोर्ट था, उसका ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था तो उसका रीटेस्ट एक बार कर चुका है, दूसरी बार कर रहा है। वन 30 वाला डेटा काफी इंपॉर्टेंट था, वो बुलिश ही आया था मार्केट के लिए, तो उसका इम्पैक्ट अभी भी देखने के लिए मिल रहा है मार्केट में। बाद बाई किया था तो टेक ट्रेल करते रहो, वो जो भी एक लेवल मैंने बताया, वो एक रेजिस्टेंस था, उसका ब्रेकआउट ही हुआ था 730 कैंडल पे, तो वो सपोर्ट की तरह वापस काम कर देगा। ऊपर वाला जो रेजिस्टेंस था, रीटेस्ट कह सकते हो, वो ऑलरेडी एक बार रीटेस्ट कर चुका है, तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ब्रेक कर सकता है, चांसेस हाई हैं। एक 830 पे और डेटा है, उसका ध्यान रखना, वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। 830 पर भी एक डेटा है।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. The final trading day of the final full trading week of 2024 is underway. That is the sound of the opening bell from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. And at the open, the S&P 500 is lower, but by 0.6%. It had been much lower in the pre-market. It's at about 5,800. The Dow Jones Industrial Average opens lower by about 0.3%, and the Nasdaq Composite is down 0.9%. Investors are digesting the first look at the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation. Since the Fed made clear this week it's focused on inflation, the core PCE index is down to its lowest level since May. It's up just a 0.1% from last month, 2.8% on a year-over-year basis. Before those numbers came out, San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly said she is very comfortable with just 2 rate cuts next year since inflation is taking longer to tame.
The data on inflation have been coming in a little slower. I wouldn't even say sticky or stalled. I would say the progress is just slowed relative to what we had wanted, but that's a typical pattern. It's bumpy as you get to the, from 2.5 or 2.8 to 2. It's just a bumpy path.
San Francisco Fed Chief Mary Daly also says she did not incorporate incoming policies from President-elect Donald Trump into her forecast for next year. She was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. That's not what we're hearing from New York Fed President John Williams. He told CNBC this morning he started thinking about things like immigration and other policies in his own personal outlook. And we're hearing more from Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack about her decision to vote against this week's rate cut. Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld has that.
We have a statement from her writing about her dissent saying that monetary policy will need to remain modestly restricted for some time. I prefer to hold policy steady until we see further evidence that inflation is resuming its path back to our 2% objective.
Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld. Beth Hammack was the first dissenting vote.
डेटा आ गया है आपका, डेटा देखोगे 830 का जो डेटा था आपका, कंज्यूमर सेंटिमेंट और इन्फ्लेशन एक्सपेक्टेशन का, दोनों ही डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है। गोल्ड पे देख लेते हैं, इम्पैक्ट तो हो गया होगा वैसे, अब पॉजिटिव ही आया है डेटा आई थिंक। ओके, कंज्यूमर सेंटिमेंट का डेटा तो न्यूट्रल है और इन्फ्लेशन एक्सपेक्टेशन का डेटा भी न्यूट्रल है, दोनों डेटा ऑलमोस्ट न्यूट्रल ही है। ठीक है, 830 का जो डेटा है वो न्यूट्रल है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। 830 डेटा इज न्यूट्रल फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। और अब कोई डेटा नहीं है आज का डेटा हो गया कंप्लीट। 830 वाला डेटा न्यूट्रल आया है, ध्यान रखना। मैम सर, नेचुरल गैस ऊपर जाएगा क्या? ऊपर कहाँ, किस लेवल की एक्सपेक्टेशन है आपकी? ऊपर देखो, वो जो 3 पॉइंट जो लेवल लगा रखा है अभी रेजिस्टेंस का, वो एक अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस बन गया है। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आ सकता है यहाँ से, ज़्यादा नहीं एक्सपेक्ट अभी फिलहाल के लिए तो नहीं है। लेवल बताओगे तो थोड़ा एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे। थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट है, थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक तो बनेगा यहाँ से ऑब्वियसली है। लेट्स सी कितना पुल बैक देता है। 315 डे हाई कह रहे हो क्या? 315 तो डे हाई ही है शायद, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग। या डे हाई मैं कह नहीं सकता, डे हाई यहाँ जा सकता है वापस प्राइस एक बार फिर से जाने को, बट ये ब्रेक होगा चांसेस कम ही लग रहे हैं। तो 311 से 312 के बीच में वापस कोशिश कर सकता है। उसके ऊपर जाने के चांसेस मुझे तो बहुत कम लग रहे हैं। कोई न्यूज आ जाए तो बात अलग है, अदरवाइज चांसेस आर वेरी लेस। और अगर ये सपोर्ट गया तो फिर तो भूल ही जाओ, अगर ये सपोर्ट चला गया तो। ऑयल कॉल ऑप्शन होल्ड है। क्रूड ऑयल में कॉल का अभी ट्रेड ही नहीं चल रहा। आपने कहाँ पर लिया हुआ है रविंद्र महाजन जी? लेवल बताओगे एक बार? ऊपर से सेलिंग का ही ट्रेड चल रहा था, उसका हाफ प्रॉफिट आई होप यहाँ बुक कर लिया होगा। एक एफवीजी था, प्राइस ऑलरेडी ब्रेक कर चुका है, तो एक्सपेक्ट है कि थोड़ा और नीचे आए प्राइस। बाइंग कहाँ पर करिए? बाइंग के लिए थोड़ा सा वेट करो, थोड़ा नीचे आएगा तब बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे, या फिर पहले ही बाई कर लिया आपने? चार्ट में बताओ कहाँ पर बाई किया हुआ है, लाइक इन दिस फ्यूचर चार्ट। 5830 के आसपास कहीं बाई किया या फिर अभी बाई कर लिया? हाई से बाई करके बैठे हो, कल से बाई करके बैठे हो? निफ्टी लाइक सडन लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस। क्रूड ऑयल भी अटक ही गया वहीं पर, ना मोमेंटम है। नेचुरल गैस पुल बैक थोड़ा बहुत आ गया है, लेट्स सी थोड़ा और दे दे तो वापस। एफईजी काम का नहीं है, इसका दोनों साइड ऊपर नीचे ब्रेक हो चुका है। दैट एफईजी इज नाउ नॉट, वी कांट कंसीडर दिस एफईजी एज अ एफईजी नाउ। उसको बुक कर लो, ऑलरेडी हो गया होगा। ट्रेल द रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी। देखते हैं, आप प्रॉफिट बुक करके उसको ट्रेल कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, नहीं स्लो आया तो फिर फ्यूचर फिर शॉर्ट कर देना। गॉट इट, देखते हैं। हाँ ठीक है, वॉल्यूम गुड। मुरलीधर राव जी, क्रूड ऑयल फुल प्रॉफिट बुक कर लें क्या? देखो, हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लो, बाकी अगर पूरा बुक करना है तो कर सकते हो। थोड़ा सा रह गया, प्राइस आया नहीं एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे, तो दो सपोर्ट एक साथ बनाए थे, ऊपर वाले सपोर्ट से ही भाग गया। थोड़ा सा नीचे और आता है ब्लू कलर की लाइन के आसपास, पर्पल कलर की लाइन के आसपास, तो बाइंग का प्लान करते हैं, बट ठीक है। ठीक है, हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी ट्रेल कर सकते हो अगर करना चाह रहे हो तो। क्रूड ऑयल बुक कर लिया 7 के, ग्रेट। नितिन कुमार राजपूत सर, अभी ट्रेड करते हो? यस, बट नॉट एवरी एवरी ट्रेड। दिन में 2 से 3 ट्रेड ही, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं करता। अगर वो ऑलरेडी मॉर्निंग पे कर दिया तो फिर इवनिंग पे एक ट्रेड भी नहीं। 2 से 3 ट्रेड से ज़्यादा करने भी नहीं चाहिए। इतने में हो जाता है प्रॉफिट तो हो गया, अगर नहीं हुआ तो फिर ओवर ट्रेडिंग समझ लो। दैट इज आई थिंक 82 5860। फिलहाल देखोगे तो 5873 पीओसी है। क्रूड ऑयल में पॉइंट ऑफ कंट्रोल 5875 76 कह सकते हो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली, दैट इज पॉइंट ऑफ कंट्रोल। करंट लेवल पे पॉइंट ऑफ कंट्रोल बना हुआ है अभी भी। गोल्ड और सिल्वर सिल्वर तो अभी पॉजिटिव ही बना हुआ है, गोल्ड भी पॉजिटिव ही है। देखो ये गोल्ड तो अपने वैसे रीटेस्ट जोन पे था, ये ऑलरेडी 2 बार रीटेस्ट कर चुका है। यहाँ पर ये सपोर्ट एरिया था स्ट्रॉन्ग, ब्रेकडाउन किया, रीटेस्ट एक बार उस दिन ही हो गया था, जिस दिन फेड का डिसीजन आया था, उसके बाद एक कल हो गया था। लगता तो नहीं अभी यहाँ पर वापस रीटेस्ट करेगा। पॉलिसी है, कितना ऊपर और जा सकता है, कोई रेजिस्टेंस तो है नहीं यहाँ पर रीटेस्ट के अलावा। एक बार कैंडल क्लोज होने दो रीटेस्ट के ऊपर, कैंडल क्लोज होगी तभी रीटेस्ट को हटा सकते हैं। बाकी सिल्वर ही पॉजिटिव ही बना हुआ है, वहाँ पर एक ऊपर रीटेस्ट लेवल था, वो थोड़ा बहुत रीटेस्ट वहाँ किया, यहाँ पर भी थोड़ी बहुत करने की कोशिश करी, बट वो एक रेजिस्टेंस था, उसका रीटेस्ट नीचे से सपोर्ट बन गया है फिलहाल के लिए। तो अगर ये रीटेस्ट के ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज करती है तो फिर थोड़ा और ऊपर जाएगा, फिर ये रीटेस्ट को रिमूव कर सकते हैं। फिलहाल तो पॉजिटिव ही चल रहा है दोनों ही, गोल्ड और सिल्वर। अगर एफईजी तक जा सकता है क्या? अच्छा ऊपर वाला एफईजी है, ये तो काफी दूर है यार अभी। देखो अब कोई डेटा भी नहीं है आज तो, जितने डेटा थे आ चुके हैं सारे के सारे। ये काफी बड़ा टारगेट हो जाएगा। मैं ये तो नहीं कह रहा हूँ नहीं जा सकता, बट ट्राई जरूर करेगा मार्केट, वही एक रेजिस्टेंस है फिलहाल के लिए, बट इतना बड़ा टारगेट मुझे तो नहीं लग रहा है रीच होगा। ये काफी बड़ा है, एमसीएक्स के अकॉर्डिंग देखोगे तो 600 पॉइंट है ये। पहले ये एफई अपने रीटेस्ट के ऊपर ही कैंडल क्लोज कर दे। तो आज तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ फिलहाल के लिए। आज जो डेटा आए थे वो सारे गोल्ड और सिल्वर के फेवर में है। दो ही डेटा आए थे आज तो, एक जो पहला डेटा था 730 वाला, वो गोल्ड और सिल्वर के फेवर में थे, प्राइस के लिए बुलिश थे। अभी जो डेटा आया था 830 वाला, वो न्यूट्रल था दोनों के लिए, गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, बोथ आर न्यूट्रल फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। ओके श्योर।
increase to its forecast here. And, you know, the cruise line industry has just been chugging along. I know that's a bad pun, but, you know, we have seen strength here both in demand, in what people are spending on the ships, in bookings ahead, at the same time that the industry broadly has been trying to work down its debt.
Right. Well, it's interesting because I was curious to see if any of the macro impact of the Fed potentially keeping rates higher for longer was going to come up. Interest expense currently expected to be over $200 million lower than 2024, over $500 million lower compared to 2023. So they are still expecting those expenses to go down. But I think the headline that is important is that the demand for these cruise ships continues to be there. Taking a look here at the revenue picture over the last 12 months, hitting $25 billion, net income just shy of $2 billion, but both were the highest numbers ever. So they just continue. I've almost gotten bored of the cruise line story because it's just, oh, they're doing good again.
Yeah, and one of the parts of that story is also pricing power, that even as the companies sort of tout themselves as a good value alternative to land-based vacations, as they call them, they've still been able to raise prices. And if you talk to analysts, their view is that they have room to raise prices further and still successfully make that value argument to cruisers.
And that pricing power increasingly critical as the inflation picture gets murkier moving forward, Julie. Yeah. All right. Well, we are going to move to Trump media. New SEC filings show that Trump transferred all of his DJT shares to a revocable trust, of which he is the sole beneficiary. Since Trump is the beneficiary of the trust, he now indirectly owns the shares. The transferred stock is worth more than $4 billion as of yesterday's close. You can see a little bit of a hit to the stock, down 5% here. And I think it's interesting to think about what's going to happen with this ticker moving forward here, because it isn't really based on anything particularly fundamental to the company. It tends to be about any of these political moves heading into the election. There was obviously a huge rally, and now, of course, we're seeing the stock taking a bit of a hit off the back of this news on Trump here.
But there's no reason why. The trust is controlled by his son, Donald Trump Jr., so now he's going to have the voting and investment power related to all of this. The company is the parent of Truth Social, which, of course, Trump has been posting on, but there's no sense that its financial fortunes are going to change automatically with him being president. I don't know that it has seen an uptick in traffic. You know, so to your point, it's sort of divorced from any kind of fundamental case and just has been trading as a proxy, but it's unclear what's going to happen when he actually takes office.
And yet it's still up 91% year to date, even despite the huge volatility.
Kumar Rajput ji. उसमें कॉपीराइट स्ट्राइक आ जाएगा सर चैनल में, नहीं तो वही लगा देता। वहाँ पर कॉपीराइट स्ट्राइक आ जाता है एक्चुअली चैनल पे। लेट्स सी अगर अवेलेबल होगा विदाउट कॉपीराइट स्ट्राइक सॉन्ग। क्रूड ऑयल का बताओ। क्रूड ऑयल में कोई ट्रेड नहीं चल रहा फिलहाल के लिए, एग्जैक्ट लेवल से पहले ही रिटर्न कर गया। कोई नया ट्रेड बनेगा तो लेट मी नो, आई विल लेट यू नो। फिलहाल वही रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, फिर से सेल करोगे तो थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम रखना, नहीं तो ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे एक बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे। एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे आता थोड़ा सा बेटर रहता, बीच से ही घूम गया। सिल्वर रॉकेट बन गया। पोजीशन ओपन है क्रूड ऑयल 5850, कॉल ऑप्शन बाई किया था 5 लॉट 185 पे, क्या करूं? ट्रेल कर सकते हो सर, एसएल ट्रेल कर लो अपना। अगर ये ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो और ऊपर जाएगा, नहीं ब्रेकआउट होता है तो फिर साइडवेज या फिर थोड़ा सेलिंग आनी चाहिए। तो नहीं है तो 10:30 तक एटलीस्ट थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं, होना चाहिए कंटिन्यूसली। मार्केट ऐसा लग रहा है बिल्कुल पॉज हो गया है नेचुरल गैस और क्रूड ऑयल। सिल्वर एक बार और देख लो, सिल्वर को एक बार और देख लेते हैं। क्लोज हो जाती है कैंडल अगर अपने इस ऊपर वाले रीटेस्ट जोन के ऊपर, तो फिर कंटिन्यू जाने के चांसेस हैं। अभी क्लोज हुई तो नहीं, ये कैंडल जरूर ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है। तो उसको रिमूव कर देना फिर। नाइन पॉइंट सेवन तक, 29.7 तक, 29 या फिर देखो इसके ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज हुई तो पॉजिटिव ही मानना फिर। 29.37 के अगर ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज होती है इट इज पॉजिटिव, हो सकता है और डायरेक्टली जाए, हो सकता है एक पुल बैक और दे दे वापस इस तरह से। बाकी पुल बैक थोड़ा देना चाहिए मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। अब थोड़ा ऐसा पुल बैक आ जाता है तो वापस बाइंग प्लान कर सकते हो, सीधा चला जाए तो और बढ़िया। बाकी अगर ये कैंडल 29.38 के ऊपर क्लोज हो गई तो इट इज बुलिस, कंप्लीटली बुलिस। फिर अगर थोड़ा सा पुल बैक आता है तो वापस बाइंग कर सकते हो इस तरह से। एक भी रॉकेट बन गया है, बस क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस ही स्लो हो गए लग रहा है। गोल्ड और सिल्वर मैंने बता दिया दोनों का ऑलरेडी। हाँ ठीक है। जो लोग गोल्ड और सिल्वर पूछ रहे हैं ना, बता चुका हूँ, थोड़ा ध्यान से सुनो एक बार। ऑलरेडी बुलिश ही बना हुआ है। अगर ये क्लोज करता है रीटेस्ट जोन के ऊपर 29.38, तो ये लेवल रिमूव कर देना। वैसे अभी क्लोज ही कर देगा शायद, मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली। तो इट मीन्स ये पॉजिटिव ही है। इसके बाद थोड़ा पुल बैक आता है तो वापस बाइंग कर सकते हो नेचुरल गैस सिल्वर में। गोल्ड अभी भी रीटेस्ट जोन पर ही है, 2 बार रीटेस्ट कर चुका है, थर्ड टाइम आया है इस लेवल पे। अगर ये भी कैंडल लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज कर दे या फिर इसकी नेक्स्ट कैंडल अबाउट 2628, तो ये भी पॉजिटिव रहेगा। ऊपर क्लोजिंग नहीं आई तो स्टिल रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम करेगा लेवल। बाकी इसमें री एंट्री का कोई लेवल तो यहाँ पर तो नहीं है। नया ट्रेड इसमें तो नहीं बन सकता। सिल्वर में जरूर बन सकता है, अगर सिल्वर पुल बैक देगा वापस 29.28 से, यहाँ से वापस बाइंग कर सकते हैं इस तरह से। गैस भी साइडवेज चला गया है, सेलिंग अच्छी आई, उसके बाद पुल बैक आया है थोड़ा बहुत, बट नाउ इट इज साइडवेज। अब या तो वापस ऊपर जाए या फिर वापस नीचे आए, तभी कुछ कर पाएंगे। मिडल ऑफ द लेवल चिपक जैसा गया बिल्कुल एक ही लेवल पे फेविकॉल से। नेस्डेक का ही बता दो ओवरऑल। ठीक है। ओवरऑल तो पॉजिटिव ही है। अभी 8 पीएम पे मार्केट ओपन हुआ, उसके बाद कंटिन्यूसली अपसाइड ही जा रहा है। पिछले 10 दिनों से देखोगे तो थोड़ा सा सेल ऑफ में ही था मार्केट। डाउ जोन्स तो ये थोड़ी रिकवरी, प्रॉफिट बुकिंग कह सकते हो इसको आप। इंट्राडे फिलहाल पॉजिटिव ही बना हुआ है कंप्लीटली। देखना पड़ेगा कोई स्टेटमेंट वगैरह तो नहीं आई किसी की यूएस में, या फिर वहां पर जो शट डाउन होने वाला था शायद वो अब नहीं होने वाला। कुछ तो हुआ है यूएस में। यूएस कांग्रेस scrambles to try to avoid looming shutdown after Trump demand reject। मुझे भी लग रहा है शायद सही भी है। ठीक है, शायद शट डाउन नहीं होने वाला यूएस गवर्नमेंट। मार्केट पॉजिटिवली ले रहा है, अगर शट डाउन होता तो मार्केट वापस सेल ऑफ दे देता। तो ओवरऑल व्यू देखोगे फिलहाल न्यूज़ की वजह से पॉजिटिव ही बना हुआ है। बाकी एक रेजिस्टेंस, ये 15 मिनट का चार्ट है बाय द वे, US 100, एक capital.com ब्रोकर का चार्ट है। फिलहाल रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही है अपने। ठीक है, 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही क्या समझ सकते हो। इसके ऊपर और कोई रेजिस्टेंस तो है नहीं। यहाँ पर एक एफईजी बना हुआ था, नहीं है। तो 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, एक ऊपर रीटेस्ट था वो तो हो गया ऑलरेडी, सपोर्ट था ब्रेकडाउन हुआ, मार्केट ने रीटेस्ट पहले कर दिया है, तो इट इज़ अ रेजिस्टेंस जोन। लेट्स सी कितना मूव करता है या फिर वापस रीटेस्ट पे जाता है 21,400। बाकी ये जो कल का लो बना हुआ है ये आप सपोर्ट ले सकते हो, यहाँ पर प्रीवियसली एक सपोर्ट है, उसी को मार्केट अभी भी होल्ड कर रहा है। तो ये कल का जो लो है 20,800 टू 20,750, दैट इज अ सपोर्ट एरिया इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। तो ओवरऑल व्यू पॉजिटिव, मार्केट ऑन रेजिस्टेंस राइट नाउ। ठीक है, सिल्वर में देखो कैंडल क्लोज हो चुकी है ऊपर, जो पुराना आपका रीटेस्ट जोन था उसको आप रिमूव कर सकते हो, पुल बैक देता है तो वापस बाइंग का प्लान करना, ये रेजिस्टेंस था इसका, रीटेस्ट भी कर सकता है मार्केट, प्लस वहाँ पर सपोर्ट भी है, दोनों ही बन गए एक साथ में। ठीक है, ये रीटेस्ट भी है और ये सपोर्ट भी है, तो पुल बैक में वापस बाइंग कर सकते हैं। ऊपर सच ऐसा कोई मेजर रेजिस्टेंस तो नहीं है, एक एफईजी है विच इज अराउंड 29.83। गोल्ड ने देखें एफईजी ब्रेक किया क्या, गोल्ड अभी भी देखो उसी प्रीवियस रीटेस्ट पे ही रुका हुआ है, जब तक कैंडल क्लोज नहीं करेगा तब तक इसको हम ब्रेकआउट नहीं मान सकते एफईजी का, नीचे और कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है, कल का जो लो बना था दैट इज ओनली सपोर्ट एरिया वी हैव। बाकी एक रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ मिल सकता है मार्केट को गोल्ड में 2643, वहां पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान रख सकते हो। हाँ, ओके। दैट इज अ गुड रेजिस्टेंस एरिया, यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान रखा जा सकता है, इसमें बाइंग का और कोई ट्रेड नहीं है, पुल बैक में कोई सपोर्ट बना नहीं है एक्चुअली, ये एक सपोर्ट एरिया था जहाँ से मार्केट ने सपोर्ट लिया था कल का लो। कैंडल क्लोज हुई तो एफईजी जरूर, सॉरी ये रीटेस्ट रिमूव कर देना, उसकी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी अब। एफओएमसी से कैसे बचे, समझा नहीं कैसे बचे, मतलब ट्रेड करते वक्त कैसे बचे इसकी बात कर रहे हो, ट्रेड ही मत करो, जब न्यूज आ रही तब ट्रेड ही क्यों करना है। अगर आप ऑप्शन ट्रेड करते हो इंडिया में और अगर न्यूज़ को प्ले आउट कर रहे हो एमसीएक्स में या फिर इवन यूएस आपका इंडियन मार्केट में, तो उसका सबसे अच्छा तरीका है, ओके फोमो लिखा है, रियली सॉरी, एफओएमसी, आई आई थॉट दैट इज सी, ओके ओ है ना वो। फोमो से कैसे बचें, ओके देखो फोमो से अगर आपको थोड़ा सा अपने आप अपने हाथ को कंट्रोल करना है तो उसका सिंपल सा रूल है कि डिसाइड ऑलरेडी करके रखो कि दिन में कितने ट्रेड लेने, नंबर वन। ठीक है, तो उससे होगा क्या, आप अननेसेसरी ट्रेड लेने जाओगे नहीं, और मैं उन ट्रेड्स की बात कर रहा हूँ जहाँ पर आपके रिस्क रिवॉर्ड बेटर बड़े होते हैं। ठीक है, मैं स्कैल्पिंग की बात नहीं कर रहा क्योंकि स्कैल्पिंग तो पता नहीं आप दिन में कितने कर लोगे, क्योंकि मैं खुद स्कैल्पिंग करता नहीं हूँ बिल्कुल भी। ठीक है, बड़े रिस्क रिवॉर्ड के ही ट्रेड प्लान करते हैं हम लोग, तो अगर स्कैल्पिंग करते हो तो उसका मैं कुछ कह नहीं सकता ज़्यादा। बट अगर आप थोड़े बड़े रिस्क रिवॉर्ड के ट्रेड प्लान करते हो 1:2 1:3 लाइक दिस, तो वहां पर सबसे पहले दिन में एक या दो या तीन मैक्सिमम ट्रेड, उससे ज़्यादा लेने भी नहीं चाहिए वैसे तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। इतने ही ट्रेड प्लान करो, नंबर वन। नंबर टू, सबसे ज़्यादा जो इम्पोर्टेंट, उससे भी इम्पोर्टेंट रहता है, वो क्या, जब आप ट्रेड कर रहे हो एक्चुअली, फोमो का मतलब क्या हुआ कि आपको लग रहा है कि ट्रेड मिस हो जाएगा, तो हो जाएगा तो हो जाने दो, राइट। एक ट्रेड मिस होगा तो दूसरा ट्रेड आ जाएगा। तो सबसे पहले तो जो आपका सेटअप है, जिस भी सेटअप पे आप ट्रेड करते हो, डिमांड सप्लाई कोई इंडिकेटर हो सकता है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग अगर कहीं पर एंट्री बन रही है, तो जब एंट्री बन रही है तभी एंटर करो, नहीं बन रही तो नहीं करना। अब जैसे यहाँ पर एक क्रूड ऑयल में देखोगे नहीं आया एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट पे, नहीं किया भाई, अब मैं इसके पीछे थोड़ी ना भागूंगा कि चलो अब यहीं बाई कर लेते हैं। सोचो अगर वो नीचे आ जाएगा, मेरा एसएल कितना बड़ा हो जाएगा। तो आपको अपने सेटअप पे विश्वास होना चाहिए, जो सेटअप आप ट्रेड कर रहे हो उसके अकॉर्डिंग आपको लेवल पे ही बाई सेल करना है, सो दैट जब भी आप ट्रेड करो आपके रिस्क रिवॉर्ड बैट बराबर बने रहें, तो ऑटोमेटिकली आपका जो फोमो होगा वो कम होने स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। ऐसा नहीं है कि एकदम से कम हो जाएगा, पॉसिबल नहीं है एकदम से कि फोमो को कम कर देना। ठीक है, फोमो का मतलब क्या है, ये है ना कि यहाँ पर ये बाइंग लेवल पे बाई करना था, यहीं से चला गया, हम यहाँ पर क्यों बाई नहीं कर पाए, नहीं कर पाए तो नहीं कर पाए, क्या हो गया। तो जो भी सेटअप है उसके अकॉर्डिंग लेवल पे आने का वेट करो, लेवल पे आ रहा है, सेटअप बन रहा है तो ट्रेड, नहीं बन रहा है तो बिल्कुल पे नहीं करना है। तो ये दो चीज़ें सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट रहती हैं। नंबर वन, ट्रेड एक दिन में जितने करने हैं वो फिक्स कर लो, और नंबर टू, जो भी आपका सेटअप है उसके अकॉर्डिंग अगर ट्रेड बन रहा है तभी एंटर करो, अदरवाइज मत करो। ठीक है, बाकी थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर नीचे चलता है बट बहुत ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं होना चाहिए कि बहुत ज़्यादा प्राइस के डिफरेंस पे आप ट्रेड ले रहे हो। तो या होता है ना, जैसे एक बड़ी ग्रीन कलर की कैंडल बनती है लोग भाग जाते हैं पीछे बाइंग करने के लिए, या बहुत बड़ी रेड कलर की कैंडल बनती है लोग सेल करना स्टार्ट कर देते हैं, वो कभी नहीं करना चाहिए। साइडवेज ही कह सकते हो नेचुरल गैस को, चाहो तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो। कहाँ को जाएगा यहाँ से कह नहीं सकते, या तो ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस पे पहुंचे या वापस, या फिर वापस सपोर्ट पे आए। सिल्वर की कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है बिल्कुल, वो मैंने बता दिया सिल्वर का, अभी सिल्वर का चार्ट दिखाया था ना। कैंडल क्लोज हो चुकी है, वही एफईजी एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है वहाँ पे, वापस पुल बैक आता है तो वापस बाइंग कर सकते हो इस तरह से। ये सपोर्ट भी है और रीटेस्ट भी है, दोनों ही है। ऊपर एक एफईजी मिल जाएगा 29.81 के अराउंड। है ना, मार्केट अगर गिर रहा है, अब सब बाई तो सपोर्ट पे ही करना चाहिए ना। लोग बाई सपोर्ट पे नहीं करते, सपोर्ट पे लोग सेल कर रहे होते हैं, और जब वहां से प्राइस ऊपर जाता है तो फिर रेजिस्टेंस पे आके बाई करना स्टार्ट करते हैं वहां, जबकि सेल करना होता है। नेचुरल गैस में जो लोग बाइंग में हैं सपोर्ट से एटलीस्ट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करना, काफी देर से रुका हुआ है, ये फॉरेक्स का ही चार्ट है। ज़्यादा देर साइडवेज गया तो फिर प्रीमियम डीके होना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, वापस वही डे हाई है, या तो वापस ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस पे हिट करे वापस, या फिर नीचे सपोर्ट पे हिट करे। क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे तो एग्जैक्टली लेवल पे आया नहीं, ऊपर वाले सपोर्ट से, यहाँ पर दो दो सपोर्ट एक साथ बने थे, लोअर वाला सपोर्ट मैंने ड्रॉ किया था, ऊपर वाले सपोर्ट से ही भाग गया ऊपर। ये भी लेवल 2 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, लोअर लो बना नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। यहाँ पर एक बार सेलिंग आई थी, लो बनाया, फिर सेलिंग आई, मार्केट ने लोअर लो क्रिएट नहीं करा यहाँ पे। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये सपोर्ट अब थोड़ा सा वीक आप मान सकते हो। थोड़ा लोअर लो फॉर्म करता तो बेटर था इस तरह से। देखते हैं फिर से रिजेक्शन लेता है या फिर ब्रेकआउट करता है। अब ऐसे ब्रेकआउट हो जाए तो बेटर ही है 5917 के ऊपर। RRR डिस्काउंट इफ यू ओपन थ्रू योर लिंक इन ट्रेडिंग व्यू। ट्रेडिंग व्यू अकाउंट की बात कर रहे हो क्या? ट्रेडिंग व्यू अकाउंट, उसमें डिस्काउंट की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, वो फ्री है फिर तो। मेरे लिंक से जो अगर अकाउंट ओपन करोगे दैट इज एब्सोल्युटली फ्री, फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट। बट इफ यू वांट टू टेक पेड वर्जन ट्रेडिंग व्यू का, अगर पेड वर्जन लेना चाहोगे जिसमें और भी फीचर्स अवेलेबल हैं फ्री वाले के अलावा, वहाँ पर आपको डिस्काउंट मिल जाएगा। ठीक है, बट वो भी ध्यान रखना आप कौन सा वाला ले रहे हो, उसमें अलग अलग ऑप्शन है जो भी चूज करोगे ईयरली या मंथली बेसिस पे। पेड वर्जन को यस, उसमें डिस्काउंट मिलेगा। मंथली प्लान कौन सा वाला मंथली? उसमें मैंने बताया ना अलग अलग हैं प्लान्स एक्चुअली। जब आप वहाँ पर सेलेक्ट करने जाओगे ना, नॉन प्रोफेशनल और प्रोफेशनल प्रो में, तो आई होप नॉन प्रोफेशनल ही लोगे, बिकॉज प्रोफेशनल प्रो बहुत वो आई थिंक बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाता है। तो अगर मंथली अगर आप प्लान कर रहे हो तो तीन आते हैं उसमें, एसेंशियल, प्लस और प्रीमियम। एसेंशियल ले सकते हो आप स्टार्टिंग अगर कर रहे हो तो। उसका प्राइस आई थिंक 1295 या 1300 के आसपास या 1200 के आसपास मिलेगा आपको। बट उससे बेटर मैं सजेस्ट करूंगा अगर आपको लेना ही है तो मंथली मत लो, इससे अच्छा ईयरली ले लो। ईयरली आपको आराम से मिल जाएगा 10,000 के अराउंड। मंथली वो 990 का पड़ जाता है शायद आई थिंक। प्रोफेशनल प्लान में कोई डिस्काउंट नहीं मिलेगा शायद आई थिंक। वो सिर्फ नॉन प्रोफेशनल में मिलता है। प्रोफेशनल प्लान में दो आते हैं ना, एक्सपर्ट और अल्टीमेट करके दो आते हैं, वहाँ पर डिस्काउंट नहीं मिलता है शायद आई थिंक। एंड वो प्रोफेशनल वाला शायद आई थिंक एंटरप्राइजेस के लिए ही है शायद। वैसे लेने को तो कोई भी ले सकता है, बट नॉर्मली वो एंटरप्राइजेस या फिर कोई कंपनीज हैं उनके लिए ज़्यादा बेटर रहता है। अगर आप नए हो तो आई विल सजेस्ट इसेंशियल प्लस या प्रीमियम ले लो, उसमें सारे बेनिफिट आपको मिल जाएंगे। बाकी अगर आप लेना चाहो तो प्रोफेशनल भी ले सकते हो, जो प्रोफेशनल प्रो वाला है। उसमें दो ही आते हैं आपका, एक एक्सपर्ट और एक अल्टीमेट करके। उसमें मंथली आपको 20,000 रुपीज़ लगते हैं, अल्टीमेट में 50,000 रुपीज़ मंथली। एनुअली लोगे तो शायद 2 लाख रुपीज़ एक्सपर्ट में और 5 लाख रुपीज़ अल्टीमेट में। बट वो तभी लेना जब बहुत हैवी इन्वॉल्वमेंट रहती है ट्रेडिंग में। और आपके अलावा और भी बहुत सारे टीम मेंबर्स हैं, क्योंकि वहाँ पर जितनी चीज़ें आपको प्रोफेशनल में देखने के लिए मिलेंगी वही आपको नॉन प्रोफेशनल में जो प्रीमियम वाला प्लान है उसमें देखने के लिए मिल जाती है। तो कुछ ज़्यादा वो नहीं है कि अगर आप सिंगल हो तो फिर ज़्यादा फ़ायदा नहीं है उसको लेके। बेटर फिर अगर आपको और थोड़ा डेटा चाहिए डीप लेवल का, तो फिर ट्रेडिंग व्यू से बेटर फिर आप ब्लूमबर्ग का ले लो। अगर इतना अमाउंट अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हो वहाँ पे, तो बेटर रहेगा कि आप ट्रेडिंग व्यू को मत करो। अगर आप प्रोफेशनल में जाना चाहते हो, प्रोफेशनल वाला जो अकाउंट है उससे बेटर आएगा आपको। ब्लूमबर्ग टर्मिनल आता है, ठीक है, वो आप ऑप्ट कर सकते हो। उसके चार्जेस भी इतने ही हैं लगभग, बट उसमें और डीप लेवल का डेटा और बाकी चीज़ें मिल जाती हैं आपको। बाय द वे वो डायरेक्टली बाय नहीं कर सकते, उसके लिए उनकी टीम को कांटेक्ट करना पड़ता है। तो bloomberg.com टीम है, उनकी वेबसाइट में जाके उनको कांटेक्ट कर लो, अपनी डिटेल भेज दो, वो खुद ही कांटेक्ट करेंगे आपको। ब्रेकिंग बाउंड्रीज ऊपर एक नंबर दिया हुआ है, व्हाट्सअप नंबर, उस पर कांटेक्ट कर सकते हो। हाँ त्रिलोक जी, वहाँ बताया मैंने, कर सकते हो। बट याद रखना, दिस इज द थर्ड टाइम प्राइस उस लेवल पे आया है, पर्टिकुलर लेवल पे। नेचुरल गैस भी ऑलमोस्ट टारगेट पे जाने वाला है। नेचुरल गैस में भी हाफ प्रॉफिट एटलीस्ट बुक कर लेना। 3.338 यही फाइनल टारगेट है जिन लोगों ने सपोर्ट से बाई किया था। क्रूड ऑयल आया नहीं तो कर नहीं पाए बाई एग्जैक्टली लेवल पे। बाकी इसने लोअर लो बनाया नहीं है, तो ये रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा वीक है अब। एक बार सेलिंग आई थी, लो बनाया था, दूसरी बार सेलिंग आई, लो बनाया, लोअर लो क्रिएट नहीं हुआ, तो कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा वीक हो गया होगा ये रेजिस्टेंस एरिया अब। थोड़ा सा अगर लोअर लो बनाता तो बेटर रहता इस तरह से। ऊपर भी लेवल देख लेते हैं। सिक्स का चार्ट नहीं लगाया नेचुरल गैस ने, बिकॉज वो एमसीएक्स जिस लेवल पे है वहां पर 15 मिनट में उतने पीछे लेवल शो नहीं हो रहे हैं। फॉरेक्स में हो रहे हैं, इसलिए फॉरेक्स का चार्ट लगाया। बाकी ध्यान रखना, जब भी लेवल पे, अगर सेलिंग की पहले बात करूं, रेजिस्टेंस पे जब सेल करो तो ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल मत करना, और सपोर्ट पे अगर बाय करो तो ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे बाय मत करना कभी भी। ओके, डन। सिक्स का लेवल पता नहीं, 311 है या फिर आई डोंट नो क्या है। फॉरेक्स में कर सकते हो इस लेवल पे वापस से। लोग बाइंग में है वो जरूर निकल जाना। वॉल्यूम भी डाउन हो गया इसका। बाकी वापस सेल कर सकते हैं फॉरेक्स में इस पर्टिकुलर लेवल पे नेचुरल गैस को। कैंडल का ध्यान रखें, ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल मत करना बस। सरवाल जी, सर आप पढ़ाई कहाँ से की हो, इतने परफेक्ट लेवल बताए तो बताए हो। स्कूल से करिए पढ़ाई, स्कूल से। स्कूल फिर कॉलेज। 20 CR से अगर ट्रेड करना है तो ऑप्शन सेलिंग करनी चाहिए। फ्यूचर ऑप्शन सेलिंग कर सकते हो फिर तो। लाइक भी करते रहो guys. Don't forget to like the stream and subscribe the channel as well.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. Could there be a Plan C on Capitol Hill? Well, several news networks are reporting that the House could vote this morning on another temporary measure to avert a government shutdown after midnight tonight. PBS is reporting Speaker Mike Johnson could break up the bill that failed yesterday or something similar into separate votes. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern is in Washington and says whatever the plan is hasn't been made public yet.
What exactly would he be bringing to the floor? Do we just not see it yet? Or potentially is he going to try the bill that failed yesterday? Maybe if he was able to get those 38 Republicans that voted against it to say yes. Lots of questions, not a lot of answers right now, and time is of the essence. We could be headed for a shutdown just before the holidays.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern in Washington. Those 38 Republicans who voted no last night objected to something President-elect Trump demanded at the last minute, a 2-year suspension of the debt ceiling. Pangea Policy founder Terry Haynes says this raises questions about Trump's sway on Republicans going forward.
Trump's much less likely to actually achieve the things that they think he's until recently that he was very likely to achieve. That's a very bad look for Trump, and I think what he needs to do is stand back from this and cool the temperature off.
Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy was a guest on Bloomberg Daybreak this morning. Trump posted on Truth Social that if there's going to be a government shutdown, let it be now under the Biden administration. President Biden has yet to weigh in directly on this Capitol Hill debate. The U.S. says it killed Islamic State leader Abu Yusuf in an airstrike in Syria yesterday. This is according to an ex-post from U.S. Central Command. That's as the State Department has sent a group of diplomats to Syria to meet with the rebel groups that overthrew longtime dictator
500 पॉइंट ऊपर वही लग रहा है मुझे वो यूएस शटडाउन शायद नहीं करेगा गवर्नमेंट दैट इज अ पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ फॉर द इक्विटी अखिलेश सिंह जी कौन से स्कूल में ट्रेडिंग के लेवल पढ़ाए जाते हैं अरे ऐसे ही बता रहा था ऐसे ही कह रहा हूँ 5146 पॉइंट अप है क्रूड ऑयल 3% ऊपर नीचे कितने दिन चलेगा एटलीस्ट 20 जनवरी तक तो होना चाहिए उसके बाद हो सकता है कुछ चेंज हो आफ्टर 20th ऑफ जनवरी तब नए प्रेसिडेंट आ जाएंगे थोड़ी सी क्लियरिटी आ जाएगी होने वाला क्या है स्पेशली जियोपॉलिटिक्स में
Dictator Bashar al-Assad. They include HTS, a designated terror group. The U.S. delegation had planned to hold a news conference in Damascus, but multiple outlets are reporting that has been canceled due to security reasons. Back on Wall Street, investors have some positive economic data to round out the week. The Fed's preferred inflation gauge, the core PCE index, came in at 2.8%, the lowest level since May, and the University of Michigan has a final look at consumer sentiment for the year. Bloomberg's Sonali Basak has that.
Final December consumer sentiment data rising to 74. The estimate was 74.2, so just about in line, maybe a little soft, but still after that PCE data, things look pretty smooth.
Bloomberg's Sonali Basak says that University of Michigan data is the fifth straight increase in consumer sentiment. Before all the data, San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly said she was very comfortable with the Fed predicting just 2 interest rate cuts next year. She says it's not because she thinks Trump policies could stoke inflation.
It's about the data. It's always about the data for me. We don't know what the incoming administration is going to do. You know, new administrations, no matter when they come, always put a slate of programs together. And really, as a policymaker, I want to see the net effects once I see clarity about what those policies will be.
San Francisco Fed Chief Mary Daly was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. Meanwhile, New York Fed President John Williams told CNBC this morning he has started incorporating Trump policies into his personal outlook. And Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack is explaining why she voted against cutting rates this week. She put out a statement this morning saying she prefers to keep rates steady until the Fed sees more progress on getting inflation to the 2% target. Novo Nordisk is making progress towards shedding $120 billion off its market value. That's because its experimental weight loss drug CagriSema didn't shed the 25% body weight it promised. Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel reports.
It's not living up to the expectations to be the market leader in the next generation of weight loss drugs. And to add to that disappointment, Novo Nordisk had spent a record amount of R&D to develop this new drug as it seeks to save off the growing competition from other pharma groups.
Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel. Right now, Novo Nordisk shares are down 20% in Copenhagen. Rival Eli Lilly, it's up 4%. We're also watching shares of Trump Media and Technology. They are down more than 5%. President-elect Trump put his entire stake in the social media company, about $4 billion worth, in a trust controlled by his eldest son, Donald Trump Jr. Stocks as a whole are starting to move higher now. The S&P 500 is up 0.2%. The Dow is up 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite higher by 0.1%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
Like occurred earlier this week, we always encourage investors to take a step back, look at where they are holding their cash savings. Is it in an account that really meets their needs, particularly to help them reach their savings goals? There are far too many Americans these days that are not getting the returns that they deserve on their hard-earned savings. This is because a lot of that money is sitting in those lower yielding, traditional bank savings accounts that you just talked about. That average savings rate is just 45 basis points. But the good news that is out there, that there are higher yielding offers out there. For example, Vanguard. We've been offering, industry leading money market funds for decades, but we also recently entered the savings arena. We just launched the Vanguard Cash Plus account. It's currently yielding 3.9%. That's 8 times that national average that you quoted.
Mm-hmm. And we seem to have a pretty jittery market right now after that sell-off earlier this week. How does that feed into the calculus of how much cash to hold versus how much cash to invest in stocks?
Yeah, this is a common question that we get from investors, and it's all about finding the right balance, because you certainly need to make sure that you have enough cash on hand, right? If you don't have enough cash on hand, you risk having to dip into your longer term investments like your retirement funds, which can be very detrimental to your financial health. At the same time too, you want to make sure you're not holding too much cash, right? The more cash that you hold, the less diversified your overall portfolio is, which is going to make it harder for you to achieve your long-term outcomes. So again, it's all about finding that right balance. And you want to put cash towards your shorter term savings goals and make sure you're putting your money to work in your longer term investment goals, like saving for retirement.
And when you talk about that balance, is there a certain percentage of your income that you should reserve for just cash holdings? And if so, how do you appropriately determine that amount?
Yeah, so what Vanguard would recommend, this is all about building first an emergency savings fund, right? Vanguard would recommend that first start off saving at least $2,000, right? Or about half a month's worth of your income. This can build up a nice reserve just in case, there is some short-term spending or cash needs that you have. From there, you can start building up a more proper contingency reserve, somewhere in between, 3 to 6 months worth of, living expenses. And again, beyond that, you want to be really thoughtful of what is your goal? What are you saving for, so that you can start putting that money to work either in a short-term savings account or into a longer-term investment account.
And looking ahead, there are a lot of uncertainties between what the Fed ultimately decides to do with interest rates, the incoming Trump administration. Are you hearing concerns from clients to hold on to more cash until we have a better idea of the future?
What we always, stress is, to make sure that you control what you focus what you can control on. And what we do is you say, start with what is your goal, and then build a plan around that. When you have a goal and a strong plan around that, it's easier to stay the course and, filter out the noise that's coming from, volatile markets or uncertainty in DC.
And Andrew, some great advice, especially heading into the holidays. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Before we head to break, we're talking about one place some people decide to put their cash into the game of chance. Today could be your last chance to buy a lottery ticket and win a whopping $825 million jackpot. The next drawing for Mega Millions is tonight, Friday at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Nobody won the last draw, with the winning numbers 56, 66, 67, 68, and 69, plus the gold Mega Ball 18. Although the jackpot is at $825 million, if you choose the cash option, you're getting $382.2 million. This will be the largest prize ever won in December and the 7th largest in Mega Millions history. So get your ticket before it's too late. Stay tuned for more wealth after this break.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those.
What could you do if your data was working for you and not against you? With Bloomberg delivering enterprise data directly to your systems, you get easy access to the details you want.
Bloomberg Audio Studios.
Podcasts, radio, news.
Antony Blinken has about a month left as U.S. Secretary of State, and he's been racing around the world for meetings.
Whether it's Qatar, whether it's Egypt, whether it's Turkey, where I was just last week.
Blinken was there to talk about Syria and the wider Middle East. He's also keeping tabs on Ukraine and the fallout from recent no-confidence votes in Europe. Blinken spent Thursday in New York at the United Nations. He's been busy at a crucial moment, the run-up to the transfer of power from President Biden to President-elect Trump.
I want to be able to hand off to the incoming administration the best possible hand to play in all of these areas, in all of these challenges, because the world doesn't stop just because we're in a political transition.
Thursday morning, I sat down with Blinken in Bloomberg's New York headquarters to get the latest news from the Middle East and to have him reflect on his tenure at the State Department and share his outlook.
Let's get you that conversation that we promised you. Joining us now with David Gura, the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. We'll head over to you.
Thank you very much, and welcome to our audience on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television worldwide. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for being here. Good to be with you.
Last week, I had a similar conversation with another member of President Biden's cabinet, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. Part of it was live on television, but we kept the conversation going when the cameras cut away. This is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. I'm David Gura. And today on the show, the 71st Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, on what's ahead in the Middle East and Ukraine, and how he's preparing the State Department for new leadership.
Let's start with Syria. And you've described this moment as one of both promise and peril.
That's right.
You have what seems like a de facto government that is a designated terrorist group, and you've said that the U.S. has been in contact with HTS. What specifically have they said? I know there are other groups operating in the country as well, but what have they said about how they might govern?
What we've heard them say is positive. The question is, what are they actually going to do? We brought together with Jordan countries from around the region last week, and we came together to set expectations. What is the international community? What are the neighbors looking for as this transition takes place in Syria? And we all agreed. We want to see something that's inclusive, that's non-sectarian, that respects minorities, women, that deals with any chemical weapons that may be remaining in Syria, that doesn't ally with ISIS or any of the terrorist groups that are there. And the reason that's so important is we want to make it clear to HTS and all of the emerging authorities that the recognition that they seek, the support that they seek and need from the international community, well, there's certain expectations that come along with that. What everyone is focused on is what's actually happening on the ground. What are they doing? Are they working to build a transition in Syria that brings everyone in. If they do that, and if they meet some of these other tests that the international community is looking for them to meet, then I think you can see something very positive.
I look at this country that has a lot of sanctions that are residual. A lot of sanctions have been in place for decades on Syria. Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut has called for a temporary suspension of sanctions. Is that something that you would be amenable to, and would that be effective in helping you have more engagement with what may be this new government?
So we're looking at all the authorities we have. We're looking at all of the sanctions, not only our own. The United Nations has sanctions on HTS, its leader. And I think what we need to see is actual concrete steps, building an inclusive, non-sectarian government, a transition, eventually getting to an election. As we see these steps taken, then I think we'll be able to respond. Others will be able to respond.
There's been a lot of speculation that a ceasefire deal could come together. When President Biden spoke about the deal between Israel and Hezbollah, he was asked at the end, do you think you can get a ceasefire deal by the end of your tenure? He said he's hoping and praying. Is there anything that's happened that gives more grounds for hope than prayer going forward here?
There is. And the reality is we should logically be able to get this. And I say that with all the caution that comes with that statement because we've been very close before. And we've had these Lucy in the football moments where you're just ready to kick the football and Lucy pulls it away. But what's changed is this. Hamas knows that the cavalry is not coming to the rescue. For months and months, it hoped it would get a wider war with Hezbollah, with Iran, with Iranian-aligned groups coming in and creating more problems from Israel on more fronts and helping Hamas endure. We now know that's not happening. They know it's not happening because of the very important work that was done with us and with others, dealing with the unprecedented Iranian attacks on Israel, dealing with Hezbollah. So I think that's concentrated minds among Hamas on the need to complete this deal. Having said that, it's always incredibly fraught and it's very hard to get decisions made. It's hard to communicate. And for all of those reasons, even as close as it is, it can still move in the other direction. We've all been fanning out, working with all of the different partners who can make a difference and who may have some leverage with, communications with Hamas, whether it's Qatar, whether it's Egypt, whether it's Turkey, where I was just last week. The fundamental question right now is Hamas finally prepared to say yes? And if it does, we get the hostages back. We get a ceasefire. We get an immediate, dramatic improvement in the lives of Palestinian children, women and men who've been caught in this horrible crossfire since October 7th of Hamas's making. If they really purport to care about the Palestinian people, they will say yes and do it now.
Let me ask you about that horrible crossfire, and it's something that you've written about in a recent essay for Foreign Affairs, the fact that millions have been displaced, tens of thousands have been killed, Gaza has been kind of reduced to rubble. You've made 12 trips to the region. How much regret do you have that kind of sustained level of humanitarian aid hasn't made it into Gaza over the course of this conflict?
You know, from day one, we've tried to do several things going back to October 7th. First, to stand resolute with Israel to try to make sure that October 7th would never happen again. Second, to prevent this war from going wider, because if that happened, if other fronts opened up, whether it was with Iran, whether it was with Hezbollah, these other groups, more death, more destruction, and it would probably prolong what was going on in Gaza. And three, to do whatever we could to make sure that people in Gaza were getting the assistance they need, were getting the protections they need. And we have been on this virtually every single day, and we've seen moments when more assistance was getting through, then we've seen moments where it's ebbed and flowed, but this has a dramatic effect on the lives and livelihoods of people in Gaza. The last week or 10 days, there has been a noticeable improvement, but we've seen that before, and then we've seen it fall off. The best way to finally deal with the needs of the people would be to end the conflict, would be to get the ceasefire, to get the hostages home. That's the best way, because you have an environment that is unique. You have a population that's trapped in Gaza. It doesn't have anywhere to go. In most other conflicts, people, they can become refugees. That's not a good thing, but it's better than being caught in the middle of a hot war. And also you have an enemy, in the case of Hamas, that's fully enmeshed with the civilian population, living in and under buildings, apartment buildings, schools, mosques, hospitals. That doesn't obviate at all the responsibility that Israel has to try to ensure that assistance gets to people who need it and that people are protected as best possible. And look, we've been working very hard to make sure that as best we can, we actually start to implement plans for a better future for the region, or if we don't have time to fully do that, to be able to hand them off. Not just getting the hostage and ceasefire deal, but having a clear plan for what follows, a day after plan for Gaza, so that there's no vacuum that Hamas can refill, that Israel can pull out, and you can have Gaza stand up for its people. Administration, security, reconstruction. We have done an extraordinary amount of work carrying through what President Trump started with the Abraham Accords to get normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, which would be the biggest game changer in the region. All of that is ready to be handed over to the new administration, and hopefully they'll carry the ball forward.
You mentioned that normalization deal. It was something this administration invested a lot in before October 7th. Clearly the conversations have been going on. There has been reporting that we're close to a breakthrough there. Can you shed any light on sort of where those conversations stand today?
So one of the things I look back on is on October 10th, a year ago, I was supposed to go to Saudi Arabia and to Israel to work on the Palestinian component of this normalization deal. And of course, that trip didn't happen because of October 7th. But even with Gaza, we've continued these conversations, we've continued this work. And in terms of the agreements that are needed between the United States and Saudi Arabia, they're pretty much ready to go. And that would then trigger the normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. But two things are required to actually get that done. One is an end to the conflict in Gaza, and two is having a credible pathway toward a Palestinian state. As I said, all of the work's been done, and hopefully we'll get to that end of conflict in Gaza. They'll have to engage the conversation on answering the Palestinian question, but the work is there. And if that happens, this transforms the region. You have Israel that's integrated in the region. There's a common security architecture to deal with Iran. We saw that, something we put together embryonically when Iran attacked Israel in an unprecedented way, a direct attack. We not only, for the first time, participated in Israel's active defense, we brought other countries, including countries in the region, into that defense. So you can see what's possible in the future. But it requires an end to the conflict in Gaza, and it requires moving forward on the Palestinians.
Coming up, as President-elect Trump readies for his return to the White House, he and his closest aides are already meeting with world leaders to discuss policy. How the Secretary of State is navigating that after the break.
There are two kinds of people in the world. People who think about climate change and people who are doing something about it. On the Zero podcast, we talk to both kinds of people. People you've heard of, like Bill Gates.
I'm looking at what the world has to do to get to zero, not using climate as a moral crusade.
And Justin Trudeau.
There are still people who are hell-bent on reversing our approach on fighting climate change.
And the creative minds you haven't heard of yet.
Really don't need to have a tomato in December. It's gonna taste like nothing anyway. Just don't do it.
What we've made here is inspired by shark skin. Yeah. It is much more simplified than actual shark skin.
Drilling industry has come up with some of the most creative job titles.
Yeah. Tell me more.
You could imagine tool pusher,
no,
driller, motorman, mudlogger.
It is serious stuff, but never doom and gloom. I am Akshat Rati. Listen to Zero every Thursday from Bloomberg Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you get your podcasts.
On Wednesday, Secretary of State Antony Blinken sat down with Senator Marco Rubio, who is President-elect Trump's pick to succeed Blinken. I asked the secretary how he's navigating what is a unique transition.
You've said of this new administration, you want to pass the baton to them so they can get off and running. Forgive me, but it does seem like they are off and running. You had President-elect Trump meeting in France with President Zelensky, President Macron. He's met with Prime Minister Trudeau in Florida. His designate to be the special envoy to the Middle East has been in the region as well. Does that complicate the work that you are doing?
Look, there's one president at a time, one administration at a time, but we're in very close contact with the incoming administration. I spent a couple of hours.
It does feel novel, though. I mean, we used to talk about the Logan Act. It does feel like these are different circumstances.
Look, I think there are a few things. I think there are a few things going on. First, as I said, we've been in very close contact with the incoming administration. I've spent a lot of time with Senator Rubio and Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, with Mike Waltz, his successor. We've had very good, not only conversations, but we're trying to make sure that we're as coordinated as possible so that they know what we're looking at doing in the remaining time that we have. I want to be able to hand off to the incoming administration the best possible hand to play in all of these areas, in all of these challenges, because the world doesn't stop just because we're in a political transition. It's also normal that countries around the world want to hear from the incoming administration. They want to know what they can expect so they can get ready for that. As long as we're communicating closely, which we are, and as long as we're working to, again, try to make this handoff as effective as possible so that they can
एमडी सैफुल हक जी वही न्यूज़ यूएस शट डाउन वाली जो न्यूज़ थी वो शायद अवर्ट हो गई है, इसलिए मार्केट थोड़ा सा उसी पर रिएक्शन दे रहा है। नेचुरल गैस ऑलमोस्ट देखो रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है। क्रूड ऑयल अगर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट करता है तो इसमें भी बाइंग का ट्रेड बन जाएगा। ओके, एक सेकेंड।
Shares of Nike trading slightly lower today after the company's outlook for 2025 failed to impress investors. New CEO Elliott Hill citing digital pricing and inventory concerns. Joining me now is Greg Schwartz, StockX COO and incoming CEO. Now, Greg, Elliott Hill setting an aggressive turnaround plan that will be driven by sports, brand storytelling. Do you think that's enough, though, to boost Nike's appeal with buyers in the secondary market, especially on a platform like StockX?
Look, we think a turnaround's needed, and I think Elliott's saying the right things. It's time that they turn a corner, and what we've seen is really a multi-year cycle of oversupplying product, specifically silhouettes like Dunks, Air Force One, Jordan 1s, and oversupplying leads to heavy discounting and, frankly, just a lack of brand cachet. And so when you see that, when you see really a lack of innovation, it's time for change. And so with new leadership coming on board, we see Elliott talking about pulling back supply, leaning back into innovation. It's not clear exactly how long that's going to take to come to fruition, but definitely think it's a needed change for Nike.
How have you seen Nike's market share change over the past few years, especially with the introduction of new brands? Because to me, this has consistently been a very crowded market.
Yeah, we've seen Nike's market share drop double digits on StockX, and still a very large, still a strong brand on our platform. But really, that's opened up the doors for incumbent brands. For Puma, Asics, New Balance, Adidas has been taking more and more share and becoming more and more prevalent on the platform. And so we've seen this over the years. When there's oversupplying by Nike, it tends to just drive less demand from a buyer. And the buyer ends up going to where brands are innovating, where they see brands doing unique collaborations, releasing new product. And that's what we're seeing, a lot of innovation, a lot of really cool product that's been in high demand from brands like Asics, Puma, New Balance, Hoka, and on.
Mm-hmm. And like you're saying, consumers still seem to be spending. We have seen little signs of pullbacks in certain pockets of the market. So what trends are you noticing when it comes to the health of the consumer?
Yeah, we've had an incredible holiday season. We had our biggest Cyber Monday in company history. Over the Cyber Week, we saw order volume up year over year. So we're still seeing a very healthy ecosystem on StockX in the market. Some of the trends that we're seeing, like we said a second ago, you're seeing challenger brands starting to take more share. We're also seeing incredible growth in apparel and streetwear. So brands like Fear of God and Denim Tears have had a record-breaking holiday period on StockX. And then we're still seeing a trend around a value-conscious buyer. One of the unique things about StockX is pricing is based on supply and demand. A buyer on StockX can place a bid indicating the price they're willing to pay. And we're seeing more and more is product that's not trading always above retail at a price premium on a secondary marketplace like StockX, but trading at or below retail, which I think is a sign of the times.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned some brands that are performing well. What other brands are really driving demand on your platform? And are these brands driven by Gen Z buyers, millennials, male, female?
Yeah, there still are pockets, in Nike that are driving performance. Performance basketball, Travis Scott is still an incredibly popular product. The Jumpman Jacks was released this holiday season. I mentioned some of the sneaker brands, Asics, Puma, New Balance. Outside of sneakers and apparel, where I mentioned Fear of God, we see growing electronics, PlayStation 5 products around their 30th anniversary, collectibles items like Pop Mart. So it's such a broad diversity of products on the platform. But I think what's interesting this holiday season is not just the incumbents like Nike dominating. You're seeing more and more brand diversity, more and more apparel brands like Fear of God and Denim Tears, and then even collectibles like Pop Mart items, which have become incredibly popular on the platform. So it's really a story of brand diversification and really a value-conscious buyer that's coming to StockX because they know they're getting the truest, the fairest market price that they can get.
Interesting trends, especially heading into the busy holiday shopping season. Greg Schwartz, StockX COO and incoming CEO, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Let's get a quick check on the markets. We're seeing the major averages bounce back from that Fed-induced sell-off on Thursday. All three of the indexes in the green here as we saw that key inflation data come in slightly better than expected during the month of November here. You're seeing the gains being led by the tech-heavy NASDAQ composite up nearly 2% at this point. But I really wanted to take a quick check on Bitcoin because we're seeing Bitcoin drop 8% over the past 5 days. We're below that critical $100,000 level. We're now trading at
slightly above 97,000. A lot of this has to do with maybe some profit taking amid this Fed pivot, less easing expected next year. And we have seen Bitcoin really rally over the past few months, especially when you think about the incoming Trump administration, how he has been seen as a boon to the crypto asset. You're seeing that take off here. But again, we're seeing this dip today on the heels of that Fed pivot. And a quick programming note on today's episode of War on Your Money, John D. Edelman, Edelman's Managing Director of Global Engagement and Corporate Responsibility, explains how vets are still an untapped talent pool in corporate America.
Bluff, bottom line up front. What does corporate America need to know about the American veteran?
American veterans are incredible talent pipeline. They're strategic assets that are key.
गाइस क्रूड ऑयल रीटेस्ट कर चुका है, नेचुरल गैस भी रेजिस्टेंस को हिट करने वाला है। क्रूड ऑयल में चाहो तो बाय कर सकते हो रीटेस्ट से वापस। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना बने, ध्यान रखना। ओके डन। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, बायर्स एग्जिट कर लो जिन लोगों ने बाई किया था सपोर्ट एरिया से, और सेलर्स क्या कर सकते हैं, वापस एंटर कर सकते हैं। ध्यान रखना कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने, यहाँ पर सेलिंग के वक्त ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं बननी चाहिए। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल नहीं करते हैं। बाकी बायर एग्जिट कर लेना, बायर का टारगेट हो गया। इससे बड़ा तो कोई ऐसा नहीं है। US agencies alerted to prepare for an imminent government shutdown, व्हाइट हाउस सोर्सेस की ओर से ऐसी न्यूज आ रही है। अभी तो न्यूज आ रही थी कि हो जाएगा करके। लेट्स सी शटडाउन होती है यूएस गवर्नमेंट या फिर नहीं, देखते हैं।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. There will be another vote on government funding today. That is the latest we're hearing from House Republicans after first a bipartisan bill, then a stopgap and debt ceiling suspension backed by President-elect Donald Trump. Both fell apart this week. Republican Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna says whatever happens,
we're not cutting deals with Democrats. We're going to work it out here. I do not believe the government's going to be shutting down, but you guys will see some great stuff, very similar to President Trump's plan yesterday.
Congresswoman Luna spoke after meeting this morning with House Speaker Mike Johnson, but Bloomberg's Derek Wallbank reports it was Trump's plan to lift the debt ceiling that got 38 hardline Republicans to vote no in the first place.
Donald Trump said, this is what I want in a stopgap spending bill. I want a debt limit thing in there. And he had, as you noted, 36 Republicans who said, no, I don't think so.
Bloomberg's Derek Wallbank. And as the debate continues on Capitol Hill, Elon Musk, President-elect Trump's top donor and advisor, is continuing to threaten a government shutdown on X unless the president-elect gets what he wants from House Republicans. The Federal Aviation Administration has extended a ban on drone flights over New Jersey to key infrastructure in New York. The month-long ban covers 30 locations in Brooklyn, Staten Island, Queens, and the Bronx. The White House and other agencies have said the thousands of reported drone sightings up and down the East Coast don't pose a national security risk. In the Middle East, the U.S. says it killed Islamic State leader Abu Yusuf in an airstrike in Syria yesterday. That's according to an ex-post from U.S. Central Command. It comes as the State Department has sent a group of diplomats to Syria to meet with the rebel groups that overthrew longtime dictator Bashar al-Assad. In Ukraine, the capital, Kyiv, came under its first Russian missile attack in almost a month overnight. One person was killed, at least 9 others were hurt. The barrage followed a major Russian cyber attack on Ukraine's state registries. On Wall Street, stocks are moving firmly higher now after positive data to end the week. The Fed's preferred inflation gauge had its slowest advance since May. The University of Michigan's Consumer Sentiment Index for December rose for a 5th straight month. Even before the data dump, San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly told us she is very comfortable with scaling back her forecast to 2 interest rate cuts next year.
So I was focused on the incoming information and what it means for the outlook. And today I feel like we've got policy in a good place, the economy's in a good place, and we are prepared for whatever comes before us.
San Francisco Fed Chief Mary Daly was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance, and we have more insights now into why Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack voted against cutting rates this week. Hammack put out a statement saying she prefers rates to stay on hold until inflation gets closer to the Fed's 2% target. More on that from Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld.
She was the first dissent by a regional bank president this week since June 2022. And you'll remember, of course, that's when the Fed delivered the first of what would be actually 4 jumbo rate hikes.
Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld reporting. But after this morning's data, we are seeing the S&P 500, Dow, and NASDAQ Composite all higher by more than 1%. The 10-year Treasury yield is down more than 5 basis points to 4.51%. Shares of Novo Nordisk continue their decline, down more than 20% in Copenhagen. The drug giant reported nearly 21% weight loss from its experimental drug Cagrasima. Bloomberg Intelligence senior pharma analyst John Murphy says that would have been great a few years ago, but Eli Lilly's Zepbound does even better.
This was Novo's product to come out and beat Zepbound, and Novo had been very, very vocal, extremely vocal at telling the market, we're looking for 25% weight loss.
John Murphy with Bloomberg Intelligence checking Eli Lilly shares right now. They are higher by more than 5%. Former Nissan chairman Carlos Ghosn says the ailing automaker's bid to merge with fellow Japanese make Honda is a desperate move.
They have investment problems. They're being really hammered in the United States. They got practically out of Europe. They're being challenged in China. And there is no plan in front of it. So I can tell you that means there is panic mode inside Nissan.
Former Nissan CEO Carlos Ghosn spoke to Bloomberg from Beirut, where he's been living for the last 5 years since his daring escape from Japan, where he faced financial misconduct charges. Netflix will be the streaming home of the FIFA Women's World Cup in 2027 and 31. FIFA announced that this morning. It's Netflix's first acquisition of a full FIFA competition. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
There are 2 kinds of people in the world. People who think about climate change and people who are doing something about it. On the Zero podcast, we talk to both kinds of people. People you've heard of, like Bill Gates.
I'm looking.
Yeah, it's hard to look back at some of this, but obviously it's been a record-breaking year in many different sports. Obviously, you look back to January 2024, Michigan making an iconic run in the college football playoff. And then even this year, you had the 49ers and Chiefs, which was one of our best-selling NFL games of all time. It outgrew the year before by 76%. Iconic World Series matchup with the Yankees and the Dodgers just this past fall. So certainly the sport saw a massive growth, and some of that international excitement that we're seeing with the NFL playing 5 games abroad this year, NBA's Paris games. There's a lot of excitement and something that we'll continue to see into 2025 as we are entering some new eras, and we'll see how the teams perform.
And within sports, women's sports was also an outperformer this year. That stood out to me from your report. What do you attribute to that rise in ticket sales?
Yeah, a big part of the women's sports, we saw it across the board this last year, whether it's, the Nebraska women's volleyball team playing in front of 100,000 people or whatever the exact number was in the outdoor football stadium. But obviously the WNBA comes to mind first and foremost. We saw the excitement with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese and other stars there in college, leads perfectly into the WNBA season, and saw tremendous growth there across. And that's something that's exciting, and we expect to see continue to grow as more and more women's sports are getting the spotlight, and ticketing is really starting to showcase that.
And finally, what are you most excited for in 2025? You mentioned some of those global artists, but what else do you have on your radar?
Yeah, it's something that we're following really closely is actually WWE's return to Philadelphia in April. Fans are excited. The Rock is supposed to be back, so that's currently our 6th spot in kind of what we're pacing to see right now for 2025. So that's a big marker that maybe some people aren't thinking about globally, but WWE is something, certainly the sales and demand we've seen are certainly tremendous.
A lot of events to look forward to next year. Adam, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Let's do a final check of the markets here. We're seeing stocks surging across the board. That's after the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge showed price increases fell month over month in November, rising at their slowest pace since May. Now, prices still continue to remain sticky. We just heard from the Federal Reserve earlier this week that they will be lowering interest rates by 25 basis points, but they did anticipate less easing for next year. And that initially drove a lot of sell-off. But here we are, really rebounding today. Of course, there are some pockets of the market that are still struggling, such as Bitcoin falling below that critical $100,000 mark amid this Fed pivot. Maybe some profit taking there as well. But that is it for Wealth. I'm Alexandra Cannell. Thank you so much for watching, and stay tuned for Market Domination with Shauna Smith and Josh Lipton. That's coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
The future of remote work. Research on remote work trends. Discover the.
Paul talked a lot. He talked about the strength of the economy in multiple answers. The other thing he did, though, was talk about how uncertain they are. I counted, he used some form of the word uncertainty 17 times yesterday, which was a lot more than he had in the prior meetings. Most of that uncertainty has to do with fiscal policy.
Right.
And so how are you thinking about that going into next year, and how much of a volatility trigger? I mean, we saw that. Maybe that was a factor yesterday, too, the idea that the government may be shutting down because of Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, I mean, that happened at the same time. In fact, during the press conference. Yeah. And you know, when you have knee-jerk risk off, it doesn't help to get another negative or what looks like could be a negative. In terms of, you know, next year and sort of how it plays out, what I would, you know, emphasize really is, and gets very little attention, is because for 2 years or a year and a half of the 2 years, the call was, you know, the U.S. is going to go into recession, so uncertainty as to when it happens. That passed. But we are now basically, what we got is not simply no recession. What we got really is an economic outcome that is very rare historically. It's really the combination of unemployment and GDP growth. So we've been in the vicinity of 4%. We're now running 3% GDP growth for the last 2 years. That combination is very, very rare historically. It is that combination that drives fundamental volatility, argues it should come down, should be lower, and that's where we kind of were in terms of realized vol before we got some shocks and surprises. And it's obviously very positive for risk appetite, that combination. And we are seeing that everywhere. And what I would also point out is that this kind of combination, we've only seen 5 or 6% of the time historically. And there are only 2 periods in which we saw this previously. One is in the mid-1960s, 65 to 69. And the other, of course, is the second half of the 1990s, which is much more familiar. But I would also point out about the 1960s, for those that are not up on their economic history of the U.S. You know, everybody remembers the 60s for the social strife and all the other issues. But, you know, the economic historians would describe it as basically economic nirvana. You have 3 to 4% GDP growth, 3 to 4% productivity growth, 3 to 4% real wage growth year after year after year with no inflation. And so, you know, on the inflation issue that sort of came up, and obviously it's important for yesterday, I think it's important to keep in mind that we've already had productivity growth that's running, you know, 2.6%. Okay, so it's not 3%, but it's a lot higher than, and maybe it will become 3% because we're still revising the GDP numbers up. But that goes on the right-hand side. It goes on the supply side and argues basically for less inflation. So I still remain basically constructive on disinflation continuing. It's also, you know, there's pandemic peculiarities, but really the inflation didn't come from unemployment and the dollar, the two things which explain fundamental inflation historically and pretty well. It came from everything outside, it's pandemic-specific factors. So in that simple equation, it's in the residual. That's what gave us 4 percentage points of extra inflation that has come down. It's still adding 30 or 40 basis points, but I would argue we've come from 4 to 40. We will get to 0. I think there is too much emphasis on 2% inflation. I mean, we keep talking about inflation on the cycle, but then when we talk about where inflation has to be, we cyclically adjust it and say we should be at the long run target. Where we are in a cycle, we do have 3% GDP growth, and we do have unemployment on, you know, in a typical cycle, 4% would be the low. So you would expect inflation to be a little bit higher. So the 40 or 50 basis points doesn't really bother me. That's where we should be. We're a little bit higher than that, but I'd say maybe 30 basis points, 40 basis points. So yeah, I mean, uncertainty's gone up. I mean, we don't know the policies of the new administration. But I think, you know, again, in terms of thinking about next year, the lesson from the last time around, from the last trade war, for example, was trade policy is important, trade war is important. We're going to get the tariffs. They're in our baseline economics forecast, which still has 2.5% GDP growth, which is a little bit less than what we've had. But for our economists, it's the strongest annual forecast number we've had in many years. So, I look at it from both sides as to where it might basically go. But the lesson was really that growth matters even more and is the overarching priority. So, yes, we're going to have policies. There are both positives and negatives. And if the negatives start to dominate, you will see I wrote a piece in that period called, the Fed has relented, will Trump? And the answer was he already did.
Innovation, modernization, and business resilience are all top of mind for business leaders, making one thing certain. In these incredibly complex environments, end-to-end observability is no longer optional. It has become mandatory.
Stay caught up. So now I see a little bit of breathing room, and that's good.
As a voting member on the FOMC, how does your brain work when you see the PCE index, like you mentioned here, come out, decelerated month over month? What's your first reaction, and how should investors interpret it?
I see this as just it's one data point, so I really don't think we should get too excited about any one data point. What we've noticed is that, inflation progress has been bumpy this year, so I see the PCE report today as good news. I was really pleased to see that real incomes went up. Spending continues to go up. If you're out in New York, you can see people are out there buying presents.
Buying handbags. I see it all over the place.
They're buying everything, and they're, we were at the restaurant last night. It's standing room only there. So I think there's a lot of enthusiasm for the economy, but you still feel that struggle of inflation. So I see a positive data point as a good thing, but I never overreact to one data point. That's a recipe for making mistakes.
True. You voted for the latest, 25 basis point rate cut. Why did you do that?
Well, it was a close call, frankly, and it took a lot of deliberation, as it often does, with myself and my team, and then also with the FOMC participants. Ultimately, I decided that it was appropriate to reduce it 25 basis points. That will be 100 basis points of recalibration. And I see that as right-sizing the policy rate level to the economy we have, recognizing the progress on inflation, recognizing the labor market's now balanced, well-balanced. There's one job opening for every unemployed worker. That's a perfect balance. And also the economy we're projecting to have, where we have solid labor force growth, labor expansion, and we have inflation continuing to need to come down. So I see the recalibration period now as completed. We are back to the time when we can make our decisions more slowly, data dependent, using the data to affect the incoming forecast, and determine how many rate cuts we'll ultimately do next year. We'll have to be agile and data dependent.
Yeah, and it was those forecasts I think spooked investors.
A little bit.
Just a little bit here. We saw the action on our platform, expecting 2 rate cuts next year was the consensus. Does policy still have to stay restrictive next year to bring down inflation?
It does, I think. That's my best projection. I mean, we might get really positive inflation news, and we'll react to that if we do. But I do think that we want to make sure we finish the job. The history tells us that resolute behavior to finish the job and get inflation completely to 2. Americans depend on it. That's also part of our trust and credibility, and that really helps us. So we are resolute to get that job done, and that will mean restrictive policy through the year in all likelihood.
Can you rule out a rate hike? Because I know Fed Chair Jerome Powell, he made his case clear. How do you think about it?
Well, I never rule out anything, honestly, because that's a recipe for being behind or making mistakes. So I don't rule anything out, but I can tell you where I think the most likely place will be. We could have fewer cuts than 2, We could have more cuts than 2, depending on the data. Of course, if inflation, for whatever reason, started to accelerate again, then absolutely I'd be supportive of adjusting the rate upwards. But I don't see that right now on the horizon. But that absolutely would be how we would respond if we saw a re-acceleration of inflation.
So what, the next Fed meeting, end of January?
Yes.
In 2025?
Yes, exactly.
What will, outside of inflation readings, what do you think is the most 1 or 2 reports that you put stock in that will help you inform your decision?
So, obviously we watch the inflation reports, we watch the labor market reports. We want to make sure that inflation continues to come down and that the labor market doesn't falter. I don't want to see further slowing to the point of weakness in the labor market. I don't see that right now, but we'll watch those data. The other thing that's really important, and your listeners might not know, is the published data are only one small source of the information we're getting that helps us make good decisions. So Reserve Bank presidents in particular spend a lot of time in their districts, in the field, so to speak, talking to businesses, to unions, to workers, to community leaders, asking what's the lived experience of the economy and what do you think is going to happen. So I'll be looking for that type of information, asking firms in particular, what are you doing in terms of your hiring plans? Do you have any layoff plans? Do you feel you can pass along price increases to your customers? Right now I'm hearing no, and I'm hearing that they're not really brushing off their layoff plans. They're just thinking carefully about the level of amount of hiring they do, and they're thinking carefully about whether they refill jobs if people attrit or leave the jobs. So I think all of that is what we'll be looking for, and I'm also going to really follow up on this sentiment shift that I've been seeing. It really has come since the summer. In the summer, the recession risk faded for firms, and they thought, well, we're a lot more cautiously optimistic. It was a lot to unpack. But ultimately, I think they have a positive sentiment, and I want to see if that follows up with spending.
All right, President Daly, hang with us. We're going to go off for a quick break.
Sure.
We'll be right back here
Sounds
on Opening
good.
Bid.
इस क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे, ब्रेकआउट हुआ, रीटेस्ट के बाद वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है, मोमेंटम ही खत्म हो गया क्रूड ऑयल में। ध्यान रखना, रीटेस्ट में मूव होगा तो फटाफट होना चाहिए, कंसोलिडेशन नहीं चाहिए हमें। कंसोलिडेशन इज नॉट गुड। मोमेंटम होना है किसी भी डायरेक्शन पे हो, रीटेस्ट कर चुका है बिकॉज ऑलरेडी। लेट्स सी रिकवरी करके ऊपर जाता है या फिर वापस नीचे आ जाता है। ब्रेकआउट हुआ, रीटेस्ट किया है एंड देन साइडवेज। नेचुरल गैस भी देखोगे रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही है, स्टिल होल्डिंग दैट रेजिस्टेंस एरिया। सेलिंग आनी चाहिए थोड़ा फास्ट, अगर नहीं आती है तो फिर ये भी ब्रेकआउट के लिए जा सकता है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। 92 लाइक्स आर डन, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है।
All right, welcome back to Opening Bid. Having a fascinating conversation here with San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly. Before we do, I want to go a little more into some other topics, the outlook for the labor market, but I just want to go back to rates. So you're not ruling out, I think the market interpreted this is a Fed that is done cutting rates. That's the wrong way to interpret it.
That is the wrong way to interpret it, my judgment. I do not see that we're done cutting rates. I just see that we're going to adjust rates at a slower pace. You know, there's this really well-known piece of literature by former Chairman Ben Bernanke, and he talked about when you're uncertain and you have a lot of uncertainty ahead of you, you should practice gradualism. And it's this concept of, you know, going slowly to make sure you know where you're going before acting. And I think that's how that's what I intend is you saw 2 rate cuts as the median of the SEP. That is a positive sign for continuing to cut rates, but it means we're going to slow the pace.
What is it like to be in these rooms making these decisions?
Well, it's a lot of responsibility, and I think of that as a privilege and an honor, but I also take it extremely seriously. You know, the way that the FOMC has worked since the time that I've been involved with the Fed is once you cross that threshold, you go in a room, we're all around the table meeting together. When you cross the threshold of the room, you put everything else aside, and all you think about is the dual mandate goals, price stability, full employment. Congress gave us those goals, and doing our work on behalf of the American people. If you listen to Chair Powell's press conferences at all, you hear him say the same thing every time. Our work is meant to serve the American people, some version of that. And that's how you really feel. So every decision when I'm voting and I say my vote, my response, I'm always thinking of the faces of all the people I meet when I'm in the 12th district or anywhere in the nation. And that's what it's like to be in the room. It's a vigorous debate, but we debate well without being disagreeable with each other. And I actually think that is just part of what makes our policy decisions better is we're definitely working together. We're debating. We're taking different perspectives. We're playing devil's advocate. But what if this happens? And you put that all together and you do it well as good colleagues with one shared mission, which is to serve others. It's the best job you could have.
I hope I have this right, but you left home at what, 15 years old?
I did. Yes.
Do you reflect sometimes like, holy cow, I'm making a change or a read on policy that could impact really the world? Look how far I've come. Like, do you still have those moments?
Oh, yeah. I think if you came from where I've come from, you have those moments every day. It makes me so serious about the work I do and the importance of it. You know, I grew up I was at the tail end in my teenage years. I'm at the tail end of the high inflation of the 70s. And I remember my parents and all the parents in our community, they would have these card tables, which young people probably don't know what those are, but they have 4 legs. They're foldable. You put them up.
It's cards. It's the
like
tables
cards,
and the actual cards are paper
yeah.
things for
and
younger people.
Older people used to play cards. I don't play cards, but people played cards. Social activity. They had a card table. But in the communities that I lived in, people would use them on Sundays. They'd set them up and they'd do their bills because we still had pen and paper. You know, write the bills, send it in by check, and countless families in my community would have a stack of bills they couldn't pay because of the inflation and a stack of bills they could. And as the inflation continued, the stack of bills they couldn't pay grew large and the stack of bills they could pay small. And then Volcker had to come in and, you know, really raise interest rates to get inflation down. And people lost their jobs in my community, and now people didn't have anything. They had been robbed by high inflation, and then they lost their jobs in the effort to bring it down. And I think of that every single day as we fight this high inflation, and we try to do it gently so that we don't break the economy. So when I voted for the 25 basis point additional cut to get that full 100 basis point, I was thinking of 2 things. Policy needs to be restrictive to bring inflation down, and we need to do it well enough, that decline, that we don't kill off the labor market or strangle it and then leave people without employment. That is not the promise we've made.
If I've learned anything, I've been doing this. I think I still look young, but I'm doing this for over 20 years. And
you do look young, actually.
Thank you. Thank you so much. One of the things I've learned covering the Fed is that you don't get involved in politics. I get it. So I'm not going to go in that route. But from what you've read and heard about the incoming administrations, their various policies, do you think that will make your inflation fight tougher?
It depends, honestly. And so one of the things that you can see in any administration that comes in, doesn't matter, you look over time, our history, when a new administration comes in, they always come in with a slate of programs and policies. And those slate of programs and policies can often interact with each other. And what matters is the net-net effect. So think about the policies that are being currently discussed for next year.
Tariffs,
it's
tax cuts.
Tariffs, tax cuts, deregulation, and border policy. Those have potentially offsetting effects. Tax cuts typically spur growth. Immigration might change how many people are in the labor force. Tariffs could raise costs, but they could also spur new domestic investment. And deregulation, could help spur some investment if people feel constrained by regulation. These are all things that it's very unclear. The second part of that puzzle, not just the net, is it depends on the scope, magnitude, and timing of all the changes. I mean, if the changes are drawn out over a 4-year period, they're much more muted effects than if they all happen like a light switch. But policy rarely changes like a light switch.
Is it do you anticipate it will be difficult to be data dependent?
I do not, but data dependence doesn't mean that we wait for the latest data to come out and then now we have the clear picture. Data dependence means we are maybe we should change the phrase from data dependence, because people think of the data means a specific thing, to information dependent. We rely on our models and our the history and the evidence and the analysis to guide us, but without the incoming information, we can't really know whether the theory is going to meet with practice. So I think of data as a large and expansive word. It's plural, first of all, and it means what people call the hard data, but it's really the data that comes out that's published, quantifiable, and then it's all the information we collect from our contacts when we travel the country that tells us what firms are thinking about doing and whether workers are going to demand a wage increase. Those are also data, and they also matter for our decision making. And so really maybe the new word for the new year, it's always good to sort of refresh yourself for the new year. We are an information-dependent Fed.
I like that. That's
okay.
Good.
It started here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So then, last I want to touch on two other things, but do you anticipate some form of wage or price spiral as all these things come together? To me, it sounds like, wow, prices are going to go up even more.
Well, we haven't had a price spiral, and this is really something to think about. We did not have a price spiral after the pandemic. We had higher inflation, but we were able to beat it back. And that was a place where people were just running out and doing and buying everything they possibly could because they'd been pent up for so long. And we had very limited supply of anything. Not even, we couldn't get bicycles. It was hard to find a hotel room.
Shelves were barren. It was really weird.
It was weird. We couldn't get glass jars for spaghetti sauce. You remember that?
Yes,
and they were like,
actually.
what are they going to do? So they started putting it in freezer tubs. But, that's what all those things did not cause a spiral that was out of control. They caused a period of high inflation, which we then aggressively responded to. So we already know that we need to work on inflation now. It's beyond 2%, so we're working to bring it down. And I'm not as worried as things, I really do think a way that I've learned to think about this as an economist and a policymaker for all these years is it's really important to not think of things happening immediately and then being out of control. Really how things happen, whether they're policy changes or inflation, is they creep up on you slowly or they change slowly, and you can get a handle on them as long as you know what to look for. And we know what to look for.
On the quasi-topic of politics, Janet Yellen, your friend, what do you think her legacy would be? Of course, Treasury Secretary, former Fed chief, and former first female leader?
Let's do the list. Let's do the list. She's professor at Berkeley, then she's with the CEA, and then she goes on to be a Fed governor. She was a Fed governor. Then she becomes the president of the San Francisco Fed. Then she becomes the vice chair of the Federal Reserve. Then she becomes the chair of the Federal Reserve. And then she becomes Treasury Secretary. Janet Yellen's going to have this legacy. I call her my colleague, my mentor, and my friend. I just saw her this week. She's going to have her face on some part of our currency. She should. But her legacy in all of those things is she defines what public service means. She never thinks of those titles as, oh, look at my power, look at what I have. She thinks about it, look how many people I can serve. Look at how I can serve them. So Janet Yellen is the person who taught me that the economy is about people. And she said, if you don't take account of that, if you don't understand all the people that work on behalf of the economy that make up the data you see, then you fail in your job as an economist, and you fail very largely as your job as a public servant. That's her legacy.
Why do you think she's been able to be so successful? I mean, her stamp on the economy and business past 30 years is almost unrivaled.
I think it is unrivaled, right? It's really unrivaled, almost unrivaled. I think I'll just say unrivaled. I'll be bold. You know, I think her success always comes back to three things. She is humble and takes the job with the tremendous sense of responsibility that it's given to her with. She thinks she puts people first, and she is really, really voraciously curious and evidence-based. If you put those things together, you know, I have a sticker that I give out to people, I put on my computer, because someone once asked me, when I first took this job, how do you make policy? And I say, and I'm going to break the news here, okay? Here's what I say that everybody knows. I say, I practice three things. Be curious, voraciously curious. Be confident when you take the decision, because people depend on you to have done all your work and be confident. And then immediately after, you have to be humble enough to ask, did you get it right? Guess where I learned that? She didn't tell me those words, but I learned that three-parter from Janet Yellen. I watched her. So that's her. She's going to have a strong legacy, and I think she's been successful because she's that way.
Amazing. Lastly, before we go, we always like to leave like a minute or two for a hot take on whatever it is.
Oh, a hot take.
But
okay.
I will keep it in your lane. Do you view crypto as comparable to gold, or is it something else?
You know, crypto is a word that people use to mean a variety of different things. So I always ask when somebody brings up crypto, I'm like, well, what part of crypto do you talk about? Are you talking about a digital currency? Are you talking about Bitcoin like an asset? That's an asset. There's a fixed quantity, goes up and down in value as people want it or don't. So I see crypto as a complicated thing, and the service we need to do for everyone is really unpack what we mean and call it what it is once we've done that. So it's a digitalization of a whole variety of things. It can be a currency. It can be a medium of exchange. It's not a currency in the U.S. It can be a medium of exchange. It can be a stock, an asset to hold value or sometimes lose value. And so we just have to define those terms. So I don't think of it as like gold. It has properties like gold sometimes, but I don't think of it like that.
Do you think it has the bona fides to someday be a currency?
You know, a currency is got a specific attribute that so far the technology would, and other countries have investigated that. We don't have that. That's Congress's job to decide whether we have a digital currency for the U.S. But the property it needs has to grow as the economy grows so that its value doesn't change just because more people want it. So when more people want a dollar bill, the dollar bill doesn't rise in value. What causes the dollar to fluctuate is the economy and how fast our growth is relative to other countries. So that's a property it's going to have to perfect to be a currency.
Good take. We're going to have to leave it there. I don't know how I got about 30 minutes with you, but I thank you for coming here.
My pleasure.
To Yahoo Finance headquarters in New York, San Francisco, Fed President Mary Daly. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Welcome to Capital Gains, Yahoo Finance's unique look at how U.S. government policy affects your bottom line. I'm your host, Rochelle Akufo. Of course, we're less than a month away from Inauguration Day for President-elect Trump, and he's charging full speed ahead with his picks and his policies for the White House. He actually gave his first remarks since his Election Day victory. So we were trying to get into some of the policy and break down some of the breadcrumbs we could find there. And obviously a lot of headlines for billionaires as well in his administration as well. And of course, later on, we're going to be joined by London School of Business Assistant Professor of Economics, Joseba Martinez, to describe all things Trump, tariffs, and taxes, our three favorite things. And of course, my two favorite people, Ben Werschel and Rick Newman, my co-stars here, want to bring you in. So Ben, what have you been watching this week?
Yeah, so good to be with you guys. So to kick us off today, I sort of thought I could look at three signals we got this week about Trump 2.0. What three things we're going to get a lot of. The first is a lot of executive action. You mentioned Trump's press conference this week. He talked for over an hour on a variety of things in his sort of plan for full prosperity, as he called it, for the U.S. And what he said, he underlined, is we're going to do a lot of executive orders and sign a lot of things on day one, which he's talked about a little bit in the past, but it's sort of underlined that fact. And a lot of it is going to be on energy. So that's a sector I'll definitely watch at the very beginning of what Trump wants to make a splash on, in addition to other issues like immigration. Second signal is a lot of monkey wrenches. As we're taping this, where there's a spending fight going on, and what Trump has shown is, which was true in Trump 1.0, but it's amplified this time because we've also got another unpredictable figure in Elon Musk, is they're not shy about just sort of blowing things up if they need to. But by the time people are hearing this, there may be some resolution to the spending fight. But Trump is willing to sort of jump in and say, we should deal with the debt limit. No one was talking about the debt limit a few days back, and suddenly now it's at the top of the agenda in a kind of unpredictable way. So that's another thing, is that Trump, with Elon Musk there, sort of making it even more so, is really willing to sort of gum up the works if he thinks it's going to benefit him. And then the third, I've already mentioned Elon Musk, is a lot of billionaires. Elon Musk has shown pretty incredible power this week and all in the weeks leading up in terms of his closeness to Trump. So he's the sort of the central billionaire, but Trump has picked a cabinet that's just stocked with billionaires up and down. It's one of the richest cabinets in history. And you also have a parade of billionaires coming to Mar-a-Lago. The visitor this week was Jeff Bezos. Elon Musk, of course, was there. He called it a great conversation. So there's all these billionaires kind of working for Trump and trying to work with Trump. So that's another big thing you're going to see a lot of in the coming weeks.
Hey, worth reminding everybody, Joe Biden is still the president. And you know, what's happening on Capitol Hill is the next administration, which hasn't even taken office yet, is calling the shots. And I think it's hard to overstate how extraordinary it is that it's not even Donald Trump exactly who's calling the shots. It's Elon Musk. Elon Musk got this thing started by blowing up the spending bill with a tweet storm that went on for hours. And I think this is unprecedented. And then Trump got behind Musk, and Congress did what it wanted. So they're going to have to get this resolved. But I mean, let's say this is a template for how this administration is going to function. I have a basic question: who's in charge here? Donald Trump or Elon Musk? Is this going to be a co-presidency? Is this going to work out? I mean, I can see this going one of two different ways. I kind of feel like Trump, the second time around, might delegate a lot more than he did the first time around, and then just go play golf. I mean, he's older. He has a clearer sense of the people he wants in place who are going to do what he wants instead of trying to block what he wants to do. So he seems to be setting it up that way. So maybe he will be quite happy to delegate to Elon Musk. Or you could have two gigantic egos that can't fit inside the same city. Washington, D.C. is not that big anyway. So maybe the bromance is gonna blow up when these two get competitive. But I follow all these political analysts who try to tell you in detail what's going on inside the Beltway every week and every day, and many of them are saying we've never seen anything like an external person who's not even an elected official, not in the government in any way, determining what Congress does.
And that does bring into question the dynamics, especially when we talk about DOGE and the government efficiency. And it was interesting because Kalshi this week came out with their betting odds
site
of DOGE actually being able to cut that $2 trillion from the federal budget. 8% were the odds they give of DOGE being able to cut $2 trillion. 8%. Not good odds, not good odds. Yet here is, Musk wielding all this power, although not in an official government department, but clearly having the ear of Congress and, more importantly, the ear of President-elect Trump then.
8% is realistic. So the betting market, in my view, is getting that right. But if you're a CEO who wants to have influence on this administration, the question you're asking yourself is not, will DOGE be able to reach this target that it seems to have set for itself, which is $2 trillion in spending cuts? And we don't even know, is that when Musk and Ramaswamy wrote their op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, they said $500 billion per year. There have been questions like $2 trillion all at once or $2 trillion a year. I mean, $2 trillion a year is impossible, but their target was $500 billion. But at any rate, they're probably not going to get that. But if you're a CEO, you're saying to yourself, wow, this seems like an unprecedented effort to remake the federal government. I want a seat at the table. And I think that is a big reason why we're seeing so many CEOs buddying up with Trump. I use the phrase sucking up to Trump in a story we ran recently. I think they perceive, and perhaps correctly, an unprecedented opportunity to influence the way their companies get regulated. And a lot of this could happen beneath the radar in ways that people don't even see. I mean, just about every big company in America is regulated by the federal government at some level. And if an incoming administration signals to you, hey, we're gonna remake the agency that regulates you, would you like to have some input on that? I mean, every single CEO would say, absolutely, I'd like to be involved in that. So some really interesting and perhaps crazy things are coming.
Yeah, the one element I would add too is I definitely think 8% for $2 trillion, which Musk has said is the annual budget, $2 trillion out of the annual budget. 8% is high to me. That's more than the entire discretionary budget of the U.S. To cut entirely. So it's
more than double. It's more than double the discretionary budget of the U.S.
Something like that, yeah. But what I would argue that Musk has sort of already won in a sense by integrating himself, as you're talking about, in all these different levers of power. I'm looking this week at Capitol Hill and DOGE, and it's amazing. They're building these caucuses that are sort of entirely to kind of work with DOGE and provide a complement to there. There's multiple versions in the House. The White House is going to have an element of that too, and then obviously Musk's operation himself and his influences, which is everywhere. And we saw it in the shutdown stuff that he can make legislation happen or not happen. He can make regulation cuts happen. He can do that. He's sort of wired in to the entire firmament of Washington in a way that, as we're talking about, makes him incredibly powerful.
So there's a big risk for the DOGE and for everybody who's behind it. And I think one of the most obvious ones is that the DOGE does not have the mandate that Elon Musk says it does. I mean, he tweeted, who cares if the federal government shuts down for 33 days? Shut it all down until Trump takes office on January 20th. Guess what? A lot of people do care, and a lot of people would be affected by that. And shutting down the government, I mean, you wonder if Elon Musk has ever, looked into like recent political history. This has always been a bad move for Republicans. They always lose politically when they shut down the government. Americans don't approve of that. Bad things happen, and voters blame Republicans. So if Trump and Musk and whoever's part of this cabal, if they're willing to blow their political capital right away, then sure, shut down the government. It's going to be way less popular than you think it is. And that's not what voters said they wanted in 2024. They said they wanted somebody to get control of immigration, and they want lower prices. And they were kind of agnostic about whether you should blow up the government or not.
But it was interesting because in the NBC interview, Trump, it was a phone interview, but Trump was basically saying, look, if there is going to be a shutdown, let it be on the Democrats' watch. Let it be while, it's the last dregs of the Biden administration, so that they can essentially start fresh. How does that make any kind of sense? Does that make sense in terms of a new administration coming in while we're in the middle of a government shutdown, Ben?
I think there's that it makes a little less political sense for sure. I mean, the one element too is I think voters, they think of, like, as to Rick's earlier point, they think of Trump as the president right now, essentially. So a shutdown is just a kind of reminder of the Trump chaos in 1.0 and going in there. And another more specific one to highlight is it's not good for Speaker Mike Johnson, who's supposed to be Trump's main ally, but has had probably one of the roughest weeks of anyone, because he negotiated this deal and then watched his erstwhile allies blow it up entirely, and he kind of has no way forward at the moment in terms of how to do that. So I think politically it's tricky, and it's sort of a reason to sort of think that they'll figure out a way to get out of a shutdown and not sort of cause a bunch of chaos right now and save that for after January 20th.
I mean, Republicans own all of this at this point. I mean, they do control the House right now, so they can block whatever they want if Mike Johnson get enough Republicans, with that very thin margin to do it. I would like to highlight what I think is one actually good idea here. I mean, Trump has. And I don't really know the origin. I'm not sure why he thinks this, but Trump has said, let's just get rid of the debt ceiling. I think that's a great idea. I think the debt ceiling is just a complete joke. It's supposed to prevent the U.S. government from borrowing more than some preset amount of money. It has never worked, as everybody knows. The Congress just keeps raising the debt limit instead of dealing with the debt. And then we have all these stupid showdowns every time we almost hit the debt limit. We go through this absolutely insane, completely ridiculous drill. Is the United States going to default on its debt? I mean, that makes no sense whatsoever. I think it'd be great to get rid of the debt limit and just deal with the debt as it is. I have no idea how this is going to shake out. I mean, what we're talking about with the spending bill is just a short-term bill. I mean, Trump is going to get to write the next budget. I mean, we're talking about whether we're going to get a bill that gets us, 1 month or 3 months of spending or whatever until Trump is actually president, and then they will own all of this.
We certainly, it'll be new territory, and we'll be digging more into that with our guest on the other side of this. That will be Yeseba Martinez. So stay with us on Capital Gains. Much more coming up. Welcome back to Capital Gains. Joining us now is London Business School Assistant Professor Joseba Martinez. He's going to be breaking down something that we were touching on earlier, which is the debt ceiling and President-elect Trump saying he wants to do away with it. But we don't yet know what that would actually mean in real terms and what that would mean for the economy. Joseba, do we have any idea in this very busy sort of home stretch to President-elect Trump coming in, what that might actually look like?
Hi guys, great to be with you. You're all looking fresh, even though you must be having all-nighters with all this stuff going on right now in the US. I don't envy you, run up to Christmas and all that. Yeah, the debt ceiling, look, I mean, you know much more about this than I do. I think that's something that could be done at the stroke of a pen if President Trump wanted. I think that's something that could be done at the stroke of a pen if President Trump wanted to. But as with so much of what's going on right now, I just think it's a massive distraction from what should be, in my opinion, the singular focus of the administration. One of you said in the this fascinating conversation you had something about Trump saying something like his administration is all about maximum prosperity. That's what I think the administration. That's what I think all administrations should be about. And having arguments about the debt ceiling, that's not conducive to that. You know, what I think is, what's the point of having all these tech people in government now if what they're not doing is just focusing the administration on getting growth going, getting innovation up, getting growth going, creating true long-lasting prosperity. And I think these fights about debt ceiling, tariffs, I think they're a distraction from what should be the singular mission, which is what policies can be put in place, you know, use this unified government, use the power that Donald Trump has to really maybe change the future of the US, you know, put these policies in place that are going to boost innovation, are going to boost growth. Because if growth gets going, all of these things will look much better. The deficit, inflation, income distribution, you know, the fate of the Midwest and so on, all of these things will look so much better if the US can go back to what it used to be, which is an economy that grew at, I don't know, 3.5%, 4% in per capita terms per year. If the US can get back to that, you know, this administration will, of course, have been a colossal success. But also, you know, a lot of the problems that are there now will not matter so much anymore. So really what I think they should be doing is, what policies do we need?
But I do want to ask, because obviously we haven't gotten a lot of the meat and potatoes of these policies for them to be able to sort of corral around and focus on economic growth. So where should they be looking then if we don't have concrete policies? We are still hearing a lot of we'll see, and, you know, he's still making his cabinet picks, and nothing's really concrete for them to be able to sink their teeth into at the moment.
So I think we've heard bits, you know, obviously, we haven't heard the specific on tariffs, and that's not something that I guess can happen magically. What we have heard a lot about is tax policy, and that's where I'm really genuinely very concerned. You know, we know that the TCJA, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, will be made permanent. Okay, that's a big corporate tax cut with some other bits and pieces. I think that's a very bad policy. I think that making that policy permanent in its current form will be damaging for growth. You know, the work that I do is all about how tax cuts, corporate tax cuts, are this kind of amazing way to superpower innovation and growth. And the TCJA, that's a massive corporate tax cut. So what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it is, at the same time as it did TCJA, they made some changes to how the tax code treats innovators that really make innovation in the US less attractive. And that's criminal, in my opinion, because as I say, what should be the singular focus is, you know, what tax code can we design that's going to boost innovation? So I think the priorities of the government should be, how do we fix the TCJA, and what do we do next to get innovation going?
Well, how would you fix that corporate tax piece of the TCJA specifically? I know you've written about sort of making corporate tax cuts temporary. Is that part of the answer here, to sort of lower it down for a certain period to boost innovation and then bring it back up? How do you think about that?
Yeah, so the TCJA, it has this kind of obscure bit in it, which is to pay for some of the headline corporate tax cut. What it does is it changes the way that R&D expenditure is treated in the tax code. So, okay, trigger warning, I'm about to talk about the tax code, okay? So strap in. So our
audience can take it.
It used to be the case that, you know, if I'm an innovator, you know, I'm a small firm in whatever, Texas, and I'm doing some research on whatever, wind power. Every dollar that I spend on R&D, I get to just deduct from my taxes in the year that it's spent. Okay, TCJ did away with that. Now I have to capitalize my R&D expenditure and then amortize it over time. This is a policy which is unfavorable, especially for small businesses. There's actually a great paper out there by some people at Stanford they reckon that change alone has already reduced R&D expenditure. So the first thing that needs to happen is do away with this worsening the treatment of R&D and tax code. The second thing that needs to happen is, so exactly. Thanks for the plug, Ben. Yeah, I have this paper which says exactly that these tax cuts, even though they're temporary, they have really large effects on productivity. Okay, so the corporate tax cut goes down by 1% for a few years, and total effective productivity is 1.5% higher 10 years later. Patenting is higher 10 years later. So really, corporate tax cuts look like a very effective way of boosting the economy for the long run. The thing is that they're a very blunt instrument. Okay, when I cut the corporate tax cut, sure, my innovators get more money. They do more innovation. I love that. But also, monopolists get more money. Firms that aren't contributing to the growth of the economy, they're just sitting pretty on their market power and just sucking value out of the American economy, they also get a tax cut. So what I'm really proposing, what the message of that paper is redesigning the tax code so that we give tax cuts that are very focused on innovators. And that's a tricky thing to do, because if you offered me a tax cut for being an innovator, I would say I'm an innovator, obviously, right? That's my job as a company. So what the proposal is, when there's a transaction between firms and intellectual property, let's say, Ben, you come up with an amazing idea and I buy a patent from you. When I buy that patent, I get to treat that as an expense. I can just expense it through my accounts. That reduces my taxes. That policy allowing intellectual property to be treated as purchase of intellectual property to be treated as an expense, what that would do is that would raise the market value of intellectual property. It would make innovation more valuable. And if I make innovation more valuable, then what are people going to do? They're going to focus on innovation. If I make green patents more valuable, more people will go and do green patents. If I make AI patents more valuable, more people will go and try and develop AI patents.
Guys,
so rather than cutting the headline rate, what I'd like to see is more favorable treatment of intellectual property and tax code.
Yoseb, I have two questions. I'm going to try to ask them in sequence. Before the TCJA in 2017, the U.S. tax rate, corporate tax rate, was 35%. That was way above the average for advanced nations. Now around at 21%. It is around the average for advanced nations. Was that in itself an improvement? And then I want to take that to another question.
So yes, it is an improvement. But again, I just think it's too blunt an instrument to just cut the corporate tax rate. The U.S. has a lot of stuff it needs to pay for, and corporation tax is a reasonable way to raise money as long as we can make it less distortionary. And the way to make it less distortionary is think hard. How do I make the tax code favorable for innovators? And then frankly, if some, meat monopolist is paying 35% tax, who cares?
Yeah. Okay, so one of Trump's new ideas is to lower it further from 21% to 15% for companies that do domestic production here in the United States. Is that a good idea?
No, I don't think it's a good idea.
Why?
The U.S., especially industries that are very domestically focused, the U.S. has a big competition problem. I have some work that looks at comparing, the price of bread and meat between the EU and the US over the last few decades. And inflation in those domestically produced staples has been so much higher in the US. And that really looks like it's the result of market power. So cutting taxes on domestic producers, and especially if you then shield them from foreign competition using tariffs, that's going to increase monopoly power. Really, the focus should be on doing, really powering what the US does best, which is innovating. Giving tax cuts, not for everyone, just for innovators.
So then you're saying, but how does that work with the sort of the changing labor force that comes with mass deportations that Trump is proposing?
Well, I don't know if you'll be shocked to hear that I'm not a huge enthusiast for mass deportations. I think that, the mass deportations will affect mostly parts of the labor force that are not so much involved in innovation, but are involved in these incredibly important day-to-day things. And it's a complete fallacy that those workers that would be deported can be replaced by domestic workers. So I think, mass deportations over there would be bad for many sectors. Construction, the US is supposed to be in build mode, and we're going to get rid of maybe millions of builders. It's not a good idea. At the top, at the kind of innovator side, what needs to happen, what I passionately hope would happen, is a massive reform. Just make it easier for anyone who has a great idea and a great education to move to the US and develop it there.
Professor, we're really running a little low on time, but I wanted to get one other subject in, which is you're a professor of automation, I saw as well. And I'm curious kind of if you saw Trump's recent comments on the longshoremen, the ports, where it was basically anti-automation, was saying, I don't want automation. It's not good for people. He said, as for the companies, they've got record profits, and I'd rather these foreign companies spend it on men and women rather than machinery, and that's a better investment anyway. What was your thoughts on that? Is that realistic? Is automation, like especially in the port context, happening no matter what Trump says, or is there a way to that it's more complicated?
So I think that I hope it does happen because, introducing automation in ports, what it would do is lower the cost of importation, and that would just lower the cost of everything for, millions of people. So as with so many things, automation is going to harm a very small group of people, longshoremen, but it's going to benefit millions and millions of people through cheaper prices. Now, what I hope Donald Trump does is he says, let's have the automation, but let's compensate this very small group of people who are harmed by it. Let's compensate them. That way we can have our cake and eat it too.
So, but I just want to ask you this quickly then, in that regard then, with so much, if there is more focus and more corporate tax cuts that benefit innovators, what does that do for the wealth divide? Does that actually help, the poorest Americans, the ones who want to come up, who voted for Trump, does that actually help them in terms of economic upward mobility?
So the kind of the glory days of U.S. growth, the 1950s, 1960s, times in which innovation had been very high, growth was very fast. Those were also times in which inequality was falling pretty quickly. And that's because truly, once technology gets into the economy, raises labor productivity, it raises wages for everyone. So right now we're stuck in a world in which growth has slowed and inequality has increased a lot. For starters, I think that increasing growth so that at least all the boats truly are rising would be fantastic. But I also think that once we get growth and labor productivity going, we'd also see faster increases in wages across the entire income distribution, not just at the very top.
We are out of time, but we do appreciate you taking the time to join us. Yoseba Martinez from the London Business School. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Yoseba.
Thanks, guys. It was great.
That does it for this episode of Capital Gains. A big thank you to Yoseba Martinez for joining us. And of course, my co-stars, Ben and Rick as well. Be sure to catch Capital Gains anywhere you find the finest of podcasts. Be sure to like and subscribe. From all of us here at the Capital Gains team, have a wonderful holiday and we'll see you soon.
Bye, everybody.
Welcome to Warrior Money, where we're all about uplifting our brother and sister veterans in the business world. I'm Patrick Murphy.
And I'm Dan Coons.
Our guest today is Managing Director of Global Citizenship and Corporate Responsibility at Edelman. Please welcome John D. Edelman. John, welcome to Warrior Money.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for the opportunity.
So, largest PR company in the world, 5,800 employees worldwide, but founded by Daniel Edelman, your father. Tell us about him.
Well, my father was a World War II veteran who successfully transitioned from military to set up Edelman, the global communications firm. And I'm honored to be here to talk about the survey, but also as I was preparing for the survey, I looked at some of my father's writings, as there was a book about him. We put a museum together, and I found in his own personal writing that in December 1942, 82 years ago, my dad signed up to be a member of the Army. So the world works in mysterious ways, and so I feel like my father is present as we talk about the survey and his experience. But he was in the World War II, and he started in the Army, and he was at Fort Jackson. He was in the mobile broadcast unit that got transferred to London. And then over the years in his role, he became psychological warfare, where he was analyzing all the publications and propaganda from the German newspapers and writing that he translated. But after London, he got transferred to Verdun, and then he served during the Battle of the Bulge. And then at the close of his military career, he helped, when it was the Information Control Division, they closed down some of the German media, make sure they weren't Nazis. Yeah. And then he covered the Nuremberg trial before he came back. And then he worked at CBS that eventually led him to become PR director for Musicraft Records, and then he set up the Tony Company. So he used his skill sets from his public relations to set up Edelman, the communications firm, in 1952 after he had served as the PR director for the Tony Company, bringing communications to brands to tell the story about the brands.
Well, we're going to dive into his story and entrepreneurship, but before I get there, let me just go bluff. Bottom line up front. What does corporate America need to know about the American veteran?
American veterans are incredible talent pipeline. They're strategic assets that are key leaders that employers should be hiring today. They bring their amazing knowledge and experience and skill sets and their ability to problem solve and make things happen. And that was the whole purpose of the survey. As I got into veteran employment after the passing of my father in 2013, I constantly ran into these misperceptions about the veterans being perceived as heroes rather than strategic assets. And that was the whole reason for the survey that we've continued to do. Yeah.
And let me, real quick, first off, Dan and I are both Army veterans. So, your father's part of the greatest generation, the World War II veterans. We're losing about 300 a day of that generation. And even look at the Vietnam generation. I'm named after a Vietnam veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice. His name was Patrick Ward, and my dad served during Vietnam. My two uncles served in Vietnam. And your uncles also served, right?
Yeah, my uncles served, and in 1942, as I said, my dad signed up to be in the Army, and he had completed his education. He was working at a Poughkeepsie newspaper, but both of my uncles also served in the Army as well.
Let's dive into this Veterans Wellbeing Survey real quick. He did it 6 years ago, and then it just came back out. So tell us about the Veterans Wellbeing Survey.
Okay. Well, this is actually our fourth iteration. We started it in 2014, and the key driver was, as I was starting to get more involved in the veteran employment, I kept on learning about these misperceptions about that 6 in 10 of the respondents. It's a unique survey because we survey across veterans, non-veterans, employers, corporate partners. And so what the survey shows is that there's this perception that veterans are are heroes as opposed to strategic assets. But what was even more relevant is, and even 6 years later, we put it on pause because of COVID, but even 6 years later, there's still this misperception that the respondents across these audiences, 6 and 10 again, felt that they were heroes rather than strategic assets, discounting all the incredible skill sets, resiliency, problem solving, making things happen, leadership, team building, all these things that are core skill sets to navigate the complexity of today's world. These are the leaders that people should be leaning to take things forward to help with the complexity.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit, because we often, Patrick and I often talk about the difference between like heroes or victims versus strategic assets or civic assets. Can you unpack that just a little bit? What do you actually mean by that, and what do you think we should mean by that in your survey?
Okay, well, the heroes' point of view is really unfortunate. They are heroes, but they are. So what we also found in the survey is that during the military service, they are in the peak. The survey is all about well-being. So it relates to financial well-being, having relationships. And so unpacking it is that the heroes, the 1% of the country provide the freedoms that we have, but yet when looking to hire them to be leaders at the company, they're not perceived as strategic. There's a total disconnect where you're missing incredible talent that can help make things happen. Strategic assets being leaders who can make things happen, drive the company forward. And so it's a terrible misperception. And the reality is, like you said, that coming out of World War II, a lot of the companies were founded by veterans like my father, whether it's Federal Express or Nike or Walmart, or Sperry, they're all founded by veterans. So these are the leaders who are leading companies and taking things forward across many sectors. And that's the misperception, that all these leaders are able to establish companies and have successful careers. But there's the disconnect that they're not strategic assets that can make things happen within the organization. And so that is what we mean by strategic assets, that can be leaders to move things ahead and make great progress.
There's better future for you than just the time you served in service.
Right.
And the skills that you were able to gain in service can then transfer into your organizations, then be civic leaders in that way, in that capacity.
The transfer of the skills,
totally makes sense.
Leaders, resiliency, problem solving, all the strengths that you bring to from your experience, and being able to make things happen, problem solve, work through difficult situations, and being able to react. Agility is another important skill set. You have to be able to make decisions and strategize and make scenarios, and all these are important soft skills that make the difference in leading organizations with the complexity of the world today.
Yeah, I think the numbers speak to themselves. I mean, you surveyed over 5,000 folks, but 38% of veterans don't see themselves as heroes, or see themselves as heroes, but 68% of the civilian population thinks veterans are heroes. But the disconnect is, but they're also civic assets. They're strategic assets that can be utilized by these teams if they fall back within these corporate ranks, and especially if they find that purpose.
Yeah, let's talk. One of the important findings in the survey that's very revealing is that we did a graph of sort of a lifestyle, and we found in the survey, which was very revealing, that in the active duty time, the veterans feel at the strongest. That their lives they have purpose. They have a team. They have battle buddies. And after the military service, it goes down, which is very unfortunate. And some of the explanation comes out in the survey, where if you're in a job, there's a differentiation coming out of the job, like coming right out of the military. 52% of those surveyed, the veterans, they don't feel they're hired at the field that they want, and 64 are at the level they want. So that's coming right out of the military. But so that the great difference maker is that there's in that time frame, they feel they have purpose, they have a team, but when they come down, there's disappointment, because in trying to figure that out, because the survey points to some of those things, but I also did some additional research. I talked to the Road Home, which is a program that works with treating veterans with suffering from wounds of war and their families, and talked to Brian Clausen, because I'm on our advisory board there, and he said there's a big coming out of the military where you have a team, you have battle buddies, you're purpose driven, and you come back and there's disappointment because everybody's individualistic. You don't have the team, you don't have the comradeship. So that's part of the disconnect where the veterans feel, that they lack purpose, they lack mission. So one is that disappointment thing that Brian talked about, but the other is that when veterans are brought into a role, of all the audiences surveyed, only 47% felt of the veterans felt that their skills were being used effectively.
Yeah.
In contrast, non-veterans, 64% feel their skills are being used effectively. So again, you have this consistent disconnect where, going back to your first question, that the veterans are strategic assets. They bring their skill sets and leadership and resiliency and problem solving to benefit the company and the company's team members, and yet there's the disconnect in when they are in their job, that the employers are not acknowledging it, or they're saying you need additional skills, you need additional experience, which may be true, but the soft skills are what makes the difference these days: leadership, problem solving, resiliency, all the ones that the veterans have shared, and the veterans that currently are working at our firm, at other companies across the country. This is an incredible resource that needs to be tapped into more by employers.
Yeah, so we're going to get to that point. We're going to dive into it a little bit more. We'll be right back with John Edelman. Welcome back to Warrior Money. We're joined by John Adelman. John, it was 6 years ago, the last Veterans Wellbeing Survey. 60% then of veterans said their well-being was good or excellent. Since 6 years ago, a lot has happened in our community. We've had COVID. We had the Mission Act of 2018. We've had the pullout of the Afghanistan war, the longest wars in American history, have now ended. And so now when you just came back with the survey results that just came out this month, you're looking at it, it's only 47% of our brother and sister veterans have good or excellent well-being. Why do you think that's the case?
Well, I think part of it relates to what I shared earlier, is that when veterans are in a role, they feel their skills are underutilized. And the other thing is that the survey is well-being holistically. It's holding a job, having relationships, having a financial stability, and so all those relate to coming back to the well-being. But the other thing that Brian mentioned to me, going back to my conversation with him, is that a lot of them, like the post 9/11, they're now aging and they're having more chronic pain and more other illnesses that are popping up. So that's another aspect that would contribute to it. But I think the biggest sort of disconnect, there's a lot of disconnects, but one that's really shocking and really disappointing is that only 20% of the veterans believe that the public understands the sacrifices that they and their families go through to serve the country, and the 1% that allows the freedoms that we are able to experience. That is totally shocking and disappointing, that they're out there providing safety for us and security, but yet the public coming back doesn't recognize the sacrifice and the contribution that they're making. So that's a total another disconnect. And as you referenced, that this military civilian divide is getting deeper and deeper, because people like my father, who died 10 years ago, and you referenced this earlier, that age group is dying out, and people that were close, like a lot of people, like we have an employee resource group, and a lot of people like me didn't serve, but they had uncles, fathers who served, and now all that generation is dying out.
No doubt.
So there's not that closeness of proximity. So all these things are adding, to the disappointment and the well-being, the lower well-being across of the veterans, unfortunately, in the past 6 years.
Can I ask real quick on the survey itself? When you asked over 1,000 employers in corporate America, et cetera, have you tried to hire veterans? 87%, according to your survey, said, "Hey, we try to hire veterans." What are some of the best practices? Who do you partner with? I know I just heard you speak at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Hiring Heroes Foundation, but who else, or who's doing good things, and what would you suggest?
Okay, that's a great question, because one of the other interesting things in the survey is that I referenced earlier that coming right out of service, there's this big dip, that the skills aren't being used, and that clearly came out, as I said earlier, that 52% don't feel that they're at a level or at 60 a field that they want to be in. But after 5 years or more, 7 of 10 are in jobs that they're enjoying in a desired field. So the clear disconnect is the transition programs. And the survey also reflected, as we share at the Chamber of Commerce Hiring Heroes event, that if you have a program like SkillBridge, it provides a bridge, a strong bridge because out of the SkillBridge, as we know, 85% of veterans and 85% of mil-spouse who also are in a program like that get job offers.
Yeah.
So a SkillBridge or a vet tech type program, which also, so there's a clear opportunity here to do better with transition. And the one that really would make a difference, but one that people are using currently, which also is a shock, the internships and apprenticeships. We found that, while going back to 84% of corporations felt that they would benefit from having an internship, only 1 in 3 corporations actually have internships and apprenticeship programs. So there's, again, another disconnect. So that, along with having a very good employer resource group, to provide support. Another best practice that we hear at these Hiring Our Hero sessions is that you have a mentor who's a veteran, but you also have a mentor who's a senior leader. So that all helps. You also create a veteran-friendly workplace, welcoming. So all these are some of the best practices that can be.
And real quick for our listeners that might not know, SkillBridge is when you're in active service and you can go basically to tryout. So you get hired by a company, a corporation for 1, 2, 3 months. You're still under the payroll of the Department of Defense, but then, that company's trying out and you may or may not stay with them. It's tryout for both sides to see if you like it. But again.
No, there's so much, there's so much to unpack in what we've talked about so far and the conversations that we're having. And the part that I'm really interested in is the names you've all referenced already. So Nike, Walmart, FedEx, these organizations were all based on entrepreneurship, and they were all based on somebody your dad coming back and starting something, right? The survey also talked a little bit about interest in entrepreneurship and interest in access to capital and the ability to build and generate your own business. I'd love to hear a little bit more about your perspective on entrepreneurship for veterans. And then I also have a secondary question, which is like, ERG is great for massive multinational corporations. But if I'm a trucking company in Iowa or a small company someplace else, you may not have those sorts of resources to be able to support the transitioning veteran. So the first question is about entrepreneurship and how do we enable that? And what do you think about that? The second question is how do we get transitioning service members to be better supported when they go back home? And then I've got a follow-up question about that because 73% of veterans come from specific areas. There's a whole thing that's going on now because of the civilian military divide.
Okay, well, entrepreneurship, because we had some very interesting numbers in entrepreneurship that 47% of veterans said they'd like to become an entrepreneur and pursue that, but only 16% actually did that. And part of the explanation, and the reason they did it, which could tie back to this disconnect, is that 60% felt that they could be their own boss, they'd have a sense of purpose. But one of the big barriers is also 62%, so they don't have access to the capital to do that. But I think entrepreneurship is a very key opportunity, and we need to provide resources and programs that support that.
Yeah, I work with the numbers for the second part. 50% of your dad's generation from World War II start their own small business, create those iconic global brands. But our generation of Iraq, Afghanistan veterans, it's less than 5%. Actually started 16% express interest, but it's less than 5%. And that's why Dan and I are venture capital partners. We invest in veteran-owned companies, et cetera. But how about that second part about what can companies do, even if they're a small company, about best practices?
Well, I think trying to get engaged with all the veteran organizations, because there's incredible programs out there like Hiring Our Heroes. Because the other thing that I've learned being in the space is that if you're a veteran-owned company, you hire your veterans. So I think and there are support programs, for those types of things. So I think that, there are resources that are available, and I think that those would be some good steps, is to sort of get involved and be proactive and reaching out, because there's very, very strong organizations.
Yeah, we keep talking about this, bridging the gap in the sea of goodwill and the ability to get to where people actually are. And And I think that's why this program's so important, is because this program with Yahoo Finance to get where people are and hopefully communicate with them in a way that helps these transitions.
I think we have time for what we call Fast and Furious. It's called the Warrior Q&A, John. We're gonna ask you, it's like the speed round. This is Dan's job. So we're gonna ask you 3 or 4 questions.
I think I know this. I think I know this one. But who's a warrior that inspires you?
My father, because he successfully transferred his skill sets, taking the opportunity of the big break to really build it into Edelman to become the global company that we've become.
Great. And what are the habits that help you achieve success?
I think what I've learned is you have to have a big picture with goals. And whenever I try to make a policy, or I say, this is a stretch goal, that this is something that's low-hanging fruit. So I come with 3 or 4 ideas and I present them all. And if I get 1 or 2 across the finish line, then that helps build progress and incremental success.
You talked about this already, but for your dad, what were the skills that he transferred from the military into business to help him be successful? I
think his ability to work well with people, to be a leader. I mean, to be a risk taker. He was at a firm that he was the PR director for the Tony Company. He felt the entrepreneur. I think there's a business here to provide communications and public relations support for other brands. So he took the risk to set up Edelman, and I think just his hard work ethic really important, and just his commitment to the mission, basically to be like he said, it's great to be the biggest PR firm. We want to be the best PR firm.
What's some business advice that you know now that you wish you knew earlier?
That's a great question. I think the biggest is to just sort of have long-term horizons. Think long-term rather than short-term.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Hey, John, thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate it on Warrior Money. That's our show. So listen, subscribe, review Warrior Money on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever else you get your podcast. And find us at Yahoo Finance. I'm Patrick Murphy.
And I'm Dan Coons. We'll see you next week.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Erica Herskowitz. With the government set to run out of money at midnight, setting off a potential shutdown, the House is scrambling to come up with a budget plan after two were scuttled. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, speaking from the Senate floor this morning, says the original bipartisan plan, which was shelved amid criticism from Elon Musk and President-elect Donald Trump, is the only way to go.
It's the quickest, simplest, and easiest way we can make sure the government stays open while delivering critical emergency aid to the American people.
If there is a government shutdown, about 4 in 10 federal employees will be furloughed. There may be longer lines at airports during one of the busiest travel weeks of the year, and many national parks will be closed. But things like national defense, benefit checks, and mail delivery would continue as usual. Investors have some positive economic data to round out the week. The Fed's preferred inflation gauge, the core PCE index, came in at 2.8%. That's the lowest level since May. And the University of Michigan is out with a final look at consumer sentiment. Bloomberg's Sonali Basak has more.
Final December consumer sentiment data rising to 74. The estimate was 74.2, so just about in line, maybe a little soft. But still, after that PCE data, things look pretty smooth.
Bloomberg's Sonali Basak. The Fed disappointed markets this week with a forecast of just 2 rate cuts next year, half as many as the previous forecast in its summary of economic projections. San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly says her forecast is not driven by what could be coming from the Trump administration. She says it's all about the data.
So I was focused on the incoming information and what it means for the outlook. And today I feel like we've got policy in a good place, the economy's in a good place, and we're prepared for whatever comes before us.
San Francisco Fed Chief Mary Daly, a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. Meanwhile, we're hearing more about Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack's decision to vote against the rate cut this week. Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld has that.
We have a statement from her writing about her dissent saying that monetary policy will need to remain modestly restricted for some time. I prefer to hold policy steady until we see further evidence that inflation is resuming its path back to our 2% objective.
Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld. Hammack was the first dissenting vote from a regional bank president since 2022. Friday morning, Fed Bank of New York President John Williams told CNBC he believes there's ample liquidity in the financial system, noting the Fed has a myriad of tools to address any potential issues. On Wall Street, U.S. stocks are pushing higher, a sign that the sell-off fueled by the Fed's hawkish pivot was overdone. The Dow, Nasdaq, and S&P are all ahead more than 1 3/4%. The 10-year Treasury yield is at 4.49%. The 2-year Treasury yield is at 4.29%. Novo Nordisk's shares are down more than 20% after results for its experimental weight loss drug, CagriSema, fell short of the 25% it had long predicted. Bloomberg's Copenhagen bureau chief Sarah Scholien has been watching the stock tank.
Just to put that into comparison, for Denmark, it's a small country. It's about 1/4 of our annual GDP, just gone like that for a stock. So it's been a pretty wild day in Copenhagen.
Bloomberg's Sarah Scholien. Meanwhile, on Wall Street, shares of rival Eli Lilly are advancing more than 4%. Union Starbucks baristas in Los Angeles, Chicago, and Seattle are on strike today and perhaps right through Christmas Eve after the chain offered the union a deal that did not give baristas a raise. Walkouts could spread to hundreds more stores across the U.S. by Tuesday. And it's a desperate move. That's what former Nissan chairman Carlos Ghosn is saying about the ailing automaker's pursuit of a deal with Honda.
They have investment problems. They're being really hammered in the United States. They got practically out of Europe. They're being challenged in China, and there is no plan in front of it. So I can tell you that means there is panic mode inside Nissan.
Former Nissan CEO Carlos Ghosn spoke to Bloomberg after Honda confirmed this week it's considering several options for Nissan, including a merger, capital tie-up, or a holding company within the automaker. iPhone manufacturer Foxconn has also shown interest in a stake, but it's putting that on hold while Honda talks play out.